Do you know the first movie that made you appreciate cinema? The first book that sparked a joy for reading? Or how about the first game that ever made you fall in love with this interactive medium? As a somewhat overly sentimental person, I can name my own for each of these. First, we've got Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, a silly kids movie that would spark a lifelong love of the stories revolving around martial arts and be my first introduction to Japanese culture. Not the best start, to be honest, but that interest has evolved into my current respect for the media and mythology from the country. Second, there's Holes by Louis Sachar. The first book that I would read on my own, and the joy of flipping through those pages has led me to my minor career as an author. However, for games, the first one that would ever take hold of my little heart and mind as a child was none other than Lunar, the Silver Star Story Complete, for the PlayStation. That's not to say that this was the first game I'd ever played, but it was the first one to capture me so wildly that it would become the metric by which I would judge the quality of every game moving forward. In fact, in a previous video, I already touched on the developer of Lunar, taking a close look at Grandia, the ambitious follow-up to their legendary RPG series. However, while I respect the ambition of Grandia and appreciate the simple and bright SFF experience, right up until the end at least, it lives under the shadow of the giant that came before. And what a shadow Lunar casts on the remaining history of game arts. Of course, the giant that is this IP is more than simply a single installment, but an entire series, and a whole series of remakes and ports. To be completely honest, this entire video is happening because another one of those remakes, well, a remaster of the PS1 remake to be specific, is coming out this upcoming April. While this video had always been on the docket as a projected milestone, the iron is too hot now not to strike. So, let's get into that series. Exactly how many games are there in the Lunar series? Well, that depends on how you count. For those of us in North America, or those in Europe, there are 2 main titles, plus a mobile spin-off. On the other hand, there have also technically been 9 releases along the lifetime of the series, with the 10th coming up in the aforementioned remaster. Actually, if you're from Europe, you might only know that spin-off, as it was the first to make it across the Atlantic. Or is the other direction faster from Japan? I don't know. I'm not a geographer. I'm a fanboy with a microphone who's about to talk about 2 of the best RPGs of all time. Yeah, so if it isn't clear, from my perspective, there are 2 entries in the Lunar series worth talking about. Lunar the Silver Star Story Complete, and Lunar 2 Eternal Blue Complete. Now, to dissect these 9 releases that have filtered around the 2 titles that have defined my last 20 years of gaming, they mostly consist of remakes and re-releases. To start, there was Lunar the Silver Star, which released in 1992 for the Sega CD, also known as the Mega CD, a CD player attachment available for the Sega Genesis. Developed by GameArts through its subsidiary, Studio Alex, which was created specifically for the development of the Lunar series and named after the first installment's main character.
I formed a company with Mr. Kazunari Tomi, and the company's name is Studio Alex. We went to Game Arts to promote our business, and we told them we would like to make an RPG game with a compelling story that was something different from other games that existed at that time.
This was an instant hit, selling nearly as well as the Mega CD peripheral itself. It was also a critical success in North America, earning a 4.5 out of 5 from GamePro for one example, with the reviewer calling the game the best RPG of any Sega console at the time. I mean, the time was 1992, so it's not like there was a ton of competition, but I won't argue. The original Silver Star made heavy use of the Mega CD by including animated FMVs made in-house at GameArts throughout the experience. After the success of the Silver Star, GameArts immediately began work on a sequel, Eternal Blue, releasing in 1994, again for the Sega CD. The sequel didn't really make quite the same splash as the original, although it is still regarded as a solid follow-up to the original. Although, in my opinion, Eternal Blue is pretty much the better game in every way but one, but we'll get to what I mean by that when we get there. For now, we've got the next entry in the Lunar series, Lunar Senposuru Gakuen, or Lunar Walking School, a mobile game made for the Game Gear, hence the walking part of the title, that never left Japan, although there is an English fan translation kicking around out there somewhere. This, by the way, is not the mobile spin-off I meant earlier, because this one is a bit of a dark horse in the series. For one, it wasn't actually developed by GameArts. Instead, it was developed by Erguise, a developer known for literally so little that it's known for this specific game, and every time you try to look it up, you'll find that weird Final Fantasy fighting game from 1998, because the names are spelled exactly the same. Studio Alex handled the writing though, so there were still some original hands on deck for development of Walking School, meaning that its canonicity is still basically intact. It's also a low-stakes game about a group of girls from Berg, more on that later, all trying to get into magic school. It also won't be a major subject for the remainder of this video, as in I won't mention Walking School again after this sentence ends. Next up after Walking School, is our first remake in 1996, Lunar Silver Star Story Complete. We've lost the in the title and added both story and complete, like a director's cut, but games hadn't started doing those yet, so the complete nomenclature is meant to symbolize that this is the definitive version of the game. Now, this came out in two forms. One for the Sega Saturn, Sega's newest console at the time, and a second for the newly released PlayStation from Sony. However, only the PlayStation version would make it out of Japan, releasing in North America in 1999, which is how I have my hands on this bad boy right here. Although, to tell you the truth, I have no idea how I actually came into possession of this game. One day, my brother brought it home, and it has been here ever since. That's it. That's the whole story. Life was simpler when we were children, wasn't it? Anyway, this remake goes above and beyond the scope of a port or a remaster. Similar to how the original Sega CD version made use of the extra disk space to host FMVs, the Saturn and PlayStation remake of Lunar includes updated character sprites, a handful of pre-rendered backgrounds, and new FMVs done by Studio Gonzo that breathe new life into the animated segments. However, this wouldn't be the only remake to be made of the series, or this title specifically. Over the next 2 years, we'd get a Sega Saturn port of Walking School. Okay, I guess it was worth mentioning again. Although this time it would be renamed Magic School. It's worth mentioning here that the port of Walking School is somewhat controversial, due to the way that Studio Alex wasn't as involved as they would have hoped with the remaking process. This actually goes for the Silver Star Story Complete and Eternal Blue Complete as well. This lack of communication would eventually lead to some litigation between Game Arts and Studio Alex, and eventually Studio Alex itself going bankrupt. Considering that Studio Alex is credited with a lot of the writing and developing on the Lunar series, this could be what has led to Lunar 3 never materializing, even if rumors and comments have swirled around a possible trilogy for decades. Although even that can be taken with a grain of salt, considering that these remakes came out years after Lunar 1 and 2 originally released for the Sega CD. Then finally, Lunar Eternal Blue would get its own remake, Lunar 2 Eternal Blue Complete. Once again, this remake released on Sega Saturn and PlayStation, while introducing newly animated scenes from Studio Gonzo, updated pixel art graphics, and a handful of pre-rendered backgrounds. Although, to note, when I say pre-rendered here, I don't necessarily mean that these are 3D graphics rendered in a program, with screenshots of the rendering used to fill in the space, but instead these are fully drawn art pieces, somewhat like the matte and oil paintings used as the backgrounds in older films. Think less the location renders in Grim Fandango, and more the matte painting that makes up Bodega Bay in The Birds. From here, while the PlayStation remakes are the versions I'm most familiar with and adore, this is the start of where the series kind of stagnates. The next title in the series would be another remake of Lunar the Silver Star, this time dubbed Lunar Legend, releasing for the Game Boy Advance in 2002. We're right on the heels of the 2000 North America release of Lunar 2, but at this point, we're getting little more than another port of the original game. There are some changes, a notable one from right in the beginning of the game being that Nash actually joins the party to the White Dragon Cave. Of course, from a design standpoint, the game has also been heavily simplified for the GBA, so gone are the animated FMVs and the voice acting, as well as the combat system has been reworked to be much simpler and a lot more in line with your standard fare turn-based RPG. Considering the extremely wide spread of the GPA as a console during its heyday, however, this might be the version that many of you watching now recognize the most. Although a game you probably don't recognize is the final new game to come from the Lunar series, Lunar Dragon Song, for the Nintendo DS. Releasing in 2005, Dragon Song is a bit of a black sheep for the franchise. Similar to Walking/Magic School, this is another game that wasn't developed by Game Arts directly, instead made by Japan Art Media. In fact, this was made after Studio Alex was already bankrupt. So this time, they weren't involved in the direction at all. Everything about this game has been panned by critics, including the simplified combat that no longer makes use of the strategy that comes with acknowledging the space and positioning between targets. However, most egregious seems to be the way that experience and items are earned in combat, by setting a fight to either be done in virtue mode, where characters will gain experience, or combat mode, where they will instead gain items. This splitting of rewards made the game feel grindy, repetitive, and tedious. I can't exactly speak on it myself, as I've never played Dragon Song, so I'll leave that at it could be good, it could be bad. I don't know. All I can do is report on what others have said about it, but I don't have an opinion either way since I've never actually experienced it myself. Now finally we get to what had been the dead end of the series up until very recently. Lunar Silver Star Harmony, released for the PlayStation Portable in 2009, and it's another port of the Silver Star. That makes 4 different versions of the game, by the way. However, with it being the most recent version of the game to release, this might be what most people nowadays are most familiar with. Once again, there are some notable changes, but it's mostly the same game in a new package with new graphics, and other updates that elevated it pretty heavily above the GBA version. There would be another re-release in 2012 for the iOS, but up until 2024, this was the last release of anything Lunar related, when Lunar Silver Star Story Touch released for Android, a port of the iOS version. And now we've got a full remaster of Silver Star Story Complete and Eternal Blue coming in April. Show of hands, who has faith that both will actually be remasters of the PlayStation classics and not ports of the mobile version? Anybody else getting Chrono Trigger PC port vibes? I really hope I don't get Chrono Trigger PC port vibes. Well, that's the history of the Lunar series. Basically, it's 2 of the best RPGs ever made, a series of remakes and ports, and 2 random spin-off titles of varying quality. It should be noted that all of these transfers from one console to another is a bit of a feature of gaming back in the 90s, especially given that the Lunar series would attempt to make a name for itself during the heyday of FMV titles. This was the height of the console wars, and a lot of developers would try to get the most out of the heavy investment required to put together these data-heavy FMV titles by releasing on every device that could read a disc, from the Sega CD to the Philips CDI to DOS and Windows personal computers. The later portable ports, on the other hand, follow a similar common history for the 2000s, a history that included ports of tons of classic games onto portable hardware, like Turok and Zelda: A Link to the Past. Which is to say that the history of the Lunar series is somewhat of a microcosm of game development from the 90s through the 2000s. Yeah, if you thought we got nothing but remakes and remasters nowadays, this has always been the way of things for video games. However, we aren't here for a history lesson or a Wikipedia list of releases. We're looking at the 2 main games themselves. What makes them tick, and what it is about them that has kept a community actively chomping at the bit for more content over the last 30 years. On the note of that active community, by the way, I would like to shout out LunarNet and the Internet Archive specifically. The resources found on LunarNet were imperative for piecing the history of the series together, especially with the differences between the English and Japanese versions. Additionally, the Internet Archive has complete scans of the official strategy guides for both games, which was filled with valuable insider information in the form of various interviews conducted by working designs of the original developers, as well as various cut comparisons between the original Sega CD version and the complete remakes. This video wouldn't be nearly as informative without the information I gleaned from those 2 fantastic sources. So, let's get a little deeper and actually talk about what's going on in Silver Star Story Complete and Eternal Blue. To start, let's go over the presentation of these games. Given that both complete remakes were made basically in tandem with each other, both are presented in much the same way. While this was around the same time that Game Arts was working on Grandia, the developer's first major title that let players explore 3D environments, these remakes maintain the 2D maps explored with simple 4-directional pixel art character sprites. However, the new Sega Saturn and PlayStation hardware, along with Studio Gonzo taking on the animation art, the game looks much better than the originals. For one, while most locations are RPG Maker style tiled maps, there are a handful of pre-rendered locales for the characters to walk around in. In fact, much like the way that Grandia opens up by proudly spinning the camera around the 3D environment, Silver Star Story Complete also opens up with one of those pre-rendered locations. And it is admittedly a beautiful way to open the story. There are also two sets of character sprites, split between exploration and combat. Naturally, there are a lot more animations tied to the combat sprites, as they need to be able to attack, cast magic, and take damage, and all are appropriately animated. It's a very basic thing, but it's part of the polish that separates the good, the bad, and the ugly of this era of gaming. This is all without even covering the style of the art itself. Not the use of pixel graphics or pre-rendered scenes, but the minutia of the color choices, clothing patterns, and dress of the main cast of characters. The world of Lunar, on its head, is a classic medieval fantasy setting. However, there is a level of a lost, ancient past hanging in the background. Kinda literally, what with the blue star bumming around in almost every shot that includes the sky. As a result, the people have split into tribal factions, and this shows with the bright colors and sharp angles of their textiles. Many characters wear furs, either in a grabbed a fresh pelt to add some layers in the cold way, but also with fur trimming most of the cloaks, dresses, and other flowing pieces of their outfits. These character designs come from character designer Toshiyuki Kubooka, who created the original designs for the Silver Star and Eternal Blue, and those original designs were kept into the complete remakes. The result is a series of striking character designs that give a vibrant appeal to the FMV cutscenes, character portraits, and bromides, although we'll touch on those a bit later. In an interview with Working Design, the localization company that translated the series into English, Kubooka actually commented on the character designs of characters like Luna and Alex, specifying that their unique form of dress is inspired by nomadic Mongolians, which matches pretty well with the fur linings, sharp-angled trimming designs, and vibrant colors. Additionally, a lot of the Magic Guild of Vane, Mia and Nash included, are based on images of Russian churches. On the note of the exploration, the locations to explore within are varied and interesting, relating very directly to what the game is trying to convey from place to place. White Dragon Cave? Make everything blue and add a bunch of ice pillars everywhere. Spooky Forest? Add a layer of fog over everything and cue up the spooky music. Metallic Hellscape to represent the way that the heartlessness of industrialization uses a mountain of slave corpses to carve scars into the world that will never fully heal. Let's pump some bass tones and drown everything in the eternal night of a sleepless city. Absolutely killer atmosphere right here. That atmosphere is captured perfectly by the incredible soundtrack as well. There's a lot of the classic RPG style of having one main theme that gets reworked over and over throughout the game. This happens for both Silver Star Story and Eternal Blue, with the title song for Silver Star Story being the base of most of its music, and the credit song for Eternal Blue taking that role. This isn't to say that this is the only song to be heard. As mentioned when talking about Grandia, much of the music for both Lunar games was composed by Noriyuki Iwadare, although included in the credits are Hiroshi Fujioka, Isao Mizuguchi, and Yoshiaki Kubodera. So it should be noted that the music is a collaborative effort among many talented composers, even if Iwadare often receives top billing and certainly deserves his credit for heading the music of the majority of the series. On the other end of the sound design, there's the voice acting, which leads us together into the FMV segments of the series. This is the main reason we're looking at the complete versions, by the way, because while the original Sega CD releases did include FMVs created in-house by Game Arts, the remakes included newly animated segments made by Studio Gonzo. I've mentioned these guys before when I talked about Grandia, as the studio was also contracted to make the FMVs for that game as well. These are easily my favorite part of this game, and very few other titles have scratched the itch that these animated segments integrated into the game left with me. This is a tradition that similar RPGs releasing on later consoles would replace with pre-rendered scenes, with higher quality models and environments than the game's engine could render in real time. There are other classic titles, like the PS1 re-release of Chrono Trigger, which released after the Silver Star Story and Eternal Blue remakes, or even as recently as Sea of Stars, that have integrated 2D animated FMVs, but the practice nowadays is either a retro throwback or a sign that the game is indeed very old. Even diving only a little deeper into the 2000s in the PS2 era of gaming, these type of animated cutscenes were relegated to only the opening cinematic, and sometimes maybe the end credits. The FMVs in Lunar 1 and 2 are rarely anything exceptional, but they do a lot to introduce characters, by priming the player with a visual identity for the full cast, before the majority of the story beats pass with a series of headshots and minimal animated sprites. However, plenty of these are fairly entertaining in their own right, and each game has at least one lean moment, which, if you haven't seen my Grandia video, these moments are basically when one or more characters shows an effort of extreme magical power in order to fend off the big bad, usually only proving to stall the villains so the heroes can go into the final dungeon and finish the job. It actually happens in every single one of these games. Like, they each get their lean moment, and they're always cool. Actually, I should be calling them a Mia moment, but since I've already talked about Grandia before this for the channel, they're lean moments. Finally, to note about these FMVs would be the voice acting found throughout the game. While there are a few moments with the standard graphics that include some voiced lines, most of the voice acting is done during the animated segments. The quality of the voice acting ranges from character to character, from the highs of the Silver Star Story's lead villain laughing maniacally as he goads our heroes to, well, pretty much every line reading from Lucia in Eternal Blue. I should note that I don't mean this as a knock against the actress for Lucia, Kelly Weaver. Given the way that plenty of the behind-the-scenes audio from the recording of Lucia's lines, it doesn't sound like Weaver was necessarily underperforming, but was more directed to give the character a slightly robotic cadence and a shrill tone that I would personally call a poor choice of direction. So, we've talked about how the game looks and sounds, but what about the other senses? How does Lunar taste? How do these games feel? Or more directly, how does the game play? Well, the gameplay of Silver Star Story and Eternal Blue are split up into two parts: exploration and combat. The exploration is the top-down section of the game, traveling around different screens of either tile map dungeons or occasionally pre-rendered backgrounds. However, even that has a few different modes, so to speak. First, there is the town or safe zone exploration. These are the moments where the party leader, either Alex in Silver Star Story or Hero in Eternal Blue, is followed by the current party members. This is how players will explore towns like Berg or Maribia, as they look for chests to ransack, NPCs to interact with, and shops to buy new weapons, armor, and consumable items from. There is rarely anything demanding happening in these moments, with the majority of the gameplay in this mode consisting of going through story conversations as well as gearing up for combat. The next mode of exploration is the overworld map. This is a relatively sparse section of both games, although some additional exploration options in Eternal Blue help it to elevate the otherwise mundane task of traveling from one town or dungeon to another over the world map. That being said, in comparison to a game like Grandia, with its overworld consisting of a glorified menu with lists of selectable locations to explore, the ability to actually walk around the world map does a lot to fill the liminal spaces of the game, and keep a consistent and immersive experience. It should also be noted that this lack of excitement in the overworld map is actually a product of the remake, as the original Sega CD version included random battles on the world map. That being said, I certainly prefer the remake's system, as the lack of random battles is one of the more approachable aspects of Lunar in general. Finally, there are the dungeons themselves. These are almost always tile map locations, and are signified by only having the party leader controlled and moving through each dungeon. Additionally, these locations include enemies which populate these spaces. Combat is initiated by running into these enemies on the map, which then loads in unique combat screens for each location. The free roaming of both the player and these enemies also means that players can avoid combat by running away from the enemy sprites on the map. Although this isn't always possible, as the design of dungeons often funnels the player character towards more combat encounters, and some of these enemy sprites are simply too quick to be avoided. However, many have movement patterns that can be manipulated in order to bypass certain areas without engaging with every single fight. The few puzzles across both games actually make use of this baiting and evading mechanic in order to unlock progress and some secrets. That being said, most of the dungeons are less about puzzles, as the vast majority of what would count as puzzles are generally pressing a series of buttons in the only order available at the time, and more about surviving gauntlets of enemy encounters, with the main challenge coming from having to manage the party's resources all the way to the end of the dungeon, usually fighting a boss once they've made it through the hordes of enemies. This then brings us to the other side of Lunar's gameplay, the combat. While I've sung the praises of the FMV segments already, marking them as one of the most prominent highlights for myself, it wouldn't quite be right to name them the best selling point of the game. That to me goes to the combat, which is good because across the nearly 70 hours of footage that I'm currently editing down into this very brief video, a good 80% of my time was spent in combat. So, the way this works in Lunar is not too dissimilar to other turn-based games like Final Fantasy. In fact, Game Arts has mentioned in interviews in the past that many of their games were inspired by the templates that Final Fantasy made for these types of RPGs. Not that this should really come as a surprise, considering that the combat style of the early Final Fantasies are basically the foundation for every turn-based RPG from 1987 through to the 2010s. That being said, Lunar does do things a bit different than Square's flagship series. For one, the position of enemies and player characters on the combat field is a critical part of engagement with this system. See, the battlefields are another key use of pre-rendered backgrounds, with various similarities between the vastly different locales. Combat maps generally split the area into a foreground, which is basically the floor that the characters stand on, and the background, which is mostly fluff to give the illusion of 3 dimensions, both of which are presented by a single pre-rendered environment. For the foreground itself, you can consider the area like a grid, with each sprite taking up a predetermined amount of space on that grid. While sprites can upstage each other, their position and taken space on the grid cannot overlap each other. Essentially, the top half of each sprite doesn't have a hitbox, and the game takes account that the sprite with the lowest Y value on the grid should be in front. Similarly, 2 sprites can't move through the same area at the same time, which can leave characters blocked off. At the start of combat, the player characters will be set in a formation decided by the player in the start menu, and enemies will be in a predetermined formation depending on the enemy types present and their numbers. When combat initiates, players and enemies will then move across the battlefield in order to attack, defend, or whatever has been chosen that they will do when it is their time to act. Formations are fairly important, because enemies will usually attack the closest target, which means it's good to put your tanks up to the front position and your squishier characters in the back. A number of enemy and player attacks also have an area of effect, so making sure to spread out your own characters while clumping the enemies together can be the key to success in most encounters. Additionally, enemy actions can range from basic attacks to using special skills that will attack multiple characters at a time, or in extremely rare instances, running away. For players, these actions can be attack, defend, magic, use items, or run. There's also the option to set the characters to be AI controlled, but the AI is stupid and wasteful and should never be trusted. We'll get to why in a minute, but first I've been burying the lead. See, the main twist that Lunar takes from ordinary turn-based combat is the way that players choose all of their actions for one turn, and then the game plays out the entire round in order of character speed. This is instead of controlling each character for their individual turn and then waiting for their turn to come back around to act again. Now, this isn't the only game to ever use this method for deciding turn order, nor do I believe it is the first. I do know that it would later be used in titles like Suikoden and Wild Arms. So while there are plenty that use this setup and playout method, Lunar the Silver Star was among the first to utilize it, and that continues into the sequels and remakes. Although it should be noted that this initiative turn order system was implemented as early as the very first Final Fantasy. In fact, Final Fantasies 1, 2, and 3 all use this turn order system. It wasn't until Final Fantasy IV that Square Enix would develop the active time battle system, which most people would recognize to be the iconic battle system of the Final Fantasy series. So, when I claim that Lunar was one of the first to use this initiative order system, I mean that it's an early adopter of the system, and likely an early introduction to this style of combat for a lot of RPG fans of the time, myself included. That also isn't where the nuance of combat stops, as the magic mentioned before is a fundamental part of combat. While many fights can be won by simply spamming attacks against the closest enemies, The strengths and weaknesses of monsters against certain attacks and elements means that players will have to strategically utilize magic and attacks in combination in order to get through some encounters. However, this leads to the real puzzle that I mentioned earlier when talking about exploring dungeons. Health and MP carries over from fight to fight, meaning that as players continue to duke it out with the enemies populating any given dungeon, they'll also need to keep an eye on their resources. This includes that health and MP, but also the items used to restore it. MP especially is a precious commodity, as the only way to replenish it is to use the very expensive Starlight items, or the Silver Lights, which can fully restore MP, but come in a limited quantity across the course of the entire game. Aside from these items, the only other locations to recover HP and MP are the statues of the goddess Althena, most of which are found in towns and will therefore be useless while trying to actually dive into a dungeon. While a lot of this might sound like standard fare for RPGs of this era, the level of resource management with MP and the items that can be used to recover it is less in line with your standard fare stock up on turbo ethers before you go out, and is more in line with the hard mode on the remakes of Final Fantasy VII, where MP doesn't regenerate until you've finished a chapter, making it the most precious commodity to hold on to while going through an entire chapter in that game. It's very similar in Lunar. Another important thing to note is that not all characters present in combat will be controlled by the player, which adds a certain amount of RNG to the help offered by some friendly NPCs. In Silver Star Story, this mostly comes down to the way that Null acts in an occasionally support role. While he won't attack enemies, he will occasionally drop down into the field at the end of a round in order to revive any fallen party members. This won't happen every turn, and he only revives people with 1 HP, whereas the items and spells that have the same effect will either return the character with at least half or full health. But Null can be relied on to make sure that dead characters get back into the fight when needed. The result here is that even in fights that appear to be getting out of hand and look like a total loss, Null can come in clutch to revive a key figure, especially a healer, in order to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. In the case of Eternal Blue, however, these include Ruby and Lucia, while Lucia's power can range from comically overpowered to a healthy addition to the team, and her utility is one of that game's best uses of ludonarrative resonance. She can often feel like a wasted slot in the party roster for most fights. Granted, Eternal Blue is balanced around her not exactly being a major actor in combat scenarios. Then there's Ruby, who doesn't inherit Null's ability to revive people, instead offering a small amount of damage to enemies at the end of each round. And when I say small, I mean it. At first, as Hero travels alone, these two synchronize well, as Ruby's small additional damage helps the player reach the damage threshold to finish off some enemies in 1 round instead of 2, while still letting them get an attack off before dying themselves. It's a nice little turn on difficulty, forcing more back and forths between the player party and enemy groups, while still finishing off some fights in as few rounds as necessary. That being said, Ruby doesn't scale very well at all, and while she will eventually upgrade from doing 6 damage to doing 32 damage towards the end of the game, Hero and Co. will be hitting for 100 extra damage per hit and be getting 3 or 4 hits per round. So in the grand scheme of things, she stops being a benefit and starts being an oddity who barely impacts fights by the end of the game, regardless of how heavily she influences the story throughout the narrative. The result is a combat system where each individual fight is easy enough, but getting through the entire dungeon is a war of attrition against the hordes of monsters and the player's dwindling supplies, with this whole situation crescendoing at the most critical of encounters, the boss fights. Boss fights in Lunar are similar in scope to regular combat, but amped up to 11. These are the ultimate tests of the character builds, and the player's ability to strategically utilize the party in an elongated fight against an extra challenging opponent. So a turn-based RPG boss fight. Nothing we haven't seen before on this channel. However, there are a few twists that makes Lunar's bosses stand out among the crowd of RPG boss encounters. For one, this is generally when player formation is the most important. For reasons we'll get to in a second, the player-controlled characters don't move nearly as much during boss combat, So where you start them out will determine their positioning for the majority of the fight. Given that most bosses have attacks that will either hit in a line, a circular area on the grid, or sometimes simply the entire party all at once, making sure to spread out your party is going to be the key to stopping these attacks from blasting the entire party to death all at once. Instead, the tankiest member should dangle out in front with no one around or behind them in order to lure those attacks to cause as little damage as possible. This way, the healer only has to focus on keeping the tank alive instead of constantly spamming their heal everyone spell. As for everyone else, well, this is also the time to spam as much single damaging attacks as every character can. This task usually falls upon the leads, Alex or Hero respectively, and a secondary DPS character, Kyle and Jean respectively. Well, eventually on the Jean one. The casters generally wind up taking a more support role during boss fights, either power and defense boosting the DPS tanks, or dealing some minor supplemental damage. Regardless, this is basically the flow of every boss fight, with the major struggles coming from trying to survive the onslaught from the boss and the patterns of their attacks, all while being basically stuck in place, since most of the attacks and spells you'll be using during these basic cycles don't move the player characters around the same way that attacking or defending might. Speaking of those patterns, most enemies, bosses included, have tells for what attack they are going to do in any given round, meaning that as long as players are paying attention for the boss's current idle animation, they can prepare for and counter against whatever the boss has prepared. This is also the case in general combat as well, with most of the common enemies scattered throughout a dungeon often slipping between either doing a basic attack, dealing a status effect, or dealing AoE damage to a chunk of the party. That being said, while learning this basic flow can make most bosses pretty simple to execute on, the bosses have a unique quirk that will throw most of the party out of sync, and it will quickly become the player's job to recover. On plenty of occasions, a single hiccup in that flow can quickly turn into a game over. In fact, the very first boss in Silver Star Story was so hard that I was hard stuck on him for years. I was also a child at the time and very bad at strategy, but yeah, don't let the fact that most bosses come down to hitting the boss really hard while healing constantly fool you into believing that the bosses themselves are simple. Another note to emphasize exactly what adds an extra layer of difficulty to bosses is that many of them come at the end of dungeons, where the player characters have likely drained themselves of a lot of MP in order to make it through, and will need to shore up those losses with recovery items if they want to be able to jump into the fight at full force. A final note about bosses is in the way that Lunar tries to mitigate grinding. Well, I can confirm that Silver Star Story tries to mitigate grinding at least. This is done by scaling the power of a boss directly to Alex's level. So, for instance, the very first boss, the Saline Slimer, has an HP value of 80 times Alex's level. Since I fought him in this footage you're watching at level 12, his total HP was 960. But if I challenged him at level 8, then his total HP would have shrunk all the way down to 640. This persists for every boss in the first game, and basically inclines players to not bother trying to grind for levels before challenging bosses, because the stronger Alex gets, the stronger the boss gets. While there are a few instances across each game where grinding can be helpful, and sometimes feels mandatory, the endurance tests that are the dungeons usually include enough combat for the party to level up to about where they need to be to match up against the boss, even without fighting every single enemy in every single dungeon. However, there is one more aspect of the strategy that can give players an edge over general combat, as well as boss fights. That would be the player builds. Now, the extent to which players can actually build the main party is pretty minimal. We're not exactly dealing with Baldur's Gate or Divinity here. Leveling characters up will give them a series of upgrades that are pretty strictly doled out according to how the developers want them to be doled out. Since there's no opportunity to roll for new characters or teammates, their stats are fully scripted, and the key to winning fights is strategizing around these restraints. However, both games give some slight ways to enhance the stats of each character. First, with the general equipment like weapons and armor, although upgrading and trading these out is rarely about changing how the character fights, but is instead simply a raw increase to their given stats. What really matters is the accessories that can be equipped. These accessories range from rings that heal the equipped character at the beginning of each turn, to giving massive boosts to some stats, with some even reducing the cost of casting magic or increasing the number of attacks a character gets per turn. Each character can equip 2 of these, and certain combinations can give these characters unique builds that can completely alter the way they fight in any combat situation. The accessories make a comeback in Eternal Blue as well, but they are now accompanied by crests. These behave similarly to the accessories, with many being as simple as applying flat stat increases. However, many of these crests are capable of completely altering a character's build, either by adding new spells to their repertoire, or by combining with other crests in order to create unique combinations that completely changes how the character behaves in combat. One early example is combining the Seal crest with the Warrior crest in order to remove the ability to cast spells while giving that character one extremely powerful attack that deals significantly more damage than their standard attack normally would. There are a lot of trade-offs here, and the limited number of most crests means that players will have to choose which combinations fit their playstyle the best. But there is a level of unique build crafting that can be done with these. In fact, the crests are one of the prime reasons why I often consider Eternal Blue to be the superior game, even though I enjoy Silver Star Story more. Although the fact that many of these crests are so heavily backloaded into the later discs of the game does make it a little more difficult to really hold it at such high esteem. Maybe if we'd gotten access to more crests earlier on and been able to fiddle with builds from Disc 1, then I could still consider it a major benefit, but for now it's a minor improvement that could still have done with some other minor improvements. Alright, we've talked around Lunar long enough, dissecting presentation and combat as a collective. However, now it's time to get into the nitty-gritty of the game proper. Now, if all we've talked about so far seems even moderately interesting to you, I'm more than willing to tank my retention time to tell you to go find a way to play these right now. I mean, you could always buy the original copies, or maybe you could try the recent mobile port, or even put it off until the remaster comes out. At the pace that putting this video together is taking, it'll probably be out in a couple days. But regardless of how you check it out, I won't judge. I implore you to give the game a solid try yourself. Silver Star Story is my favorite game of all time for a reason. It is a bona fide classic and deserves to be experienced with controller in hand if you can, because there are a series of twists and turns that the story will take, and it's thrilling to pick apart the design of the boss mid-fight and figure out how to best counter their individual iniquities. So, for those of you who are interested in playing instead of hearing me yap through the whole story, this video will still be here waiting for you. Or if you still want to hear a spoiler-free conclusion, you can head to the timecode on screen right now. Otherwise, it's time to dive into the tale of Lunar Silver Star Story Complete. And that begins in a small town called Berg. We find Alex standing at the edge of a cliff, but unlike my trip to the Grand Canyon, he isn't preparing to jump. He's visiting a memorial left for his hero, Dragon Master Dyne, the most recent Dragon Master to serve the goddess Althena. Dyne is the greatest of the 4 heroes and the local legend of Berg, since this was his hometown. In fact, Alex's father, Noah, was once Dyne's best friend, so it's easy to assume that Alex's reverence of the late Dragon Master is one part because of the status as the greatest hero to ever live, but also as the honorary uncle mentioned in the stories his father told him while growing up. Quickly joining Alex at Dyne's memorial is Null, a small, flying, talking cat.
Alex, couldn't you hear me? I've been flying all over for the last half hour calling for you.
Really wanted to pop the cork on the fantasy setting as quickly as possible, huh? Well, regardless, Null reminds Alex that he has a beautiful childhood friend who is in love with him and waiting to practice music for an upcoming festival. Although the next person to find us here throws another wrench in that idea.
Hey, Alex! I figured you might be here. Now that the warm weather has melted the ice near the Dragon's Cave, there isn't any time to waste getting started on our big adventure. If we hurry, we may be able to sneak in without waking the dragon. Then we can get a fantastically huge diamond from its lair worth thousands and thousands of making us filthy, stinking rich and very popular in the process.
Meet Ramus, Alex's best friend and the local scammer. I wrote a joke in here relating Ramus to Eddie from Ed, Edd n Eddy, and then immediately realized exactly how old referencing that show makes me sound. But for those of you who understand, yeah, that's pretty much Ramus to a T. To the point that we actually have to help pay off this bastard's debts for him. I mean, yeah, it's 30 silver over a fake golden egg, which honestly is a steal these days. But still, why is that on us? Anyway, Ramus comes to invite Alex to head out on an adventure to the nearby White Dragon Cave. You know, that classic children's activity from back in the day where living past 12 was a miracle. Honestly, kids these days with their iPads and their cocoa melon, they don't know the real spirit of adventure anymore. That being said, Alex doesn't exactly have time to go out adventuring, because he has to go to music practice with Luna, who waits for him at the nearby Dragon Springs. The second pre-rendered location we come across, actually. Kuboka is putting his best foot forward here, and I honestly think he's killing it right off the bat. It'll be a while before we see another of these locales, but the early impression is well received. Similarly, Studio Gonzo has already been putting some great work on display with the third FMV in a row. This one starring our female lead singing voice, something we'll be hearing a lot. This is also when we're introduced to Alex's ocarina, which is actually an update from the Silver Star, where Alex's instrument of choice was a harp. And no, this is not an attempt to draw in any of that Ocarina of Time cred, as the Sega Saturn version where this change originated released 2 years before Ocarina of Time. Still, both the singing and ocarina playing are pretty incredible, and we're given the first taste of an earworm that will quickly become a secondary theme for the rest of the game. Of course, not everything is rosy between Luna and Alex, as she has been miffed to find that Alex has been, how does she put it?
Alex, you're late again, silly. Were you whittling away the morning at Dine's monument again? Or were you planning more make-believe adventures with Ramus?
Yep, right on both counts, and he was even planning on heading to the Dragon Cave without her. One sad face later, and Alex relents, inviting her along for his adventure with Ramus. Although, let's be honest, it really doesn't take a lot of arm twisting in order for Alex to let her come along. Ramus whines a bit, but he's mostly happy to actually be heading out on an adventure in the first place. Especially with a prize like the Dragon Diamond on the line. Before we can head to the cave, we make a quick stop at Alex's house, where Alex's dad, whose name Noah I pulled from the Sega CD version by the way, he doesn't get a name in this version, and the family's last name is Noah according to the art books, gives us a fire ring that should help us on our first adventure. This, along with a dagger in a chest in the basement, are what remains of Noah's younger days adventuring with Dine. It'll be helpful because once we actually make the trip to the White Dragon Cave, we're immediately stopped by a block of ice that impedes our progress. Guess not all of that ice melted like Ramus assured us. Why do we keep this guy around again? Well, the fire ring does its job and we're able to melt the ice before moving forward. Inside, we find our first example of the combat of Lunar. I've already gone into some detail, but for now, we'll comment on our current party composition, involving our DPS tanks, Alex and Ramus, with Luna playing support with ranged attacks and healing spells powered by her singing. The enemies in the White Dragon Cave are also fairly simple, consisting of slimes, flies, crystals, and monkeys. Although, I'll admit that those might be apes, but I'm not a zoologist, so I'd be hard-pressed to know the difference. Anyway, we fight our way through some monsters and find ourselves face-to-face with Quark, the White Dragon of Althena. His power and scale over us is immediately shown, as merely waking up destroys the very ground beneath his feet. However, it appears that as fearsome as Quark is, he's a rather friendly fellow, and he immediately notices a spark in Alex's green eyes. As Ramus attempts to kiss some ass in exchange for a dragon diamond, Quark makes a quick comment about the diamond being made from his poop. Which, ouch. and I thought passing my kidney stone was painful. Then he sends us to undertake the Dragon Trial. Put a pin in that, actually. To complete the Dragon Trial, we need to make good use of the enemies populating the dungeon. Specifically, we need to lure the gorilla-type enemies to run into the giant ice blocks that litter the area. This will help us pass deeper into the cave, as well as let us gather the White Dragon Ring in a chest in the deepest reaches of Quark's lair. Taking it back to Quark ends with the dragon congratulating us on completing his trial, while also granting us the Dragon Diamond as an additional reward. With that, we thank him and head back out to Berg, Alex's first adventure passed with flying colors, even setting him on the first steps to follow in the footsteps of his hero, Dyne. Back in Berg, Ramus immediately heads over to the item shop, hoping to hawk the Dragon Diamond off at the first store he can think of. Naturally, the general store of a small town on an isolated little island doesn't have the liquidity to simply pick up the Dragon Diamond and buy it right off the spot, let alone find an actual buyer to make a profit off of. Oh, yeah, it should be noted now that Berg is on Kaldor Island, and if we wanted to sell the diamond, we're going to need to head to the mainland and sell this thing off in the city. However, Ramus, being the 1999 dude that he is, decides that he wants this to be a boys' trip, because he's sick of playing second fiddle to Luna. A previous version of this script involves wanting to spend more time with a beautiful woman like Luna myself over Ramus's bowl cut, but then I remembered that she is 15 and decided I don't have the riz to defend the difference between being a pedophile and an ephebophile. Put a pin in that, by the way. Anyway, being the spineless cretin that he is, Alex goes along with Ramus's plan and attempts to leave to the mainland through the nearby port town of Saith. However, to arrive there, we need to go through the Weird Woods, a foggy forest that separates Berg from the rest of Kaldor Island. Does it go well? Not exactly, as the fog permeating the woods scares Ramus to the point of retreat. And once again, Wet Blanket Alex simply goes along with his assertive best friend. After returning home, tail between our legs, we admit our sins to Luna, and while she's miffed at first, she forgives us, because she is the best! It certainly helps that we promise to take her along with us the next time we head out into the Weird Woods. First, though, we decide to spend one final night in Berg. One where neither Alex nor Luna are really able to sleep fully through the night. The strange dreams of a Dragon Master and the goddess don't help. Still, in the morning we head out, emboldened by having the full team in tow. In fact, having Luna with us appears to be the key to navigating the Weird Woods, as her singing is able to magically make the fog dissipate, though she doesn't quite understand why, or even how she knew it would work in the first place. Deeper in the forest, we're attacked by a large group of monsters, and while a mysterious man finds us and offers us a hand, we can take care of ourselves. Hadn't saved in like an hour. Sweet. Well, another run through the Weird Woods, and yes, please, for the love of all that is good, help me. Okay, turns out this random stranger is super powerful and can go ahead and solo the whole fight on his own. Damn. Why'd I turn him down the first time? Oh right, pride. Yeah, glad to be properly stripped of that crap now. Anyway, after the fight, the mysterious man properly introduces himself as Lake, and offers to camp with us for the night, burning special herbs in our bonfire to keep the monsters at bay while we rest. We speak over the fire, expressing our intention for adventure on the mainland, and as we fall asleep one by one, Lake comments on Alex's green eyes, the same way that Quark had already noted before. The next morning, we wake up to find Lake already gone, and we make our way through the rest of the Weird Woods. Thankfully, this doesn't require any fights as weighted out of our favor as the one Lake saved us from. When we arrive in Saith, we attempt to charter a ship over to the mainland, but the captain of the only ship that can take us, the Hispaniola, is currently grounded until we can get a hold of the sea chart that he appears to have lost gambling in the local bar. And now seems like the best time to comment on the localization for this game. At this point, I've briefly mentioned Working Design, the company that translated the whole Lunar series into English and brought it to North America. This is also the company that handled recording the English voice lines, as well as putting together the English strategy guides for both games, alongside Prima Guides, which has been an invaluable resource for this video. That being said, Working Design is somewhat notorious of a localization team, given that the company has a pretty bad habit of randomly inserting humor into the games they work on, sometimes destroying the tone of an entire game for the sake of making some lame jokes that quickly become dated.
We pretty much take the main plot points, throw away the rest of it, and write it in an American style with a bunch of cultural references that people can relate to. Even though it's set in this mystical world, you still have these pop cultural references that allow you to get an attachment to the characters. And people tend to get more involved in something that they can relate to.
We'll see a few more moving forward, and it's difficult at times to tell exactly how many of these jokes in this current version are from the original Japanese version, and how many were added as a part of that Working Design flair. I have a sneaking suspicion that we've already seen one of their jokes in the form of Quark making a passing remark of the dragon diamond being made of his own crap. A joke that has stuck with me for over 25 years, so I can't be too mad about it, even if it does soften the tone of the game a bit. Although the entire remake's tone is softened heavily in comparison to the Sega CD version, so some light humor isn't too obnoxious here. However, the reason I feel the need to bring up Working Design's nature in reworking the tone of games is because they are certainly responsible for the entire vibe of Saith. For one, as we enter the bar, there's a dude standing outside who calls it a place of scum and villainy. A very obvious reference to Obi-Wan's line in Star Wars A New Hope. BT dubs, no, I don't talk like a Wikipedia article in real life, but seeing as how this video is on its head a lesson in gaming history, clarity takes precedent over brevity. Hence calling Star Wars by its full legal name, as opposed to simply Star Wars. This is also why I mention Working Design here, because this is about when the company's sense of humor and tendency to muck around in games becomes quickly noticeable. Also, side note for anyone who has played any release of any of the Lunar games in the past and assumed that Working Design was the developer and not simply the localization team and North American distributor / publisher. Yeah, I was definitely tricked there for a while too, since the company and its CEO, Victor Ireland, love to put themselves as top billing in the opening and closing credits of every release of this game. Weird move, and if I really have anything negative to say about the company, it would probably be the lack of respect that the English credits have for the original development team and the studios that put the game together in the first place. Anyway, that tangent out of the way, we head into the bar and find the guy who won the sea chart from the captain. Turns out, he's a cheat who swindles us out of 300 silver before Ramus takes the lead and catches the guy in the act. He's been using double-sided coins. Apparently, it's a tactic that Ramus is personally familiar with, because he is also a dirty gambler. Well, even though Ramus muscles his way into showing off that this guy is dishonest, the gambler doesn't actually have the sea chart, since he'd already traded it to the old hag, the game's words, not mine, who lives in the woods to the north. He gives us the fortune rod he'd traded for in the first place, and directions to her house. But that's the end of his utility. Up in the woods, we run away from most fights because we'll actually be back to engage with the dungeon in a second. But for now, we need to find a new friend. It's Nash. Yay! Nah, Nash is cool, for now. And he has the added benefit of coming with two very important items. The first being the water cane, which we'll have to trade to the old hag in exchange for the sea chart. Interestingly enough, the water cane is a unique item that we can't get ever again in the game, and it is the only item that can do this unique water attack. And yet, we have to immediately get rid of it the moment we get it. Odd choice for something so unique. And if we keep talking to the old hag, we also wind up giving her the fortune staff. Why? Not sure, I wasn't reading. But now, Nash doesn't have a weapon. Cool. Cool. The other thing Nash has is our first bromide. Yep, that's a picture of Mia, a character we'll meet later. I've mentioned the bromides before, but didn't really go into detail about what they are. Well, more or less, they are unique portraits of the cast, with a few even available for the villains. And most of them, as we'll see coming up, are tantalizing in nature. Not pulling that ephebophile pin yet, but wiggle it a bit. As a quick reminder that it's still hanging out there. Anyway, after trading the water cane to the old hag, guys, it's fun to say, I don't know what to tell you, we need to do a bit of grinding. Now, I know I mentioned that the game doesn't exactly emphasize grinding very often, but it does feel that if it's not required right here, it's very encouraged. Fortunately, Nash helps us breeze through fighting the enemies in the Old Hag Woods, so the grinding only takes about 20 extra minutes. Then after a couple hours of gameplay, we're finally ready for our first boss, the Saline Slimer. Yeah, turns out that after we turn in the sea chart to the captain of the Hispaniola, the ship is being attacked by a giant monster that's threatening to eat the ship, the crew, and probably do a number on Saith if it isn't taken care of. So naturally, it falls on Alex and co. to take the monster out. I mentioned before that the first boss hard-walled me for a few years, and this is he. The Saline Slimer is a wiggly little cretin inside of a gelatinous blob, kinda like those mini jelly snacks from the 90s. Except instead of having a tasty little fruit on the inside, it's a hideous fish monster. Might still be okay if we grill it up after we're done beating on it. As far as that beating goes, however, well, it follows a pretty specific pattern. First, Alex uses Vigor, an ability that heavily increases his attack. This is why we did that grinding in the Old Hag Woods until we hit level 12, by the way. While Luna uses Cascade Song on him, which further increases his attack and defense. On this first turn, Ramus and Nash will defend, because their attacks will be basically useless right now. Then on the second turn, we start the actual onslaught. Alex uses Sword Dance, Ramus attacks, Nash uses Lightning Bomb, and Luna either heals whoever needs it, or uses Cascade Song again to buff Ramus and Alex whenever they need the defense and attack boosts. The result is that we'll be doling out a few hundred points of damage each turn, which is necessary to beat this guy, since the Saline Slimer heals for 99 damage every single turn. This is the only boss in the game to do this, by the way. The very first boss is the only one that has a literal DPS check that forces the only level grind I'll have to do in the entire game. Well, as tough as this wall might have been when I was a kid, the Saline Slimer goes down quickly now that I know what I'm doing. I also get a decent amount of luck on this, since the boss can temporarily take an ally out of the fight depending on his attack choices, and for some reason, he chose not to do that on this run. So we clean up the fight quickly and move on. After the fight, Luna stands off away from the others as the rest of the party celebrates their victory, and the captain promises everyone a big meal as we sleep through the night and prepare to set sail in the morning. When Alex talks to Luna, however, she has decided to not go on the rest of the adventure with him, feeling trepidatious about being so far from the only home she's ever known. The next day, as we prepare to leave, with Luna staying back on the pier, Alex gives a triumphant speech about how the adventure would be meaningless without her, and how Luna has to join him so they can face the future together.
Luna, you have to come with us!
What?
Luna, all the exciting adventures in the world mean nothing if you're not with us. This isn't just my adventure, Luna, it's ours!
Oh, Alex, but what if...
There's no time to think about it! Hurry! Give me your hand! Come on!
Oh, I hope I did the right thing. It's all so exciting.
That was close. You almost didn't make it, Luna.
Now, our real adventure can finally begin.
Rallied by Alex's words, Luna jumps onto the moving boat, and the adventure continues with the lovers staying united. Later that night, while everyone else sleeps, Luna sings about the turmoil in her heart in a song called Wind's Nocturne, though the official soundtrack simply calls it Luna's Boat Song. This is easily one of the most important FMV segments in the entire game, with Studio Gonzo CEO Shoji Murahama commenting that this scene took the most work in the game. The studio had to focus on getting the animations done with only a scratch track sang by music arranger and lyricist Isao Mizoguchi as a basis for the animation work. Apparently, Mizoguchi's singing voice isn't quite as lovely as Luna's, who was voiced by Kyoko Hikami in the original Japanese, and here in the English version, Rhonda Gibson portrays the speaking version, while Jenny Stigall took care of the singing roles for both the boat song and the opening cinematic. But Gonzo managed all the same, resolving that the first half of the game hung so heavily on this one moment. And personally, I'd say they nailed it. This is one of the best animated segments, juxtaposed very quickly with the next FMV that is essentially a still frame of the port town of Maribia from sea, bobbing up and down to simulate the movement of the boat. Luna's boat song may be the single most impactful piece of animation I've ever seen, as this is likely the primary reason for why I love this game as much as I do. And I've got to say, no matter how many times I've heard this song, watching the making of documentary and hearing Jenny Stigall record in studio still gives me goosebumps today. This is also a great time to mention that the celestial object we see in the sky, characters in the game tend to call it the blue star, very much is Earth. From this angle, we can very clearly see the continents of Asia and Africa. So yeah, on top of our dragon-rich magical fantasy world with flying talking cats, we can also add post-apocalyptic second world on the moon to the list of tags for this series. There is a reason the game is called Lunar after all. Anyway, on the boat, we also buy a bar of soap. Put another pin in that one, we'll get to that in a bit. Then we finally arrive in the port city of Maribia. When we arrive to Maribia, the team splits up to go off and do their own things. Nash heads to Black Rose Street, the magic district of Maribia. Ramus heads off to find a shop willing and able to buy the dragon diamond off of him. And Alex follows Nash's advice to seek out Master Mel, governor of Maribia. Since Mel is one of the 4 heroes who traveled with Dyne during his legendary days, he might know the location of the next dragon cave, so Alex can continue his quest to become the next dragon master. Before seeing Mel, we visit Nash at the magic shop, and he introduces us to a fortune teller named Royce. She gives off a real Hex Girl vibe, and offers to read our future. It's kind of a shady situation, but Nash says that he has a lot to discuss with Royce. Magic Guild business. And we head off to meet the big man himself.
I'm Meldial Kirk, governor of Maribia. Since you're new here, I'll warn ya. If you dare to make any sort of trouble in my town, I'll pop your tiny little heads off your twiggy little necks and mount them on me trophy wall.
I love this man. Ex-pirate turned hero turned governor. Mel is a wonderful character and says that he'll gladly help the baby Dragon Master. But first, he needs to test Alex's mettle. Naturally, this means we get another boss fight. This one is quite a bit simpler than the Saline Slimer. However, as all we really have to do is repeat sword dance until Mel goes down. Possibly even using an herb or healing nut one time in order to survive the fight. Once we've won Mel's favor, he tells us a general location of the Red Dragon, the next one we should be looking for, but claims that the only way there is by traveling over impassable mountains. However, as he'd only met Dyne after the Dragon Master had passed that particular dragon's trial, he doesn't know a way into the Red Dragon Cave himself. Next, we head back to visit with Ramus, who is getting swindled out of his diamond by the owner of the biggest jewelry store in Maribia, Dross. And now we have to go into the sewers to get it back. Nash and Mel wish us luck, but Nash is still busy talking to Royce, and Mel insists that while he would like to help us, he can't go around solving every single dispute himself. So we need to go into the sewers as the 3 of us and find Dross ourselves. This dungeon holds the second type of puzzle we'll find in Lunar, which is hardly a puzzle, and is really more of an excuse to make us run back and forth through the area and force us into more combat encounters in order to drain our resources. Not that this is a bad thing, resource management, especially managing MP, is the name of the game for Lunar and its dungeons. For a modern version of this, think about the hard modes for the Final Fantasy VII remakes. The challenge isn't, can you beat one enemy, or this hard boss with the diminished resources, but instead, can you make it through the gauntlet that is each dungeon without ever replenishing your MP? That's the trick here too, as we're made to run back and forth through the sewers, pressing buttons in order to drop bridges that will give us forward progress. At the end of the dungeon, we find a water dragon. Not exactly a Althena's 4 dragons of the dragon tribe type dragon, like Quark, but still a formidable enemy regardless. The trick for this boss, by the way, is to make sure that Ramus has a ranged weapon, since he often won't be able to hit the water dragon with a sword, since he can only use standard attacks. Otherwise, it's another example of Alex using sword dance while Luna keeps him alive, and possibly Ramus too if he needs the extra help. Do this for a few rounds and we walk away victorious, with everyone gaining a level in the process, although it looks like Ramus isn't gaining any benefits from leveling up anymore. Strange. With the water dragon dead, Ramus forces Dross to exchange the dragon diamond for the store. But since he sells the dragon diamond to the store, for the store, Ramus walks away with both. And given that we only seconds ago killed a water dragon in front of him, Dross takes the raw deal and retreats, tail between his legs. After following Dross's piss trail back to the store and robbing Ramus of all of his things, our best friend is ready to give us the sad news. This is where his adventure ends, as he's decided to settle down in the city and run the shop. Thanks for the memories, bud. Now get the hell out of my party. It's time to pick up some people that can actually use magic and have skills. Real quick aside too, turns out Royce watched us kill the water dragon. Not sure why, but random NPCs in an RPG teleporting into a room and talking to themselves after the heroes win a sound victory is never a good sign. Once we're done with the sewers and have our tearful goodbye with Ramus, although unlike with Luna, we don't explain how we need to have our friends together or whatnot, like, seriously, what the hell, man? It's fine though, since he left Berg with nothing but the armor on his back, and now he has the biggest store in the city, and I got the armor. Anyway, Nash approaches us and invites us to join him as he heads back to the Magic Guild. Apparently, we should be able to meet 2 more of the 4 heroes there. Lemia Ausa, leader of the Magic Guild, and Galleon, Nash's mentor and Dragon Master Dine's best friend. If anyone has any other information on the location of the remaining 3 dragons, it'll be those 2. Mel also gives us his blessing to meet with Galleon, claiming that it's high time that the world has another Dragon Master to protect it. Before we leave though, we can already see what Ramus does to get his new store up and running. First, he's got Dross working as a greeter, as Ramus plans to siphon whatever knowledge he can out of the miscreant's head and then fire him. A shrewd businessman indeed. Our friend will go far. And he also staffs the place with slutty women in bunny outfits, one of which really wants to take Alex into some back room or something. Lady, he's like 15. Cool your tits. Literally. Well, with that, we head toward Vane, and yeah, if Null flying around with us this whole time hadn't already set the fantasy stage yet, watching the magic city of Vane fly overhead really does the job. It's more like a floating island, but it's still the most impressive magical sight we've seen since meeting Quark. A huge step up on the world-building angle, especially as Vane makes a perpetual circle around the Goddess Tower, where Althena is said to reside. We need to visit this location actually, because we need to meet with Phaecia in order to get an application to use the transmission springs, the only method of entering Vane. And wouldn't you know it, Phaecia is the only other person we've met so far that has red eyes like Royce. Neat. Neat design detail. Sure it won't come up again. Moving on. I mean, I'd say it's time to head up to Vane, but it's actually time to head up into the Cave of Trials. Thanks for the warning, Nash. Yeah, it turns out, in order to make it into Vane, we first need to pass a test of magical acumen. You know, to ensure that we're worthy of even entering the magical city or the Magic Guild. Not gonna lie, kinda sounds like some Nazi stuff, but hey, we don't actually, no, we do judge. Nazis are bad. Be better, Vane. Whatever, guess we gotta go through this Hitler-coded or not if we want to gain an audience with the remaining 4 heroes and finally get our heading towards becoming a Dragon Master. This dungeon is another test of MP management, although it should be noted that the Cave of Trials is a bit unique, because most enemies are specifically weak to magical attacks, which in Alex's case pretty much entirely means sword dance and explosion staff. So this place is uniquely a drain on MP, meaning that the resource management is even more cruel here. To make matters worse, we also can't use any items, including the starlights that would normally replenish our lost MP. Fortunately, there are a few instructors in the cave that will heal us to full, similar to what we've done every time we visited a statue of Athena. So some strategic use of those full heals and wiping out the mandatory enemies leaves us with a path to the final boss at the end, the Trouble Truffler. Now, this boss is a bit of a mixed bag because it's a real test on how well the player has managed to maintain their MP so far. For this playthrough that I have recordings of, I made it through pretty easily because I came in extremely prepared, had enough MP to keep the sword dances going for the whole fight, and addressed any low health or status effects as soon as they happened. However, on my most recent playthrough through this game, a few years ago, when I decided to show this game to my girlfriend for the first time, this guy killed me for a solid hour straight. I had terrible RNG on getting paralyzed. I walked too far before making a save before the boss and had to redo the entire dungeon at least once. It was a whole mess. So I'm very thankful to have gotten through him so easily this time. But his combination of high damage and paralyzing attacks can easily turn this from a daunting task to a brick wall that will completely stop your progress dead. Still, we get through the last tough fight for a while and head up into Vane. And yes, this is the last boss for quite some time that I personally consider to be difficult. It takes a while for the game to ramp up the boss fights, even as the dungeons become more arduous to maintain your resources through. Once we're inside of Vane, we can take a second to explore, but we mostly find a bunch of stuffy intellectual college-y types. Those carpe diem-y folks. You know the kind. Why don't you carpe d's... Nah, don't do it. Don't take the low-hanging fruit, no matter how low they hang in your old age. Instead, let's get straight to the plot. And for that, we need to see 3 more FMVs in sequence. First, Luna needs to meet a strange elf man by a pool behind the mansion. He plays a harp like the Sega CD version of Alex, and this man even plays the song that Luna sings in that earlier scene. Turns out, the song was written by Dine, in which case, who is this man if he learned and continues to play a song written by the hero? Well, no time to think about that because Alex needs to meet Mia. She's a shy girl who almost comes off as a little sickly. We saw her earlier in the bromide Nash had. Speaking of Nash, he is none too happy that we've disturbed Mia, especially when she is supposedly too sick to go to class, though she didn't seem to mind meeting someone her own age for once. Still, Nash hurries us away, insisting that we meet with Galleon quickly, if for no other reason, to keep Mia from meeting any other guy who he might have to treat as competition for her affection. Not that this is really a risk here. Alex doesn't exactly have eyes for anyone but Luna after all. Speaking of eyes...
Welcome to the Magic Guild of Vane, Alex of Berg. I am Galleon, premier of the guild. My apprentice Nash speaks quite
fierce. A stark difference from the kind man playing a harp that Luna met before, even if it turns out they are one and the same. Well, cutting eyes aside, Galleon appears to be impressed that we've managed to pass the first dragon trial. Boy, it feels like it's been a while since we actually took on a dragon trial. So, Galleon, you got any other dragon caves for me to look for? No? Instead, you've got a mission for me? To investigate a different dragon master who appears to be wreaking havoc on the village of Land to the west. Well, that's disappointing, for multiple reasons. One, the Dragon Master is supposed to be the protector of Athena and defender of humanity. So this one causing trouble is quite literally an affront to this world's provably real and active god. And that is a big no-no. For 2, a book we found in Vane told us that there can only be one Dragon Master at a time, meaning that if someone else has already picked up the mantle, then Alex can't achieve his dream. In that case, Galleon, I know you're playing me, but you're right. Let's go kick that faker's teeth in. Getting to Lan isn't exactly a quick trip across the world map. In order to get there, we'll have to head through the Nanza Barrier, a short canyon area with a checkpoint at its center. The checkpoint itself is run by bandits, who control access between the 3 regions that the barrier connects, and will often charge travelers for protection through monster-infested areas. Real scum of the earth type guys. Couldn't imagine wanting to associate with these people. Well, unfortunately, that's exactly what we'll be doing, as the man guarding the west gate says he can't let us through without the go-ahead from his boss, Kyle. What follows is a series of attempts to find this Kyle character in various locations around the checkpoint. Every time we find someone who's seen him, he always seems to be on the move, as the other bandits tell a story of a man getting blackout drunk and being an all-around menace across the area. What's interesting is that we can also find Kyle in each place as well, but seeing as how Alex and co have no way of knowing who this person is, they simply let the clearly drunk man babble about and otherwise ignore him while they look for someone with authority. Funny enough, finding all of the Kyle locations also reveals why he's getting so hammered. Turns out, he and his girlfriend Jessica had a fight because he got caught either hitting on or cheating with another woman. It's hard to say exactly how guilty he is, but it is hard to believe he's completely innocent. At the end of the day, we finally find Kyle passed out in a jail cell for his and everyone else's safety. Something tells me this isn't the last we'll see of this guy, considering he even got his own introduction FMV. Still, now that Kyle is locked away, we're given the go-ahead to make our way through the west gate and finally get to Lan. Here, we meet a woman about Kyle's age, and she appears to be attempting to rally the people of Lan to fight back against the fake Dragon Master.
Oh, when did you come in? You weren't here before. Did you come after hearing of the trouble here? I think this Dragon Master is a fake. In fact, I bet he's even a bigger phony than my former boyfriend. A good fight is just the ticket to get over that rat. So, let's go find this fraud and show him who's boss.
Ah, you must be Jessica. Yeah, so this is indeed the very girlfriend that the Kyle guy from before may have cheated on, or at least pissed off enough to start that fight that put him in a drunken stupor. Meet Jessica, a priestess of Althena who has been studying at the Goddess Tower that Vane floats around in an endless circle. You know, the place where we met Phaecia and got the application to get into Vane in the first place. We were even able to find a handful of people who knew her when we went and visited. She joins us on our quest to Lan Island, where the Dragon Master has made his home base. This is a starkly unique location, with poison swamps and trap chests that swap the directional controls that direct which way Alex will walk. Additionally, the monsters here are much stronger than anything we fought so far, with Lan Island having the biggest difficulty jump for the base enemies that we've seen since we left Kaldor Island. However, the dungeon itself is fairly short, and it doesn't take long before we find ourselves at Zoc, the fake Dragon Master. Zoc himself controls a giant monster, which he claims to be a dragon. He isn't the hardest boss we fought so far, even if the dungeon was pretty tough. For the most part, he does a decent amount of damage with each attack, either having his dragon use its tongue to smack anyone in a line, throwing fireballs from up on his pet, or jumping on top of our whole team all at once. However, having Jessica and Luna playing double duty to keep us healed means that Nash and Alex can focus on dishing out damage. But let's be honest, it's mostly Alex. Either way, now that we've quickly knocked Zoc out, Jessica chastises him for thinking that he really was a Dragon Master, since that dragon was actually a frog lizard, a dangerous type of monster that likely would have eaten him if we hadn't arrived to scare it off ourselves. And with that, we head back to Lan, where we meet Phaecia again. She was hopeful to see if the rumors for the Dragon Master were true, and is disappointed to find that Zoc was a fake. However, what's more notable is that Jessica doesn't seem to recognize Phaecia, like at all. Then she leaves. Well, that was nice while it lasted, I guess. Time to head back to Vane. Back in Vane, nothing happened on the way back. Nanza is exactly as we left it, including the drunken Kyle in the jail cell. We report our findings to Galleon, and then prepare to meet the final of the 4 heroes, Lemia Ausa, Mia's mother. As the leader of the Magic Guild, one of Dine's closest companions, and a paragon of intellect and honesty in all of Lunar, meeting Lemia will surely be a memorable experience.
I see the strength of your will in this regard in your eyes, and I sense something else. I sense evil. You seek to destroy the Magic Guild and Althena.
Well, I'm sure Alex will remember it for the next, 20 minutes that he'll be left alive. Oh, yeah, Lemia also appears to have taken Luna off somewhere while sending Alex to jail and preparing for his execution. I'm starting to get the idea that Vane sucks. Not sure what could have clued me in about that. Certainly not the name, or that Nazi only the worthy may enter our special city or die in the Cave of Trials thing. Or throwing me in jail. Well, turns out Mia is one of the few good things about Vane, and she shows up immediately to help break us out of jail, having also brought an ancient artifact that she believes will show the truth of her mother's sudden dive into evil. We also grab some drunk in a weird mask as we head out. Mia says it's a torture device that strips people of their memories. So yeah, sounds totally fine to leave it on this random woman and have her follow us. It's not like we're going to some sacred location or anything. Oh, we're going to the Crystal Tower, one of the 2 most sacred locations in Vane? Yeah, let's go ahead and take this random tortured prisoner in here with us. The Crystal Tower is another unique dungeon. While the visual design is like a more angular version of the White Dragon Cave, the uniquity comes from the fact that we can't enter as long as we have a weapon equipped. Turns out, however, that this is going to be totally fine, because we also picked up Nash on our way in. So between him and Mia, we've got enough magic damage to power our way through most fights in this area. This is on top of the fact that I made sure to bring plenty of wands, which have a secondary use as an inventory item, being able to cast single-target, low-powered magic without any MP cost. Yeah, all of that combined means that while the Crystal Tower is a unique place, it isn't very hard, and neither is the multi-gargoyle boss fight at the end. Although we've gotten a little ahead of ourselves here, because before we actually do the fight, we need to discover the truth behind Lemia. As we approach whatever strange ritual Lemia is performing on Luna, Mia tries to use the Mirror of Althena to reveal the truth behind her dark attitude. Unfortunately, the mirror reveals nothing. Sorry, Mia. No one likes to hear that your mom's a straight-up bitch, but sometimes, them's the cards we're dealt. Unless... okay. Looks like the strange masked woman we've been keeping in tow is Mia's real mother, which means that this other woman is...
I am Zenobia, a descendant of the Forgotten Vile tribe, the innocents Althena callously pushed out beyond the wastelands of the frontier.
I warned you I could see many things. Unfortunately, I have now foreseen your demise. Too bad you had to get involved.
We didn't expect you to get this far, young Alex. It's been quite a revelation. But you never can tell when luck like yours will run out.
Real quick, I want to point out what's going on down here with Royce. As she slowly realizes that the jig is up, she slides like 1 square at a time over to the side with her sisters. It's adorable. We're going to kill her later, but not now. Now we kill these gargoyles. Not the most interesting fight, but their numbers can make them an issue. The trick here, though, is to focus 1 down at a time. They're only a threat as long as there are 4 of them actively attacking you at once. So once 1 goes down, the scales start to quickly shift in the player's favor. Alright, well with that, we've got our lead villains of the game, the Vile Tribe. For now, that means these 3 ladies, Zenobia, Phaecia, and Royce. However, there have been whispers among the people that the Vile tribe as a whole is being led by the Magic Emperor, a mysterious and powerful figure who has been pulling the strings behind the scenes and appears to be responsible for the kidnapping of singers from across the world. Hey, Luna's a singer. Wonder if she knows any of those other singers. Well, with the threat established, Galleon decides that it's time to head back to Berg. He requests Alex's help in locating Quark so that he might become the next Dragon Master and use the powers granted to Althena's chosen warrior in order to find and defeat the Magic Emperor and vanquish the Vile tribe, once and for all. In the meantime, Mia and Nash stay behind, trying to help Lemia recover, as much of her memories of having been captured and tortured by the mask still haven't managed to return. Instead, Alex and Luna elect to go with Galleon alone. I'm sure this'll go well. Galleon seems to like us fine. Our trip back to Berg isn't a difficult one, but it is somewhat eventful. For one, we make a quick stop in Maribia because Galleon wants to consult with his old friend Mel, mostly to tell him what happened to Lemia. Of course, there's also the relationship between old friends to be kindled here. In the meantime, we also find Jessica, and it would appear that she is actually Mel's daughter. He'd mentioned her before, but it wasn't clear until now that this is who he was talking about, especially since he talks about her like a delicate flower, rather than a mace-wielding badass who recently kicked the hell out of a fake Dragon Master. Granted, that's probably because Jessica goes through a lot of work to hide her adventuring habits from ol' hell Mel. It's not until we're in private that Jessica is able to talk to us about having met us before. We spend the night in the mansion, swapping stories and waiting for the ship to Saith to get ready in the morning. On that morning, we head out to Saith, and every conversation we have with Galleon is oddly daunting. He's constantly commenting on how humans need to be ruled by a strong leader, and even when we go to visit the Dragon Springs, where we practiced the song with Luna earlier, and Dine's monument, Galleon talks about how Dine had made a mistake, giving up his power and dying 15 years ago. There's a lot of bitterness in the way he talks. Lots of prequel series Anakin vibes here. So, it should come as no surprise that when we finally arrive to Quark in the White Dragon Cave,
not Galleon, dear Quark. Magic Emperor Galleon!
Magic Emperor?
Galleon, no!
No. Galleon, yes! Someday people may mourn this day, but my glorious rule can only begin with your enslavement.
Yep. Turns out that Galleon is indeed the Magic Emperor himself. And now he's captured Quark. Another quick difference between the Sega CD version and this one is that the complete remake was made to be a lot softer. In this case, that means that Quark has simply been captured here, with his ultimate fate eventually left a bit more up in the air. Meanwhile, in the original Silver Star, Quark is straight up murdered at this point. For those who prefer more grimdark stories, I promise that this still takes a darker turn than you might expect, but it is lighter on its head right here. Except for what Galleon says as he kidnaps Luna.
Who shall be my queen?
Hey, remember that pin we had on the pedo stuff? Yeah, it's time to revisit that now. Because Luna, who Galleon claims he'll make his queen, is 15. And Galleon was already an adult, earning his title as one of the 4 heroes when she was born. So yeah, let's not forget that on top of the personal squabble of kidnapping Alex's love interest, capturing one of the 4 dragons of Althena, and leading the Vile tribe to conquer the world for his own narrow fascist views on leadership, dude's a child diddler. And honestly, that's already enough reason to bury our sword in his belly. Well, now that Galleon has made his heel turn and revealed his truth as a truly disgusting villain, love me a good villain by the way, and Galleon is up there among the best, he leaves us to die in the White Dragon Cave. Fortunately for us, Lake happened to be spelunking in legendary caves that day, and manages to bring us back to Berg. When we wake up, Lake helps Alex to resolve himself to stop Galleon, and emphasizes that since he's the last person to pass Quark's dragon trial, he is now the only person who can become a Dragon Master and defeat Galleon. He then gives us the White Dragon Wings, a magical item that allows us to travel to any previously visited town, and sends us on our way. We also find that we now have a new spell, White Dragon Protect, an example of dragon magic, some of the most powerful abilities in the game. We don't have the MP to use it right now, so we'll double back on this much later when it actually becomes relevant to active gameplay. It's time to gather our forces together and save the world. But first, let's get a bromide of Luna in our basement, a final memento of Alex's lost love. We start gathering our party members by heading to Meribia, because we pretty obviously want to grab a new healer now that Luna is gone. Unfortunately for Jessica, that means we have to play through the Meribia Under Siege section. I mean, listen to that music. And look at those enemies in the streets that once had children playing freely in them. Truly, a horrific atmosphere we see as Meribia is plunged into chaos. How's Ramus's shop doing? Man, those vibes are pumping. And he's taking advantage of the plight of his fellow citizens and selling them armor to survive the Vile tribe's onslaught. You go, buddy. I guess. Anyway, to break the siege, we need to head over to the mansion and rally with Hell Mel. Oh yeah, it's time to see one of the 4 heroes in full fighting form against the Vile tribe. Well, that didn't go well. We managed to fight off the attackers and Zenobia retreats, confident in taking Mel off the board for an ongoing conflict. Jessica, on the other hand, she's not feeling so hot. Instead, she's mourning her father, who doesn't appear to be dead, but is trapped in this petrified state. And no matter what healing magic she attempts, nothing seems to be able to cure him. Fueled by rage and regret, she joins our team and we prepare to take the fight to Zenobia. Once we gather the rest of our team, that is. The next stop is in Vane, where Nash and Mia wait to be picked up. Once again, the Vile tribe is attacking, and it is up to Alex and co to save the city from the oncoming siege. The major difference here being that instead of sending an army, like Zenobia used to wage war against Meribia, it's a single monster. Don't let that fool you though. This is one of the hardest boss fights in the game, up there with the Trouble Truffle back in the Cave of Trial. Meet the Vile Crustacean, the last boss that I'll probably comment on the difficulty of until the endgame. Yeah, combination of him being that tough, but also the rest of the game being kinda simple once you get the hang of the pattern for boss fights. In this case, the biggest issue comes from not really being able to fully get the party's formation in order before the fight, because Nash and Mia take their previous positions from the last fight in the Crystal Tower. And likewise, they aren't equipped with any weapons. Additionally, Alex is the primary tank here, which isn't new since Ramus left, but the crustacean does so many AoE attacks and deals tons of damage, while also being fairly resistant to the magic being used by Nash and Mia, so keeping Alex alive becomes quite the task. And yeah, the crustacean even manages to get one of my few deaths this playthrough, and outside of the final fights in the Saline Slimer, this might be the most common reset on my many adventures through this game. With the crustacean dead, Vane is saved from the onslaught of the Vile tribe, and Lemia encourages Nash and Mia to join Alex on his adventure, both to fight back against the sins of the Vile tribe, and also because the world needs another Dragon Master, now more than ever. and Alex is the only person who could possibly do it. So we continue to gather our forces and prepare to head to our next major location, the Marius Zone, where the Red Dragon Cave is said to reside. To get there, we'll have to head back to the Nanza Barrier and leave through the southern exit. And while we're here, it's time to meet Kyle all over again.
Oh, pardon my heels. What's the world coming to when a decent lady has to be so vulgar to protect herself? And now let's end this cheap charade. You and your boys need to learn some manners, sweet cheeks.
At this point, I'd like to note that Kyle's design is supposedly inspired on Mad Mardigan from Willow. And, the resemblance shows better than you might expect. We're also given a great showcase of Kyle's skills as he fends off 4 enemies at once, which he can do with one specific attack. An attack that will likely never be as useful again as it is here. It's an AoE that centers on Kyle's current location, and he can't move before it enacts, so it's usually a second turn attack, and lots of enemies don't make it to the second turn. Still, it's a sick move and a great reintroduction to the character, who will soon join our party. But first, we need to rummage through his bed to find a bromide of Jessica. About as on the nose of a location for one of these as the one we got from Nash. We actually have to pick this one up now before talking to Kyle, otherwise it is missable for the rest of the playthrough. And it had only become obtainable after Kyle had fought off Zenobia and her minions. Yeah, it's that narrow of a window. This seems like about as good a time as any to really go into detail on the bromides, given that we've found a handful of them at this point. Bromides are portraits of the game's leads, pretty much entirely of the female leads. Actually, in Silver Star Story, it is entirely of the female leads and includes 2 portraits of Luna, 4 of both Mia and Jessica, and then another 3 that each showcase one of the leaders of the Vile Tribe, Zenobia, Royce, and Phaecia. More characters will get bromides in Eternal Blue, with some male characters even managing to get their own chance to show off their best poses. That being said, you may have noticed at this point that Lunar is at least a moderately horny game.
It's a boy thing.
Mr. Shigema's other nickname is Shower Writer. Everything he writes includes a shower scene.
Victor says I'm a gold take young, adventurous. Horny. Oh yeah, he's definitely horny. She doesn't have any clothes on. That's like everybody's favorite part, especially Victor. Oh yes. Whoa, that sounds bad. I'm probably gonna get fired for that.
Case in point, the bunny girls in Ramus's shop, one of which really wants Alex's dick. However, that gets cranked up a bit with the bromides. Not necessarily to 11 on all of them, but it can reach that point at times. For the majority of the bromides, they're usually very casual moments of these characters, but more than one of them are very sexualized. To be completely honest, as a 12-year-old playing through this game in the height of adolescence and puberty, I loved the bromides. Both because it was more of the anime style of artwork, but also definitely because there was always the chance that the next one you find might be somewhat steamy. Now though, in my early 30s, these are interesting collectibles to hunt down, but the age of the characters, remember that many of these characters are between 15 and 16, with Jessica being the only woman old enough to legally drink beer, it's a bit of a dark stain on the game being so quick to sexualize its underaged characters. I understand that this is basically par for the course with a lot of anime, and with the bromides and FMVs being so heavily influenced by anime, it shouldn't be much of a surprise. But I don't really want to gloss over simply being part of the genre, take it or leave it, and then moving on. The topic of adults, usually men, creating these underage characters, usually young girls, and then sexualizing them for an adult audience, is a conversation that should be had among the community that creates and consumes the medium of anime, even if this specific video doesn't exactly feel like the best place to talk about it. Also, even if this specific game was aimed for a teenage audience. So while I'll continue to hunt down the bromides throughout this playthrough, don't be surprised if several of them are found, then immediately ignored without being seen. Alright, I've said my piece here, let's get back to the task at hand. Namely, getting back on the road and heading to the Marius Zone and its first town of Reza, which I'll note now has one of the best unique town songs. It's kinda jazzy and has a nice funk to it that makes me really love visiting the town. I'll also note that at this point, the major game loop gets set in stone. It's not exactly on the same level of the Kingdom Hearts 2 opening where the 3-hour prologue feels like a different game entirely, but in Silver Star Story's case, we finally have our villains, the Vital Tribe, and their leader Magic Emperor Galleon set up, and we finally have our player party that we'll keep until the end of the game filled out. You could honestly consider everything up until now the prologue, even if at this point we're almost halfway through the game. In Reza, once we're ready to finally start seeking out the dragons in earnest, we are immediately given a lengthy side quest, as Nal quickly finds out the worst part of this new city. Turns out Reza is a town of thieves, to the point that they even have a thieves guild. And this guy running into Nal turns out to be one of those thieves. This leads to us losing something that we'd only recently received, the White Dragon Wings. Cool, there goes our ability to teleport. After checking around and even finding Lake again, seriously, it's almost like that guy is following us, we find out that the person who stole the wings is indeed part of the Thieves Guild, and the guild essentially has one rule: don't steal from other members. Which means we're about to become bona fide thieves ourselves. A task that starts by leaving Reza and heading out towards the town of Mariod. On the way, we need to head through the creatively named, Mariod Woods. A simple dungeon, but once again with the forests and woods, there's no boss at the end. That's actually a pretty common design. If a location is some section of the overworld map that has collision, then there usually won't be a boss. So in a lot of cases, you really don't have to worry about making sure that you're maintaining MP, since there should be a town at the other end that will have a goddess statue to heal at. That might not always be the case, but fortunately, it is here. However, we do run into different troubles as we attempt to cross the main bridge of Mariod. Namely, the bridge falling apart below our feet and sending us into the river. This is actually a notable change here between the Japanese and English versions, where the English version has an NPC who will warn that the bridge is rotting and could collapse at any moment. The Japanese version calls this the Bridge of Truth, claiming that only those with a pure heart can safely cross. The exact language, however, does imply that this is a joke. Basically, this dude knows that the bridge is rotting and is encouraging us to fall into the river through this test of purity. And let me tell you, the folks of Mariod aren't exactly pure themselves. Because as we start finding our party members scattered around town, Mia is currently being hit on by a strange man who does not take her innocent naivete for the no that it is. Remember, boys, if she doesn't understand that you're flirting, it's probably because she sees you as a person and not a potential match. Offer the same courtesy if you can. Once we're done telling the man off and gathering the rest of our group, we find Kyle in the only location you could ever expect after taking your eyes off of him for more than 15 seconds. The bar. But it's good, because he's found the person we're here for, the informant who leads us on the way to how we're supposed to join the Thieves Guild. We need to head to Damon Spire in order to steal a guide on stealing from a legendary thief. Alright, we have a heading once more. Time to go check out the Spire. It's back on the other side of Mariod Forest. And since we don't have the wings, we have to make the trek back through again. Whatever. Easy dungeon is easy Mel? The hell is the Hell Mel statue doing way the hell away from Maribia? Probably could have crammed another one in that sentence, but rule of three's one out. Well, this is our boss fight for the evening, as it would seem that Royce has either teleported Mel here or possibly made a false statue Mel illusion to mess with us, especially Jessica. And you know what? I've got no notes on her plan. It worked. One by one, the whole team is turned to stone along with Jessica's father, but then Royce had to gloat. Yep, the power of love and apparently sexual acumen has saved the day. Or at least delayed our death long enough to let us give Kyle and Mel the one-on-one fight the two have needed after butting heads over Jessica for years. This can be a tough fight if it catches players off guard, because a lot of Kyle's attacks can be extremely powerful against the enemies in Mariod Forest. If you are observant as you run through and see Mel coming, or if you've played this game more than a dozen times, then it can be obvious that the team needs their health and MP replenished before walking through the last set of trees. With Mel beaten, the others are freed from the stone curse, and we can head through to Damon's Spire. Jessica also gets to resolve slightly that Kyle really does love her. But Kyle is manly man of madness, and therefore won't tell her how he feels honestly. Truly, the densest of men. So, Damon's Spire. How that be? Well, this dungeon has what comes the closest to being puzzles. In a lot of cases, this comes in the form of needing to step on a series of panels on the ground in order to open up doors elsewhere in the spire. However, the puzzliness of the section continues into the combat. This is because each floor comes with a new set of enemies, each of which requires a different type of damage to be dealt with. For example, the bat rollers are heavily resistant to physical damage of any kind, and should therefore be focused down with Nash and Mia's magic. There's also Rufus, who can only be damaged by hitting them with Alex or Kyle's special moves. Since there are usually only a few of these guys per enemy group, you can pretty easily lean on Sword Dance and Power Slash in order to wipe them out without overspending MP. Or you can spam Alex's new Flash Cut to be done with the fight even sooner. Other than that, the other major puzzle involves a series of questions asked by Damon. There are plenty of ways to fail these, but the game will usually continue on whether the player chooses correctly or not. Listen, Lunar is not known for its puzzles. Granted, it's barely known at all, if my pre-online existence of only having my brother to talk to about these games was any indication. Still, the combat is sick, and these moments do excel at one of Lunar's other strengths, the writing and characterization. Even when answering incorrectly, such as asking Kyle to answer Damon's question on what controls force, gives us a pretty poignant example of Kyle's rash behavior and aggressive attitude. The best of these being the task given to us by Damon for everyone to mold a giant lump of clay into that which they treasure most. Many of which give quality answers, such as Nash's pride in the city of Vane, or Jessica recreating a necklace given to her by her late mother. I also love that the shy, quiet Mia makes a Gorgon, an enemy type we fought all the way back in the Weird Woods, that she geeks out over. It's very cute and gives a level of humanity to a character who has been pretty one-note up until now. Finally, however, we succeed when Null directs for what Alex treasures and the group makes Althena, though Alex and Null had clearly wanted to make Luna, even if the others kinda took the reins themselves when they thought they recognized what they were doing. Still, the love behind the intent is enough for Damon to let us up. Once we finally reach the top, Damon greets us, confirms once again that Alex has a great fate ahead of him, and then hands us the Thieves' Book as our final prize, while also unlocking all of the other books throughout the Spire for us to read. There's some fun lore in here about the nature of Althena, magic, and the dragons. Even a hint that the current world of Lunar might not be the original one that humans lived on. But more on that in a while. Like, the next game, kind of a while. With our Thieves' Book in hand, the contents giving the necessary tips of 1. Be careful, 2. Don't get caught, 3. Repeat lessons 1 and 2, a riveting read truly, we turn it in and finally get our white dragon wings back from the man that stole them from us. We also talk to the pleasant little girl who lives behind the bar. She's the granddaughter of the bar owner, who is also the guildmaster. Too bad Zenobia shows up again and kidnaps her while we're on our way out. The guildmaster swears to get his granddaughter back, and we assure him that we'll do whatever we can to help. But in order to do that, we'll need to get inside of the Red Dragon Cave. Fortunately, one of the guild members is selling a blueprint for an airship that can help us finally get into the Red Dragon Cave. So the guildmaster tells the man to hand over the blueprints and sends us on our way to turn that into some real transportation. To get ourselves a working airship, we need to head to the inventor town of Illic, and yes, the entire town is indeed filled with inventors. Some are rather talented, creating new technology that can improve the lives of people all over Lunar. Others, not so much. Right now, however, we're looking for Shira, a man who is currently pacing back and forth over having lost the blueprints to his flying machine. Without letting him know that somebody definitely stole his blueprints, we return them to him, and he promises to make the airship for us. However, he still needs something from us before we can head into the Red Dragon Cave. Welcome to Illick Field, the only place we can eat carrots that taste like Kyle's socks. Oh, and it's also the place where Puffy and Fluffy bugs live. Shira needs us to find one of the Fluffy variety in order to power his airship. Don't worry, the Fluffy bug won't be hurt in the process. Puffy bugs, though? Yeah, I'll kill a bunch of those guys. Like a ton of them. Like a whole heckin' lots of them. Why? Well, because there's no way of knowing exactly which one is going to give us the Fluffy bug we need. On a first playthrough, I happen to already know that it's this specific one here in the top left corner of the map. So yeah, all those other ones I killed were pretty much all to make sure I've got enough experience and cash to make it through the next few dungeons. As in, I murdered a bunch of Puffy bugs for the sake of grinding. Anyway, now that we have a Fluffy bug, we spend the night at Shira's waiting for the engine to inflate the airship. I'm not a big fan of him claiming it needs to inflate, but at least we get a nice moment where Alex starts to think about Luna and her current situation, and the rest of the group pairs off into their respective couples. This gets more depressing each time Alex is forced to sit alone without Luna, while literally on the honeymoon express. Well, at least in the morning, we can wake up and go check out Shira's airship. And it's a balloon. Disappointing. And it hasn't even inflated. Disappointing. And a single kick pops it upright. Appointing? No, not that. Certainly not satisfying. Because with all that talk of airships, I was thinking more like the Highwind, not Around the World in 80 Days. It's nothing terrible, it's more that I was hoping for something with a little more, bombast. Not really that important, I suppose. What is important is that we're finally about to head into our next Dragon Cave. After having already visited the White Dragon Cave twice, lost our girlfriend, and made it nearly halfway through the entire game. So, what's the Red Dragon Cave all about? Well, unfortunately, it doesn't have a puzzle like Quark's Place did. Instead, it's a test of courage and strength for Alex and co. For the player, however, it really means that the resource management will be repeatedly stressed further by forcing Alex to run through a series of walls of fire. They absolutely will damage the party a little, so try not to run back and forth through the flames while avoiding enemies. Otherwise, that damage will start to stack up. In this case, fight the bad guys. You'll need your resources ready to go by the end of the dungeon, because once you're at the end, there is a boss fight. Yeah, it turns out that with the Vile Tribe's ability to teleport everywhere, how do we get that spell? Royce has already beaten us here and forces us to fight some fire puppies. They're really called the bronze dogs, but yeah, all dogs are puppies, so fire puppies they are. Now, dog lovers, look away. Everyone else, with this being another multi-enemy boss fight, we're going to want to burn one down as quickly as possible, before moving on to the remaining one. Considering how many times I've put Sif down on this channel, you'd think I'd be used to this, and yet, it never really gets easier. Hey, video games, stop making me fight dogs. Well, our reward for killing the fire puppies is the first pre-rendered background in a while. Yeah, it's the Chamber of the Red Dragon. Although, unfortunately, the Red Dragon has already been captured and taken away before we even arrive. However, with the last of her strength, the Red Dragon confirms that Alex has passed her trial and grants us the Red Dragon Shield. This is the second of the 4 dragon artifacts needed for Alex to become the Dragon Master. So with that, it's time for us to leave both victorious for having earned our latest artifact, and also defeated for having failed to save the Red Dragon from being captured. We also leave in that crummy little balloon. How's that go? Well, on the second trip, not well. Honestly, the heat of the volcano we had it parked in probably didn't help much, because now we're dropping out of the sky and directly onto Reza, with one of my favorite FMVs of the game. Which is hilarious because, like the approach to Maribia, it's one of the simplest. It's another still frame that gets moved in post. In this case, spinning around to simulate the balloon falling out of the sky, capped off with the perfect line by Nash. They know their characters, man. And with this being Reza, the balloon is naturally stolen the moment we land, being picked up and dragged off before even a single person checks to make sure we aren't dead. Given that we have the disappointing news to deliver to the Guildmaster that we didn't find his granddaughter, I guess it tracks that the Guild doesn't care too much about our problems. It's now time for us to leave, heading all the way out to Mariod, since Lakes told us that they fixed the bridge that we destroyed the last time we were there. Oh, and now it's time for the biggest nutshot in the game, as Mariod's weapon shop is right across that bridge and sells the strongest gear we'll find for a while. If only we'd stepped a little lighter, we'd have had these weapons hours ago. What are you gonna do? Well, the only thing we can do is move forward and head on for the next Dragon Cave. Similar to the trip to the Red Dragon Cave, meeting with the Blue Dragon is going to require a preliminary dungeon be finished before actually making it into the cave itself. First, let's head to Light, where the music is... pretty terrible. Ugh. Honestly, the worst music in the entire game. Granted, that's by design. Turns out the music is entirely diegetic and is a natural phenomenon of the winds that pass through a cave system underneath Lighton. Turns out some monsters have caused some trouble with the cave and altered the music to the terrible version we hear now. Worse still, the only way to gain access to the Blue Dragon is to participate in a festival held in Lighton that can only happen as long as the music is playing correctly. So, of course, it falls on Alex and co. to save the day once again and dive down into the cave. It's another shorter dungeon, one with no boss. However, there are a series of traps found in Lighton Cave that can cause a little trouble. I chose some footage of these traps now, but I'm like, the best gamer ever? So I never ran into any, because I'm like, so awesome and stuff. Definitely not because I knew they were coming, intentionally avoided them, and went on my merry way through the dungeon with no consideration to properly recording footage for the sake of the video. Or maybe I'm a better gamer than a YouTuber. Like and subscribe and support the Patreon, by the way. Alright, at the end of the dungeon, we push a couple rocks, and suddenly, the music sounds much better. I mean, is it really that much better? Sure, but for some reason, it's also a lot quieter. But for real, I actually dig the legit version of it. Definitely has a festive feel to it, with lots of wind instruments and a decent beat. It's not the best bop in the game, but still a nice little tune to give some atmosphere to this section. Too bad it stops when we actually start engaging with the festival. According to Lighton's mayor, in order to visit the Blue Dragon, 2 lovers must sing at the lake to the north. Fortunately, we've got 2 couples who should be able to open the way, as long as they can sing with love and without doubt. We could pretty much all see exactly where this is going, right? Obviously, Kyle and Jessica fail. Not because of their lack of musical talent, but because of Kyle's toxic masculinity making him unable to express his feelings for Jessica. He's so busy trying to be the man that women would want, especially this specific woman, that he can't be true to himself and therefore winds up denying them both the happiness that they should be ecstatic to have found with each other. On the other side, Jessica's frustration with Kyle's toxicity leads them to argue and fight, further justifying the need to withhold. And he doesn't know whether or not opening up will even manage to put an end to the fighting. As for Mia and Nash, the two still have trouble expressing what they mean to each other. In Nash's case, he holds station and status in too high of regard, and won't allow himself to embrace his feelings for Mia. Meanwhile, Mia's shy demeanor means that she doesn't want to bother Nash or trouble him by expressing that she has feelings for him that she can't be sure he reciprocates. Some excellent character writing on display here, with errors on all sides, but a huge onus is placed on the men being too caught up in their own heads to admit to themselves or their love interests how they really feel. Meanwhile, we have Alex, the one who's already admitted his feelings to himself, but is separated from Luna by circumstance and duty, rather than by his own flaws. And yet, when he plays the ocarina, It turns out that love knows no bounds of time or space, and neither does the Blue Dragon Shrine. Yep, this time we aren't heading into a cave. We're going to the Blue Dragon Shrine, as this lake and the Blue Dragon itself have become religious symbols for the town of Lighton. Like the other dragon layers, this dungeon is somewhat unique, in that players will need to traverse a series of pools that lead deeper and deeper into the shrine. However, there are also false pools, which are filled with monsters and a unique encounter against a new type of enemies called water elementals. These are like slimes, but much stronger, and with the ability to inflict status effects that can hamper the player's path through the shrine. Fortunately, I have the order of these pools memorized, I guess. I honestly didn't realize I'd guessed them all so correctly until I was actually like 5 pools deep. So I had to intentionally jump into a trap pool in order to capture footage of it. That is a memory I didn't realize was locked deep in there somewhere. Have I mentioned it's been several years since I played this game? Anyway, once we get through the shrine, there's actually no boss fight. I mean, we're now 2 out of 3 dragon caves to not have boss fights, but it still feels odd to not have a final encounter for one of these major dungeons. Likewise, arriving at the Blue Dragon, we find him very welcoming, and almost obnoxiously talkative. In fact, even as we attempt to warn him about the Vile Tribe coming to capture him, he simply redirects us to a separate room where we'll find the Blue Dragon helmet. Show of hands, who thinks this is going to go well? Please put your hands down. I can't even see it. Also, there goes the Blue Dragon. That only leaves one remaining, both for us to pass their trial, but also for Galleon to capture for whatever he has planned for them. Then, we get a tongue lashing from Phaecia. Although, instead of trying to kill us, she simply tells us to stay away for our own safety, because if we continue to try stopping the Magic Emperor and the Vile Tribe, we'll surely be killed. Not sure if Phaecia has ever tried talking to RPG heroes before though, since that only emboldens us to fight even harder. Fortunately, we already know the way forward. Now, I've been mentioning up until this point that most of this playthrough has been a breeze. Especially since I know enough about each dungeon and boss to not really have to learn as I'm going, but instead remember strats as new obstacles arrive. Let that sink in when I explain that Tamar Pass is the most difficult section we've come across in a long time. Like, regular enemies killed me and forced a restart kind of difficult. In fact, the whole area is a pretty common stress test most times I play through this game. I forget it every time, and then suddenly I'm forced to more carefully consider my strategies throughout each fight, even against bog standard cannon fodder. And then Zenobia shows up, sending waves of enemies after us. These enemies are incredibly strong, and we don't get a chance to heal between each wave, which makes the whole encounter a real war of attrition, more than most other dungeons tend to be. However, as a final wave is about to finish us off, arrows rain from the distance, having been fired by some equestrian archers. The sudden surprise seems to be enough to scare Zenobia off though, as she retreats and exclaims her intent to stop us in the future. Could have, fought us herself if she thought we'd be that easy, but guess she's gotta wuss out until we're actually strong enough to kill her. Seems like a terrible plan, but let's see if it works out for her. With all of the fighting done, we arrive in Tamar. It's a quaint little town, nothing too interesting to note about it. There's an armor shop and a weapon shop. We buy some things, can't afford everything. There's also this weirdo trying to get me to help him sell some ground up tree bark as a cure for leprosy. At one point, the dude even mentions snake oil. Real on the nose stuff. You'll also notice that it's the same character model for the guy who tried to steal the dragon diamond from Ramus and the guy who did steal the white dragon wings from Null. That's the signal that this is a bad dude. But hey, he's probably not too important. What is important is finding Lake here. He claims to know the location of the Black Dragon Cave. Supposedly, it's out on the edge of the frontier, a lifeless wasteland on the dark side of the world. We'll need another airship if we want to reach it, but he happens to know an inventor who can help us make the trip, and hopefully get back too, unlike the last attempt with the hot air balloon. Since we don't have any other leads, we take Lake up on his offer and leave the whole rest of the party behind. Yep, this is a Lake and Alex duo venture. Of course, with Null third-wheeling it as best as he can, like always. Now we can go to Might's Tower, where I will say my first negative thing about working design. I've mentioned them earlier as the company that took over the task of localizing Lunar into English from both the Sega CD versions and the PlayStation remake. So I say this with nothing but appreciation for the fact that this team is the only reason we have Lunar stateside, and that the upcoming remaster is really only upcoming, or recent, depending on when you actually watch this video, because Ireland himself has been championing for it for decades. With all of that in mind though, fuck working design for this bit, right here. See, the way into Might's Tower starts with a series of rooms that seems to repeat forever. There is a specific pattern of rooms to go through in order to make it to the top though. In the original Japanese version of the Silver Star story, there is a note that has the passcode printed on it. Planet, star, sun, moon. However, in the English version, I guess working design thought that the puzzle was simply too easy. So they removed the passcode and didn't even bother to include a hint in any way, meaning that players either needed a guide to get through this section, or they need to randomly guess until they pick the correct order by random chance. That's 256 possible combinations, and that's only considering for there to be 4 inputs required, which there is no hint that that is indeed the case. Apparently, some of Working Design's other alterations to other games, including Lunar 2's Sega CD version, are much worse than something as simple as removing a passcode. But still, this is trash. Please fix in the remaster. Along with a bunch of other stuff in Lunar 2 that we'll get to. Hold your horses. This really should be 2 videos, shouldn't it? Anyway, into the rest of Might's Tower. We are mostly carried by the hand by Lake, who kills almost every enemy for us. All except for these rabbit in a hat looking dudes, the magic hats. They need to be taken out by Alex's sword dance. So at least Alex gets to be partially useful throughout Might's Tower. That being said, we make it through the maze-like structure for this place, with Alex dying a lot on the way, and Lake dragging his dead body across a battlefield of dead toys, broken dolls, and shattered mirrors, all to find this stuffy old man at the top. Might and Lake have a nice little rapport, insulting each other as they reminisce on old times, like old men do. Then, as Lake prepares to request the airship we came here for, he sends Alex back to Tamar alone. I mean, we have Null, but alone combat-wise, which is fine, since there's a quick way out of Might's Tower and no other enemies on the way back to town. We once again gather up the team and prepare to head out. According to Lake, we'll need to talk to the Prairie Tribe, a reclusive group that lives past the Forest of Illusion. But before we can head there, we find the Snake Oil Man being lynched at the edge of town, meeting some of that good old street justice. And the man doling out that street justice is Tempest, the archer who saved us in Tamar Pass, when we first came through the canyon. It should be noted that we're given another fake choice moment here, where no matter what you want to choose, the game forces you to save the fake medicine man. However, the look on Null's face when you even entertain the idea of leaving the man to die is so sad that I couldn't bear to capture footage of it. Truly heartbreaking. And I wouldn't do that to our bestest boy. Still, we've impugned Tempest's honor by freeing the man and appear to be dishonorable ourselves by letting a criminal walk free from punishment. So naturally, us being the big, strong menfolk that we are, them's fighting words. Tempest is about as simple as any other one-on-one fight. Without the party dynamic, combat kind of falls apart. The lack of other members there to support with heals, extra damage, and even the ability to take aggro means that these single fighter battles are dumbed down to be pretty simple. They're certainly more impactful as story beats rather than being actual challenges. But the fight really isn't that big of a deal. Regardless, Tempest acknowledges our swordsmanship and offers us the dragon necklace, claiming that anyone with that necklace will be known as a friend to the Prairie Tribe. That's pretty fortunate for us, since we're about to need the tribe's help once we get lost for the night in the Forest of Illusion. While everyone is falling asleep, Jessica tries to talk her feelings out with Kyle, but when she notices that he's asleep, she admits that she wants him to grow up so they can be together. Later that night, we're woken up when people from the Prairie Tribe find us and ask what we're doing in the forest. At this point, Kyle reveals that he's been awake the whole time. Talk about your feelings. Whatever. We give the prairie folks the dragon necklace and they show us the way deeper into the Forest of Illusions. Which is to say, this extremely obvious set of bushes separates so we can get through and finish the mini-dungeon, leading us into Pow, home of the Prairie Tribe. Welcome to the last town in the game. Yeah, we're still like 15 hours from the actual end of the game, but we're pretty much done heading into new towns, buying a bunch of new weapons and armor, and then diving into a new dungeon. From here on, while it isn't exactly dungeons back to back, there will be a lot more back and forthing to familiar locations in the time between each dungeon. For now though, something strange is happening in Pow, warned to us by the prairie people who keep telling us to leave. Not because they're trying to be rude or want to get rid of the outsiders, but because there's been a new disease spreading through the village, and they don't want us to succumb to it. So, Jessica and Mia immediately succumb to the disease, which is caused by a strange song coming from the distance that appears to be causing the women of Pow to crumble over in pain. This means it's time for a certified bro moment. Hell yeah, it's time for the men to get things done. We jump into the nearby Black Dragon Fortress. Oh yeah, we're past using the airship to reach the Black Dragon since it sits at the edge of the Pow. Inside the fortress, we even meet Tempest again. He's here to put an end to the evil songstress that prairie scouts claim to be the source of the song that is crippling the women of the village. Although, weirdly enough, Null mentions the song being familiar. Not sure why. Tempest, by the way, is a great addition to the party right now. He's especially great at wiping out the various monsters that fill the Black Dragon Fortress, something that seems to be out of the norm according to the people of Pow. However, he isn't as great against the boss that is coming up. Before we get there though, I should mention the other issue that arises here, the trap chests. These aren't exactly new to us at this point. Some in the Old Hag Woods have summoned enemies to our location, others in Lan Island altered our controls, but these ones in the Black Dragon Fortress will drain all party members of their MP. It should be noted once again that we won't be finding any more towns in the future, which means that the only way to improve our equipment is to find new gear. So while there's a risk to opening every chest you see, that is exactly what will be the key to being strong enough to survive the dungeons that will be oncoming as the game continues. That all being said, the boss to come is much more lenient on the resource management of most dungeons. But without Jessica as the dedicated healer, items to replenish health and MP are even more crucial than ever. This is because using MP means fights are finished faster, and fights finishing faster means that the party will take less damage. All of that together makes Black Dragon Fortress a unique twist on the ordinary gameplay loop we've gotten used to since first getting all members of our 5-man band filled out. Halfway through the dungeon, we are also greeted by the spirit of the Black Dragon, who appears to also be affected by the song of the evil songstress. Also, for some reason, the artwork of the dragon is green, not black. Maybe he's a huge Billie Eilish fan. He gives Alex the final dragon artifact, the Black Dragon Armor, but does not grant him the title of Dragon Master yet. That will require Alex to find purity in his own heart, whatever that means. Alright, without any further bearing the lead, we make it the rest of the way through the Black Dragon Fortress and find the evil songstress that is responsible for the disease plaguing Pow. Oh, it's Luna. That's not great. What's wrong with her eyes? So, it turns out that Galleon has taken control of Luna's mind, using similar magic on her that he'd use on Lemia, some type of spell that can erase and obscure her memory. With this done, Galleon uses the power of Luna's voice to take control of the Black Dragon and sick the massive creature on us. The ensuing onslaught from the dragon nearly kills us, but eventually the power of Alex's heart and his love for Luna manages to win out, and he is given the true power of the Dragon Master. Now, we get the real fight. This is the leniency I was talking about earlier, as the renewed fight against the Black Dragon fully heals the whole party's HP and MP. The boss fight itself is a bit of a task. Tempest is basically useless here, so he's relegated to dealing chip damage each turn. Likewise, Nash is also generally made into a support character, given that his magic doesn't do a ton of damage. However, since I have access to Nash's inventory, he can at least use healing items, which makes him a slightly better support than Tempest. Then Kyle and Alex do their thing, pumping up their attacks on turn 1, then endlessly using Sword Dance and Power Slash, until the Black Dragon goes down. Unfortunately, no matter what we can do, beating the boss, playing our ocarina to call out to Luna, or even being granted the power of the Dragon Master, we can't stop Galleon from taking Luna with him and riding away on the back of the Black Dragon. Although, we do seem to have reached to Luna's heart for at least a second, even if Galleon claims that those memories should already be gone. That's 4 dragons down, the title of Dragon Master earned, but as we arrive back at POW, it hardly feels like we've really won. Even if Alex got some sick new drip on the way, and fulfilled a lifelong dream. Once we arrive in POW, we also see Jessica and Mia planning with Fresca, Tempest's betrothed and one of the best warriors of the tribe, preparing to storm the Black Dragon Fortress to come save us. A neat moment to see that when the women are left to their own devices, they don't sit around and twiddle their thumbs. Instead, they are fully prepared to jump into danger to save the menfolk. Badass ladies, and if I'm going to be honest, the writing of the female characters has been pretty impressive, given that while their utility in the story is certainly as the love interest for the male characters, they have their own personalities, flaws, virtues, and agency in a way that was rare for RPGs of this time. There are even 3 women who are prominent and intimidating villains, all with their own goals and ambitions that lead them to fight against Alex and co. That being said, once we risk a lawsuit from Nintendo by grabbing the Master Sword from Tempest, it's time for us to start picking up some of the superfluous extras like the extra bromides, and watching the girls take a bath. Right. Steps forward and back, huh? So yeah, turns out there are a couple of baths that I've put off until now. Specifically, there are 2 baths, called Althena's Springs. One can be found right outside of Damon's Spire, before heading into the Myriad Woods. As long as the player has 2 bars of soap, they can see the 2 possible scenes at each of these springs. However, these springs are separated by gender, meaning that only the menfolk can bathe in the first Althena spring we find. This gives us a shot of Alex, Kyle, and Nash all bathing together, with some of the highlights including Kyle's many scars and the blur indicating that his dong hangs so low they need to blur him from behind to maintain the decency of the game. Then there's Nash, who has a ton of hair care products stuffed into his towel. This is another reason why I don't mind whatever anachronistic jokes or references that working design injected into the game, because it appears to be fairly on brand with the comedy style of the original writers anyway. Because, you know, this was a Studio Gonzo FMV, not something made by the localization team. Now, as funny as the male Althena Spring is, the female version is presented very differently. First off, this Althena Spring is locked behind the only optional dungeon in the entire game, the Forbidden Forest. I want that to sink in a little bit, actually, because it's kinda weird. The reward for the only optional dungeon is the opportunity to see 2 of the female leads naked for all of 10 seconds. Again, as a horny teenager in middle and high school when I first played these games, I enjoyed these moments about as much as I did the bromides. For my brothers and I playing through this game, these were highlights of the experience. However, looking back on it now, with at least one of these characters definitely being underage, it's a bit of a gross segment. Which is why I'm not showing the FMVs in full here, and while it doesn't lessen how badass these 2 characters are, it makes it feel like the developers don't respect the characters they've made. Because while the men get to be strong, capable, and their nudity is used as the punchline of a joke, no matter how hot Kyle might be, the women are presented as objects to be ogled, devalued below their contribution to the combat party or even to their utility in the story. It's a sign of the times, made even creepier when looking at the way this is spoken about in the official strategy guide, literally naming the scene, "Oh Sweet Nudity, How I Love Thee," and calling it one of the loveliest moments in video game history, and then somebody penned the sentence, "I don't think Jessica's body could get any more beautified." dude. It's weird. And nowadays, I'd put some of this objectification on the same level as something a little more modern like Xenoblade Chronicles 2, even if it is nowhere near as frequent. To put the critique on this subject matter in this game or Chronicles, and why it's more off-putting than something like Nier Automata or Stellar Blade, it's mostly a case of tone. 2B and Eve are crafted to be ogled, in games that exist as an excuse to ogle them. Properly fun games to play regardless, with stories of varying depth and maturity as well, but even the basic gameplay systems are built around showcasing the bodies of these women. Whereas Lunar is trying to tell a fantasy adventure alongside the grounded love stories of these characters that are traveling together, complete with themes of loss and trauma, things like Jessica losing Mel, before suddenly throwing away the maturity of the narrative and world for the sake of some cheap titillation. Okay, bit of a detour, but I felt like it needed to be said because even if this is still my favorite game, that doesn't mean that I'm blinded into thinking that it is completely infallible. But it's still great, especially when it uses its characters for what they excel at, in the writing. Like back at Might's Tower, while we have to wait overnight for his airship to finish preparing for our flight to the frontier. Looks like we still need to go there in order to duke it out with the Vile Tribe and Galleon on their home turf. We get more good character moments too. Mia and Nash deal with their own self-worth and how well they stack up to Galleon. It's nothing new for Nash to continue holding his former master in high regard, especially with how powerful of a mage Galleon is, something we saw firsthand before his heel turn. Mia, on the other hand, has been played as almost sickly for a lot of the adventure. She also lives in the shadow of her mother and Galleon, both of which had reached the status of one of the 4 heroes and have been personal mentors her whole life, setting the bar of expectations for her higher than anyone could possibly reach. Needless to say, the vibe is somber with a sprinkling of doubt dusting over the top. On the other side of the room, we have Kyle and Jessica. They continue to avoid the actual issue at play in their relationship, and Jessica is one of the first characters aside from Null to actually put into words how dark this must be for Alex. Specifically, the fact that he's the only one who is actually honest with his feelings for his love interest, while cruelly being separated from her. It's nice to see the other characters finally check in on him for once. They're usually so wrapped up in their own interpersonal conflicts that they rarely focus on how Alex feels. We wrap up the day with those somber notes on our heads, but everyone appears to be ripped and raring to go take the fight to the frontier. Everyone, except for Nash that is, who starts to freak out over the absurdity of trying to fight Galleon, his hero. Then,
check this out.
yeah. Turns out, Nash has been reporting everything to Royce this entire time. Something we saw all the way back in our first visit to Meribia, but by now we'd hoped that he wasn't still giving her information. From the sound of things, this is how the Vile Tribe has always managed to be one step ahead of us. Unfortunately, this now means that Nash is out of the party. Maybe we could go call in a favor with Tempest? Or Lake? It would seem not. Well, fortunately, we do have a secondary airship engine to use as our replacement for Might's, the one from Shira's balloon. Not sure if this Zeppelin has a similar enough engine design as a hot air balloon, but yeah, we can head back to the Thieves Guild and pick up the engine. Once again, the Guildmaster orders the other thieves to give it to us for free, since he seems to think we're responsible for getting his granddaughter back. Oh yeah, if you make a quick trip around the world, we can see that all of the kidnapped singers have been returned. We can also grab a bromide for Mia from this guy who runs a hot girl magazine in Illic. This is by far the steamiest of Mia's bromides, and I'm happy to have it out of that pervert's hands. Unfortunately, it's now in this pervert's hands. Don't you dare look at it. He looked. Okay. We take the engine back to Might, and everyone gripes about Nash. Mia is conflicted because while he claims to be doing this to protect her, he still betrayed her trust and love. Meanwhile, Kyle and Jessica are mad that he would hurt Mia like that. Jessica even calls him a gimp. It's not important, but it was way too funny and I had to include it in the script. Then, as we finally head out, Might and Lake stay behind to reminisce on how much Alex reminds them both of a younger Lake. You know, we don't know much about Lake's history. Only that he's well-traveled, seems to know everyone with a name and character portrait, and had a suspicious amount of knowledge about the location of each dragon. Oh, also, Galleon mentioned him back at the Black Dragon Cave in a snide way. Guess I'll say to put a pin in that, but you won't be waiting very long for this one. What's more pertinent is the final FMV of the first disc. That's right, it's Disc 2 time, baby! Don't worry, we're almost done. With Lunar 1, Disc 2 is only like 3 or 4 dungeons, depending on how you count the frontier. Full disclosure, we also already had Disc 2 inserted earlier when checking out the female Althena's Spring, which should have been a major hint that we weren't supposed to show up there yet. To start the second disc off proper, we arrive to the frontier. Here, we also get a decent look at the world without the magical life blessed on the land by Althena. It is every bit the crater-covered, gray-white orb that we currently see floating up in the sky every night. We've already mentioned that the blue star is clearly a long-dead Earth, but this is the first confirmation that the world we've been adventuring on is indeed the moon floating above us now. Turns out, the name Lunar had some deeper meaning. As recently mentioned by head scenario writer Kei Shigema, in regards to the upcoming HD remaster, I hope that after playing Lunar, players will look up at the moon and think, ah, that's where my adventure took place. And I do, Shigema-san, every night when I look up at the moon. So, to start off our adventure in the frontier, we drive directly into a giant dome barrier that blocks our progress from approaching Galleon's fortress. Boo. Boo Galleon. Boo your stupid force field. Whatever. Let's land at Talon and take the only path we can find. Through the Talon mines that leads underneath the dome and will hopefully make our final approach on Galleon. While we're down in these mines, we meet some Vile Tribe minions. Mostly those too weak to have joined Zenobia's armies, that have instead been sent down here to mine for enough metal to create Galleon's fortress, the Grindery. Many even claim that the construction of the fortress is nearly complete, which means they can finally rest, and that Galleon will finish taking over the world. We also find some miners who get caught in a rock slide, and we're given a moral choice. Go back and save the miners, risking getting caught by the guards, or leaving without helping and keeping our stealth mission going. Naturally, we're the good guys, and even if those miners are part of the Vile Tribe, they still don't deserve to die. They're also slaves, indoctrinated to hate humans, so it's hard to really justify letting them die anyway. This, of course, means that we have to kill some guards. I guess that's more justified, since they were going to leave the miners to die, and even whip them to death if they didn't get back to work immediately. Moral gray areas. It's fine. We beat the bad guys. It's not really a boss fight, by the way. It's not much different from the bog standard enemies in this area. We also seem to have caught the attention of Phaecia, who noticed that we were kinder than her and her people have always been told about humans. A little further in, we find a graveyard with a shrine to Althena in its center. It's a bit of a cruel twist of fate, actually, because while the Vile Tribe has been exiled and abandoned by Althena for the actions of their ancestors, causing the current generation to hate the goddess for what feels like an unnecessary cruelty that has cast a shadow on their people, they still need to pray to her statues in order to survive in this wasteland without magic to keep them alive. I like this part, because it adds a little understanding to why the Vile Tribe would go along with Galleon's plans in the first place. And we'll touch more on that again in a minute. But for now, we get a very sympathetic view of these people and their struggle that remains invisible to the rest of Lunar. Beyond the graveyard, we are caught in a trap by Zenobia. She blinds the group and forces Alex and Kyle to fight each other, while she holds Jessica and Mia hostage. Alex and Kyle pretend as best they can, but Zenobia sees through it. What she doesn't see through, though, is that while Kyle is busy distracting her, Jessica uses her magic to break free from Zenobia's bindings and free herself and Mia. Another decent moment of agency for the female characters. Kyle is little more than a distraction here, while Jessica is the one with the actual power at hand to remove the damsels from their distress. More great character writing that uses the whole party's strengths to get out of a terrible situation, rather than simply having the boys save the day every time. These are small moments, but welcome, and deserve to be highlighted. Then we fight the Shadow Spectre. This one is a surprisingly difficult boss, caused by a few oddities, to be honest. The biggest change from this one to other bosses is that the Spectre doesn't have a lot of tells. Like, there are some super attacks that it will telegraph before firing on the entire party at once, But for the most part, its attacks are difficult to judge, and it can quickly chomp one party member down without the player realizing that there was even any danger. It's hard enough that this is one of few bosses to take me 2 attempts, which makes me watch the entire cutscene again. Not the worst, that's coming up and also involves Zenobia, but definitely more of a challenge than I was expecting at this point. With the Spectre finished off, however, we are finally able to make it out of the Talon mines and appear within the dome that had blocked our progress before. There's also something in here about Kyle's bluff of fighting with Jessica and calling her a pampered princess who relies too much on Daddy's influence to be at least partially true. But it's kind of that toxic, tough love stuff that I'm not exactly a fan of. It doesn't work for everyone, but they're at least being honest with each other, so I guess it works for them. Outside of the mines, we have 2 locations to approach. Because I know the order of operations here, I head to the giant egg first. Turns out it's a giant cocoon with a bunch of mini cocoons inside. Cocoonception. Like that game on my to-be-played list. Cocoon. Not Jade Cocoon, though. The new one. I've played Jade Cocoon, though. Might be worth a revisit and a retrospective. Probably not as deep of a dive as this, though. Anyway, as we head into the series of cocoons, we find another statue of Althena, and Phaecia, although she isn't here to kill us. Instead, she's here to give us a lore dump. Namely, that we're on the dark side of the moon, aka the side that is tidal locked to always look away from Earth, or for them, the blue star, and that the people of the Vile tribe desperately want to live on the green Earth, especially those here in the cocoon. Turns out this place is called Caden, and it is where the Vile tribe members who are too weak to exist outside of cocoons live. Their entire lives crammed into what is basically a coffin, either waiting to be set free on the green Earth, or die a miserable life. Phaecia also trusts us with a password that will allow us to make our way into Ruid, the fortress city. Weird, I thought it was called the Grindery. Well, turns out the password is that which all members of the Vile tribe wish for above all else. Green Earth. With that, we trust her and go make our final assault on Ruid. It's time to put an end to Galleon's evil. This dungeon is one of the most atmospheric areas, helped heavily by the endless night from the black clouds that billow out of smokestacks, draping the city in darkness that the mechanical landscape attempts to scare away with what little artificial light it can muster. Then there is the music, which comes packed with the sounds of industry clanking away in the distance. Steam engines engaging pistons, metal scraping against itself throughout the city, and men being strained to the bone to cobble together megastructures that spit in the face of the goddess herself. It has a very turn-of-the-century vibe. However, once we're through here, we find, Magical Weapon Nash. Or, as I like to call him, the Banana Man. It was pre-Adventure Time, the name wasn't taken. Yeah, this design is incredibly goofy, and I love every bit of it. Nash attempts to use his enhanced armor setup to stop us from progressing forward, deciding that in order to save us, and especially Mia, he needs to let Galleon win and destroy the world. Great plan, buddy. Well, Mia knocks some sense into him, literally slapping him as she fully tells him that she loves him and that he should have brought his apprehension to her in the first place. That he should have trusted her to talk about his fear of Galleon and find a way to work it out together. Instead, we've had to come all the way here without him, and he's hurt everyone he held dear enough to do this for. Seeing the error of his ways, Nash resolves to join back at Mia's side, but unfortunately the mastermind behind the Magic Masher armor that Nash is riding inside of, Tabin, decides that he'll take control of the gear himself and use it to try and kill us. This fight is interesting as Nash uses a bunch of spells that we didn't even have access to before he left. However, he still mostly fights like Nash. So don't cluster up for the lightning bomb, have Jessica on healing duty throughout the fight, and let Alex and Kyle deal the damage they need to in order to break the boy out of his magic banana armor. Not a tough fight, but a great set piece, especially as a final challenge before we earn Nash back as a party member. He'll be incredibly helpful for getting out of this location as well. With the fight done, however, we quickly follow Tabin, but he and Galleon goad us from the other side of a bridge until they can get away. And how do they get away, you might ask? Well... So, turns out, this is the grindery that everyone here has been talking about. It is Galleon's mobile fortress, with the power to storm across the land and take the green earth for the Vile tribe by force. I guess it wasn't time to end this quite yet, but we're almost there, I swear. Oh, and before we give chase to the grindery, we can pick up a quick little bromide of Zenobia from one of the Vile tribe members back in the Talon Mines. This now actually finishes the set for the 3 Vile tribe ladies, each of which gets a sexy pose with a different animal. Nothing too steamy, but these are also the best looks we get at these 3 characters, since they only really have one animated cutscene that shows off the whole design. I love these designs, by the way. Very 90s lady villain. Each has a unique outfit, all with that mall goth aesthetic. They're also all adult women, so the bromides feel less skeevy. This next section will more be a series of cutscenes, leading up to the eventual final dungeon as we climb the grindery. But first, we need to get into the blasted thing. Given that the airship can't even approach as Galleon has put up another magic barrier around the grindery. Boo. Boo, Galleon. Boo your stupid force field. Oh, and also boo the fact that you're heading towards Vane. There's people there. People we like. You know, like Mia's mom? And some snooty teachers? Whatever, the stakes are high. It's a whole city up in the sky, and who knows how powerful Galleon's grindery really is. Clearly, he thinks it's strong enough to do some real damage. So we quickly head to Vane, hoping that our attempts to save it and its people don't resemble the place's name. I had to do at least one, I'm sorry. And I'll let you in on a little spoiler. I'll be doing it again for the next game, but with a twist. Inside of Vane, we grab another blink and you'll miss it bromide from a student in one of Vane's classrooms. A lot of the bromides are like this, actually, with only brief windows of time available to pick up each one. This is another Mia one, but her real claim to fame here comes after gathering the party to leave the evacuation proceedings and go to the Silver Spire, the twin to the Crystal Spire that we've already explored. Except this one allows us to take control of the magic that keeps Vane aloft, as well as certifying its role as the protector of the Goddess Tower, which it circles. For those who have seen my Grandia video, this is the lean moment. An incredibly tense scene that culminates in a character using untold magical power in order to put the ultimate villain of the story in position for the final assault. And I'll let most of it play out without yapping. Chills. Every time. I love it. Mia's resolve waiting for the duel to start, the twin dragon head cannon from the grindery, Vane's blast blowing a hole in the front of the grindery while the dragon cannon blasts Vane out of the air. This place has been an iconic landmark of the game world since we still had Luna in our party. Now it lies smoldering in the earth, having broken the grindery to a stalemate in its last stand. Fantastic stuff. Ugh, my favorite part of this game every time I play through it. Anyway, this is the point of no return. Once we jump into the grindery, we're set on the path to the endgame, and we can no longer explore the world at our leisure. This is when we are supposed to take on the Forbidden Forest or gather up whatever items we haven't yet. And in fact, we do pick up a couple of very necessary things. First, there's the Gale Ring from the Thieves Guild leader's granddaughter. This will give whoever equips it an extra attack during combat. That's going to be great when taking down the minor enemies that fill the final dungeon. Next, there is Galleon's Tear in Lan, which reduces the number of attacks to 1, but allows whoever equips it to attack every enemy at the same time. Another great addition that will let us spread out the damage to the large groups of enemies we'll be facing. Finally, we get the Hell Ring, which reduces the cost of magic by half. That sounds like a shoo-in for Mia, as she has some extremely expensive magic that is also very powerful and can help us wipe out groups of enemies. However, the better use for this is on Alex, so that we can use a series of spells that I haven't really mentioned until now, but we've had access to since Luna got captured. These are the dragon spells. Now, one reason I haven't mentioned them yet is because I'm a hack, but the real reason is because the first of these spells we got was White Dragon Protect, which cost more MP than Alex's maximum at the time he received it. This will be a pivotal part of future fights, but up until now, it really hasn't been useful because of being so prohibitively expensive. Then there's the Red Dragon Anger, which I have been using occasionally to wipe the field of enemies with a rain of red meteors. Again, a useful spell, but still prohibitively expensive. The third spell is Blue Dragon Healing, which I only have footage of using a single time, for the sake of getting footage, since Jessica was always able to keep us alive without needing Alex to burn half of his MP to pick up the slack. Finally, there is Black Dragon Grief, an incredibly powerful and cheap spell that will automatically kill any enemies currently on screen, aside from bosses. The only problem being that enemies beaten this way won't drop experience, money, or items. So yeah, the 4 most powerful spells in the game are slightly underwhelming, as they are too costly to be consistently useful or a better choice than most of Alex's other magic. However, with the Hell Ring, we can finally make the best use out of, like, 2 of these spells. So it's a solid pickup. Well, with this mini collectathon finished, it's time to head into the grindery. Oh, we also picked up the Rememberizer from Ramus, but all that really does is let us rewatch any FMVs we've previously seen. An awesome addition back in 1999, but now that I have all of that footage recorded on my PC, it's much less important nowadays. So, how's the assault on the mobile fortress go? Not well. It doesn't go very well at all. In fact, it feels as though we'll never get the endless army of Vile Tribe baddies that Galleon seems to have stuffed the place full of. If we want to get through, we'll need a small army of our own to create a hole in their defenses and let us slip past. Oh, hey, look at that! It's Tempest, and he brought a small army of prairie folk. Sick. With that, we'll be able to create a hole in their defenses and let us slip past. So yeah, we're good to head into the grindery and finally get to the fighting. Once again, this dungeon forgoes any puzzles for a maze-like structure. However, I will note that I really like the way that the Futurama-style transport tubes really help to shake up the maze formula. Following the pipes themselves without a guide can be difficult, but once you get the hang of how the maps are laid out, you can use them to avoid a lot of the basic combat, which isn't really necessary at this point. We don't exactly need to do a ton of grinding to be strong enough for the final fights. Before we get to the fighting, however, we need to see the true scope of the level of evil Galleon has committed to create this affront to Althena herself. As we see with some hints at first, such as this giant red rabbit's foot, it appears that Galleon wasn't exactly kidnapping dragons for nothing. It's finally confirmed as we find the head of Quark, hooked into the grindery with pipes and tubes running through his mouth. Turns out, the whole place is powered by the tortured spirits of Althena's 4 grand dragons. A truly terrifying sight. Enough that it confirms Nash's resolve that this is a fight that needs to happen. However, on the other side of Galleon's evil, we find his private garden, filled with fairies that tend to beautiful flowers. It also turns out that these fairies would have died off if Galleon hadn't saved them and given them a place to live in the garden at the top of the grindery. There's a kindness on display here, in stark opposition to everything that we've seen of Galleon up until now. I'll also note that there is one fairy who claims that while they live in peace, they're all prisoners in this garden, but that line doesn't exist in the original Japanese, and is likely a working design change to try making Galleon seem less shades of gray and more black and white evil. Either way, the fairies describe him as being gentle and kind in a way that we've never seen. This is emphasized more after exploring a few more rooms, where we meet Phaecia. She appears to be in a lot of pain and explains why she followed Galleon in the first place. Turns out he didn't arrive and offer any promises or threaten the Vile tribe for their obedience. He simply arrived and started making demands. It's a small thing, but what he did that no one has ever done in over 500 years, as in since the Vile tribe was exiled to the frontier, was acknowledge that they existed. That's all it took, to arrive and give the Vile tribe even the smallest amount of attention, and they would do anything he asked. However, Phaecia has now had a change of heart. Galleon's cruelty goes too far, and she can't abide to lead the Vile tribe to certain destruction at his hands any longer. So she uses the last of her own strength to hold Zenobia and Royce back, allowing us to make our final stand against the Magic Emperor. Well, here we are, the finale. Time to end this. The final boss fight is a tough one, but surprisingly, it doesn't really require me to go all out on using all of my items or repeatedly using my strongest spells. It's mostly any other fight. Power up on turn 1, keep Jessica healing us from the back, and sword dance power slash until the Magic Emperor falls. Now we can go get Luna and have our happily ever after. So, that's Lunar, Silver Star story complete. My favorite game ever. Honestly, I really can't speak this game's praises. What's going on with Luna?
Behold, the long-forgotten fortress of Althena.
That's the voice of Galleon.
Galleon?
Ah, nuts. Okay. Everybody, back to places. We aren't done here. Yeah, so as it turns out, Galleon isn't dead. And in fact, he's basically about to win. He's even managed to transform Luna into her true form. Be able to unhear that, by the way. Alright, but now it's time for the real final confrontation. Come here, Galleon. Time to end this. Well, that didn't go well. Are we dead? No? Little help? Wanna come in clutch again? Yay! By the way, that went for a lot longer, but I intentionally cut it down a bit because those flashing lights can get kinda painful. But it looks like perhaps I was wrong about the grindery being the endgame. I mean, yes and no, actually. Here, let me explain. So, we wake up in Maribia. In fact, for Alex, it would appear that he's waking up after spending multiple days knocked the hell out. I will say, while the music makes it obvious that the mood is supposed to be somber and defeated, the fact that Alex is back in his basic outfit does a great job of showing his current vibe. As for the rest of the group, yeah, no one is really doing great here. I mean, Jessica and Mia are absolute beasts, ready to lick their wounds and go give Galleon another attempt. Kyle and Nash, on the other hand, are not doing well. Nash is falling on his inability to believe that Galleon can even be stopped, and Kyle is kicking himself for thinking that he could reach above his station. That does include fighting Galleon, but it also certainly means feeling like he could be happy with Jessica. We're really starting to get closer to the honesty we need from him. Too bad both of these two are stuck in the drunken stupor, washing down their sorrows in whatever the bar is willing to sell them. And thanks to the imminent end of the world, the bartender even seems fine with pouring a glass up for 15-year-old Alex. Fortunately, going and grabbing Jessica and Mia will help us talk the boys back into rallying to go do what needs to be done. Some hard words and admissions of what they care about and why they need to fight to protect them later, and both Kyle and Nash are ready to give Galleon what for. That being said, no one has bothered to rally Alex into action. Until Lake walks in. But before that, we need to stock up on necessary items, which we can fortunately do at Ramus's shop. And for once in an RPG, Ramus lets us take as many healing nuts and starlights as we want, completely free of charge. Finally, a store owner who understands the stakes at play with the end of the world. Also, Ramus knows how to spin this charity into good publicity with his other customers. So, now it's time to go see Lake, where he takes us to Berg and drops some deep lore on us. In fact, I'll let him say it.
I know these things because I've kept a secret from you and the world. My real name is Dine.
What?
Yep, there's the reveal. Finally, in the 11th hour. Show of hands if you guessed this already. You know, I still can't see your hands. Now you're embarrassing yourselves. We also get the reveal that Lake, or Dine, is Luna's father in a way. This goes together with a story that Alex's dad told us earlier, that one day Lake showed up out of nowhere and entrusted Luna and Null to him, essentially requesting that his former best friend watch over his daughter and a new baby. Well, we'll get to that. The point is that Dine and Althena together had decided that humans had become too dependent on the favor of the goddess, fighting amongst each other for her attention. So Dine would give up the power of a Dragon Master, while Althena would be reborn as a human for the final time as Luna, giving up her own everlasting life in order to let humanity grow out from under her shadow. Turns out this is also Galleon's motivation, as he doesn't believe in the ability for humanity to thrive without a powerful leader like Althena. So he decides that he'll be the leader he thinks the world needs. Although more than that, his disdain originally awoke from his jealousy that Althena would choose Dine to be her Dragon Master, and went along with his plan in the first place. With this information, Lake addresses his own monument, and instructs Alex to claim the sword of Althena lodged in the stone, because the world needs another Dragon Master, a new great hero for this new generation. And we get the best Chekhov's gun in 90s gaming. Alright, everyone is back to full strength and we're ready to go. We only need one other thing to get up to that fortress of Althena that Galleon had Lunar rise out of the ground. A pair of wings. Fortunately, we have the white dragon. No, not the white dragon wings. We have Null, a baby white dragon, who is finally prepared for a growth spurt. Yeah, that's pretty sick. And now, it's time for us to go to the actual final dungeon. For real this time. Null, take to the skies! As we approach, we can see the fortress sucking the life out of the planet, returning the world to the lifeless wasteland of the frontier. Not sure what Galleon's plan here is, but it probably is somewhere in the ballpark of wanting to take all of the world's magic for himself and rule with not only an iron fist, but a cruel control over the very font of life on Lunar. Sounds like we don't have much of a choice now. It's time to end this. One boss at a time. Yeah, if it wasn't obvious before when Phasia sacrificed herself to stop Zenobia and Royce from fighting us at the grindery, that did manage to leave a bit of a hanging thread with the remaining Vile Tribe leaders. So, as we make our ascent up the fortress of Althena and into the goddess tower at the top, we are accosted by those remaining two. First we have Royce, who pretends to be an escaped Luna, complete in her original outfit, who claims to have slipped away from Galleon while he was doing something. It's a trap, obviously. This adds an odd little wrinkle to the rest of this part of the dungeon, actually, as once Royce traps us, she curses us with a sleep spell that will randomly pick some of our party members at the start of each new fight and put them to sleep. It does a very good job of disrupting the strategies used in most encounters against the cannon fodder enemies, since we now can't reliably use everyone's strengths to the best of their abilities. Instead, we have to come up with unique strategies from one fight to the next based on which party members are available at the start of combat. It's annoying on the surface, but I honestly encourage twisting combat that can easily stagnate, especially this late into the game. What is entirely fresh is the fight against Royce herself. She starts off by showing us a vision of our deaths by her hand. She was introduced as a fortune teller, remember? But we still face off with the knowledge that the futures she tells aren't set in stone. That being said, the bosses in this location are by far the hardest in the entire game, so it is very likely that her premonition will be accurate to a first attempt on the fight. Spoiler alert, I make it through the remaining fights fine. But that's only because the last time I played this game, I did not make it through fine, and I've now been conditioned to make sure that my entire party is fully healed at all times. Having someone sacrifice an attacking round in order to keep someone else healed up, or top off Jessica's MP to keep her casting Calm Litany on repeat, is well worth the effort. That's one Vile Tribe leader down, technically two since they killed Phasia, although that hardly seems like a victory. One to go. In order to get there, however, we'll have to head through the Goddess Tower proper. The location shifts after beating Royce, and we see a few more puzzles now than before, although most of these result in running around and pressing buttons in very obvious orders. And the only consequence to picking the wrong order is a minor loss of time. So unless you're speedrunning or lack the resources to handle fighting the majority of the enemies throughout the rest of the dungeon, then you're pretty free to roam around and click the buttons as you find the right ones. This is fine anyway, because the best armor and weapon sets for each character can be found somewhere in the Fortress of Althena and Goddess Tower, which means that taking your time to fully explore will pay off well with powerful gear. That being said, if you can avoid the elephant-faced enemies on the map, do it. Because inside of those are Ultra Fiends. I have many expletives written into my notes about Ultra Fiends, but I'll censor myself to simply this. Use Dragon Grief on these guys. This is the only enemy I will make that suggestion on, but absolutely do it. These dudes suck, and we've got bigger fish to fry waiting for us at the top floor of the tower. Yep, we're finally ready to fight Zenobia. But first, we need to go through an extremely long cutscene. That complaint isn't necessarily about the pacing or anything. This cutscene is great and showcases how each character has grown against their own personal struggles through a conversation with doppelgangers. Mia learns to see herself out of the shadows of those who came before her, especially her own mother. Nash learns to understand that status and magical acumen isn't a real way to judge the quality of a person, and that holding this judgment against others itself is wrong. Jessica faces the double life she lives with her father, acknowledging that she is the daughter of a pirate and a noblewoman, and that she isn't hiding her true self when she puts on a noble persona, but being true to all aspects of herself. Kyle understands that the circumstances of his status does not make him any lower of a man, and that as long as he has the strength to fight, then there's nothing wrong with him playing hero alongside Alex or striving to find love with Jessica. Alex, on the other hand, is the one who seems to be the most affected by Zenobia's mental tricks. His own doppelganger tries to force him to abandon Luna, as we've already seen that she's not the same person we knew in Berg. There's no reason to fight anymore, and leaving the world to die at the hands of Galleon, it isn't his problem. Fortunately, Nall manages to reach Alex, and he resolves to save Luna, breaking free from the spell. All of this is some great last-minute writing and leads to tying up a lot of the loose ends the characters have been struggling with until this point. The reason I critique this very long cutscene really comes from the fact that the game goes directly from the scene and into the fight. Zenobia is pretty difficult, and failing the fight means sitting through the entire cutscene again. So, during the fight, having any character drop into orange health, let alone die, makes my heart skip a beat. With about 5 minutes of mashing X on the line, a misplay against Zenobia is a terrifying thought. Fortunately, my paranoia gets me through the fight, and we put Zenobia down without having to redo anything. This time. With that done, we've got exactly one enemy left to fight. Galleon himself, and I'll tell you what, equipping the Hell Ring on Alex makes this fight go about as well as I've ever seen it. This is because the 50% MP price reduction on White Dragon Protect means that Alex can spend basically the entire fight repeatedly casting a spell that either cuts Galleon's damage potential per turn in half, or removes his damage altogether. By the time Galleon actually went down, I was surprised to see it had gone so smoothly. Because otherwise, those multicasts of Rock and Roll or Ice Daggers or Inferno can quickly drain the party down to nothing, all at once. Alright, with Galleon dead, we can head up and get our happily ever after, once we reunite with Luna.
Behold the ruler you must serve. Oh yes, you got what you wanted, but not in the way you imagined. Kneel before the black goddess of Lunar, dragon boy. Kneel and submit to her dark desires. For though I shall perish, I go knowing that I succeeded in tearing your one true love from you eternally, and blackened this pathetic world forever.
Well, that was unexpected. Surely if we head up there now, the power of love will win the day. You got this, Alex. Go get your girl. Wow. That's a dark ending, hot damn. Honestly, gets me every time, but I guess that's why they say the best stories are the darkest, saddest ones. It's the only way to tell a story like an adult. So, in Lunar 2, we start off by finding Hero in a precarious position.
Ruby, did you
say
something?
I'm not done. That's another working designs change. Oh, neat. Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Let's go back and figure this out. Yeah. So yeah, it turns out that death scene is only in the working designs version of Silver Star Story Complete. Technically, I did something wrong to trigger it, but it's almost cruel to actually have a way for players to die after finishing off the final boss. Good thing I saved after killing Galleon. Anyway, it's time to do this approach for real. See, the actual trick here is that we need to reach out to Luna's heart and remind her who we are and who she is. We do this by playing the ocarina once we've gotten close enough. Once we've done that, Luna will continue to miss us as we make the ascent up to her. When we get there, though, we're given some pretty unfortunate information. Even though we've freed her from Galleon's grasp and even gotten her mind back, Luna is trapped in this light pillar, trying to ease the process of redirecting the magic of the world through the Goddess Tower. If she leaves now, it will flood the magic out too fast and destroy everything. So, without even skipping a beat, Alex willingly sacrifices his own magical abilities, including what makes him the Dragon Master, in order to share the burden with Luna and undo the damage Galleon has caused. Regardless, the others need to quickly fly out of the Goddess Tower, watching helplessly as they see the Fortress of Althena drop from the sky and explode into the sea. At least Alex and Luna were together before they died. Oh hey, they're back. Somehow. So, happy ending? Happy ending! Yay! In fact, let's go have a quick victory lap. So, all of this is a major addition to the remake over the Sega CD version. Art director Toshiyuki Kubooka actually commented on this in his interview in the strategy guide, noting that the change to the ending with the extra victory lap where we wrap up everyone's character arcs was one of his favorite improvements. That and having Luna be better utilized in the story, which I wholeheartedly agree with. Luna is infinitely better in this version, thanks entirely to having her follow Alex to Meribia in the beginning, rather than staying back at Saith and essentially being removed from the narrative until she's suddenly kidnapped. While we're in Meribia now, however, we get to see a few new interactions and run every character's stories to the end, starting with Ramus, who will give us a bromide of Luna and even sells us the final remaining bromides of Mia and Jessica. With that, I actually have all of them. I'd have bothered to show myself getting them all throughout the playthrough, but I'm still mixed on how I feel about them. Most get better in the next game, so I'll go over most of those in more detail. Might still skip some of the steamier ones. Once we leave our old friend behind, we also find Nash and Mia on Black Rose Street. It's a fairly sweet scene that plays out, as Lemia entrusts the future of the Magic Guild to Mia, and tasks Nash with being her lead advisor. She's really giving her blessing for them to be together, although she does still make sure to note that Nash is still in the doghouse for his earlier betrayal. Also, Mia comments on how she'll work her whole life to see Vane flying through the air again. Put a pin in that, actually. On the other side of town, Mel happily picks up his daughter, happy to see her alive and safe. Jessica gladly greets her de-petrified father and forces him and Kyle to finally talk it out, expressing how well Kyle performed during our adventure together. In response, Mel basically proposes for Kyle, or more accurately, sets up the shotgun wedding so that Kyle can make an honest woman out of Jessica. There's some more arguing, but in the end, Jessica and Kyle start planning their wedding, inviting Alex and Luna to the ceremony. Finally, we can go meet Lake out by the pier. You know, Lake, you can go say hi to your old friends, Mel and Lemia. Y'all adventured together and stuff, right? I don't see how necessary it is for you to avoid your previous companions at this point. I mean, hey, maybe if you dropped a quick "how's it" on Galleon at some point in the last 15 years, we might have avoided all of this mess. Never mind. Lake has a true spirit of adventure. He couldn't possibly sit still for even a second, which is why he'll be heading out again while Alex and Luna head back home to Berg to live out the rest of their simple lives in their hometown. Guess they got through their whole spirit of adventure phase, and now we get the credits. Actually, there is something to be found after the credits that we'll touch on later. First though, I want to give some final thoughts on the story while we're still in the spoilers section, before moving on to the next game. I'll start by being completely clear that it is difficult for me to be objective about this game. My own lived experience with Lunar is going to shape my perspective of the story. That being said, I still absolutely love the story of Lunar. As someone who spends a lot of time in Dark Souls and Dark Souls-like content, things heavily based on or inspired by Berserk and other grim dark tales, it can be easy to look at darker stories as better content because it is adult and mature. However, I don't necessarily buy that outlook on storytelling. I think adult stories can be light, and in this case, Lunar is a young adult story, starring and being marketed to teenagers, and yet it still manages to be filled with heavy, mature moments. It touches on themes of trauma and loss, as seen through Alex's experience of seeing Luna be kidnapped, along with the way that he is constantly being one-upped by Galleon even as he reaches his life's dream. Then, even through all of that darkness, all of those conflicts, seeing slaves die under hard labor and a magical city that brings hope to the world shot out of the sky, we get a happy ending. The boy saves the girl, sacrificing everything he'd ever wanted in being the Dragon Master. You know, even if the game ends well, the idea of self-sacrifice for those you love is an extremely adult thing, and a decent moral lesson for teenage boys to learn about what a good relationship looks like, especially when juxtaposed to Kyle and Jessica or Mia and Nash. So yeah, I love the lighthearted, happy ending story of Lunar, and I think it's a great game worth giving a try. Even if you've never played it yourself but still followed along into this spoilery section to make it all the way here. Finally, I want to talk about all of the false choice moments, where players are given the option to be a good hero or not, but they can't progress without picking the hero options. Like, I get how disappointing that can be for anyone looking for a choice-based RPG experience, like Elder Scrolls or Baldur's Gate. However, I'd like to offer a different perspective on this. While Alex might be close to a silent protagonist, he isn't exactly a blank slate, and we aren't living vicariously through him. We're stepping into his shoes, and he's a hero. So yeah, you might want to leave the swindler to be lynched in Tamar, or leave the miners in Talos to be crushed under the weight of industry and the cave-in alike. But the hero won't. The Dragon Master won't. The person who deserves the power of Althena's chosen knight won't. And if you can't get around that, then you don't get to walk in his shoes. But hey, we've also got a whole other game to head through, so let's get started on Lunar 2, Eternal Blue. In earnest this time. Before we get into the next game though, between all the mentions of Fish by Null, the lizard-like features of the dragons, and the feasts that we never really get to see in the various towns we visit, what would be a good use to transition into a cooking segment? Well, let's start by cutting into an onion and... You know what? No. These are my cozy comfort food games. So, let's go ahead and go much easier. How about we have some of the healing nuts found in-game and call it a day? More specifically, let's eat some cloudberries, the real-life inspiration for the sprite art. Although since cloudberries don't grow in my local area and aren't a widely cultivated part of agriculture anywhere in the world, I'll be settling for some cloudberry preserve. And to make this extra easy, because I need at least one part of this video to be done quickly and easily, let's go ahead and spread it over some store-bought English muffins, warmed up in the toaster oven. Because I like English muffins. The sourdough kind, to be specific. Let's take a taste of something I've wanted to eat for over 25 years now, and I must say, it is divine. The taste is a little hard to describe, actually. I was expecting a tartness, since these are wild berries, but these preserves are very sweet and have an almost orange flavor. Not like citrus orange, though. It's like if you took the kind of floral aromatic oils from an orange and infused them in simple syrup without any of the citric acid. Very good. I would absolutely suggest. Starting off with Lunar 2 Eternal Blue for real, it actually opens with narration from a familiar voice.
Place, unfit for habitation. However, Althena took pity on that world and transformed it into a place of beauty and wonder. She called the new world Lunar.
And right off the bat, I already love this. Not only because I can't get enough of John Truitt's performance as Galleon, but also because of the way that this immediately opens players familiar with Silver Star story with a sense of unease. Like, there's none of the hate and rage behind this narration. Not in the same way Galleon would goad our previous protagonist by calling him Dragon Boy. But we're given a bit of the somber backstory about the world of Lunar and the Blue Star, which at this point you can easily assume to be our moon and a dead Earth, that starts off this game from a darker perspective than the last one. Most of this information, however, could have been found in books in various libraries across the world, like Vane or Damon's Spire, always with the history of humanity's existence on the blue star and Lunar being speculative and theorized by scholars, while never confirmed. In this case, opening with the narration very much sets those theories in stone, and gives us a glimpse at the stakes we're about to uncover in Eternal Blue. We're also given a second view of the history of the world, one that Galleon doesn't spell out quite yet, illustrated through murals that tell a story, even if we don't have all of the pieces to properly understand it. Obtaining that understanding starts with meeting the girl in the crystal, Lucia, Princess of the Blue Star. As she awakens, she looks out onto the still dead planet and notices that something must be terribly wrong. Looking up to the moon, her fears surmount and her mission becomes obvious. We'll have to get to that in a bit. For now, it's time to meet the hero of today's story. Hero. And his talking, floating cat, Ruby. She looks a lot like Null, except strawberry flavored. I'm more of a vanilla fan myself, but hey, I've already mentioned that I prefer Silver Star Story plenty. Let's focus more on this game, and what Hero is up to. Looks like he's treasure hunting. Yeah, this scene has a real Indiana Jones vibe, with Hero rescuing precious artifacts from ancient ruins. Maybe to put them in a museum? This one doesn't make it there, but more on that in a minute. For now, Hero needs to give a Whedon-esque, I bet you're wondering how I got here speech to get us up to speed.
Well, looks like you've caught us in another messy situation.
With the immediate reveal that Ruby is indeed a baby red dragon, by the way. Yet no bearing the lead here. Granted, her utility in combat, or lack thereof, will make her dragon nature a bit more obvious once she starts breathing fire over every other enemy. So, what we learn is Hero gets chased by monsters, and then eventually a boulder that blocks access back into this dungeon, dubbed the Dragon Ruins, is that he's a young man who yearns for adventure, not unlike Alex in the last game. Although he doesn't have an idyllic hero to look up to, he more wants to discover the hidden secrets about their world that seem to have been lost to time, something instilled to him by his grandfather Gwyn. Which is where we're headed back to right now. To get back home, we need to head through the East Desert Pass. This game really throws players directly into it. I mean, after like 10 minutes of FMVs and voiceover, that is. But no back and forthing between Luna and Ramus and talking to a bunch of NPCs to get equipped for the coming fights. Nope. Instead, we are sent immediately into a combat zone and told that if we want to get this story underway, we need to survive our first little dungeon. The East Desert Pass isn't very difficult, however, and given that there is a statue of Althena to recover from at the top of the map, we're free to take our time and slowly kill off every enemy in the area with little risk of dying this early on. I'll also note that for now, Ruby's little fire breath attacks are about on par with Hero's own slashes, so she's very helpful in this dungeon, as she can generally do the final bits of damage needed to take out some enemies. I've harped on Ruby's utility in combat in the combat section earlier, but I didn't explain her exact behavior in battle. As described by the Prima Guide strategy guide, made in tandem with working designs, Ruby's behavior is determined on a fairly complicated formula. Essentially, if there's an enemy on the battlefield with 5 hit points or less, Ruby will automatically attack it. Considering that she generally does 6 damage per attack, that means that she will automatically kill any enemy that is very close to death. Later on, that increases as her utility increases, but again, we'll get to that in a little bit. Otherwise, there's some math. It's basically 5 minus the number of party members times a number that fluctuates from 15 to 10 throughout the story, plus 25. Then, the game basically rolls a D100, and if it lands anywhere from 0 to the number that math equation came out with, Ruby will attack a random monster. Similar to an attack roll in the Call of Cthulhu tabletop RPG. While usually her utility is to show up and finish off any monsters that the party has almost killed, she can sometimes come in and deal her tiny little amounts of damage at random. As we progress through the Desert Pass, we are greeted by one of the sickest character introductions in gaming history. White Knight Leo, standing on the bow of his pride and joy, the dragon ship Destiny. A massive vehicle that uses its centipede-like legs to move across both land and sea. I spelled sea with 2 E's. I am a professional writer, and I spelled C with 2 E's. This script is 78,000 words. Forgive me. Leo himself has a bit of a stick up his ass, as he appears to be on a mission for the goddess Althena, which is odd considering what we know about Althena from the last game. Put a pin in that, I guess. Anyway, he asks for directions to Gwen's place, and we tell him gladly. We've got no reason to lie to him, after all. He also seems to take a bit of a liking to Hero, but he is put off by Ruby's more abrasive attitude. Maybe the White Knight is looking for a new squire. He leaves with mostly kind words, even if he is rather pompous about the importance of his mission. Don't worry though, we'll get to talk to him again in a minute, actually, once we get through the desert pass and make our way to Gwen's place ourselves. We can even board the Destiny here and talk to some of the guards. They mostly talk about their dedication to Althena and how nice it is to work under Lord Leo, even if he was kind of a dick to us about being backwoods country bumpkins. When we head into Gwen's place though, we find Leo and Gwen talking about a place to the north, the Blue Spire. Apparently Gwen has been studying the place for years, even though he's never found a way inside. Unfortunately for Leo, that's what he's here for, as a world-destroying beast is expected to arrive to Lunar from the Blue Spire soon. Gwen attempts to tell him a hunch on how to get inside, but instead he decides that his best course of action is to simply head to the Spire himself and either wait for the destroyer to appear and destroy it, or simply destroy the Spire altogether before the destroyer can arrive. Either way, Gwen is not pleased by the idea of destroying such a historical location, though he knows better than to be too hostile against Leo. Once Leo leaves, however, we take a look at the Blue Spire ourselves, from the lookout at the top of Gwen's place, and see a light descend on top of it. Unsure of whether that is the destroyer that Leo was talking about or not, Gwen and Hero prepare to investigate the Blue Spire themselves. We gather up a few supplies from the basement, because it wouldn't be a Lunar game without gathering supplies from the basement, and head out on the start of this new adventure. Once we get to the Blue Spire, somehow beating Leo here even though he had the super boat, Gwen works on that hunch he'd had before that he tried to mention but Leo had no patience for at the time. Well, it would seem that Gwen's got the right idea though, when we follow the hunch and slot the left opal jewel that he gave us into the dragon head at the front of the Blue Spire ruins. Nothing happens, even though Gwen seems certain that it should have accomplished something. However, we have our own relic that looks remarkably similar. The right sapphire jewel. Slotting that into the other eye of this dragon head statue finishes the process, and finally gives us access to the interior of the Blue Spire. If Gwen can keep from having a heart attack from sheer excitement, or from his need to reprimand Hero for exploring the dragon ruins earlier, then he'll finally get to accomplish a lifelong dream here, and die happy. He'll get to die happy. He'll be able to die happy. Well, turns out this place is filled with monsters and has everyone's favorite lunar puzzle. Roam around the map until you find all of the buttons to press for the game to let you move forward. I really can't stress enough that this series is not about the puzzles. Dungeon diving is more about combat, and this may honestly be the driving point for whether or not you like the game. If you enjoy engaging with the strategic combat and dealing with the resource management that comes with dungeon crawling, then this game is perfect. But if you want mind-bending puzzles that throw a little twist into the otherwise repetitive combat sections, then this series might be a tough sell. Personally, I love the combat, so it wins me over completely. Especially when the combat includes weird little characters like these mummies and bandage boys, which can be taken out with a unique strategy. Basically, killing the mummy in the middle, the one that's a slightly different color palette, you can wipe the whole enemy party, as the bandage boys disappear once the mummy is gone. So yeah, there are still puzzles, but it's more combat-oriented. Anyway, as we venture further and further into the tower, past a few dormant guardians that fortunately don't want to kill us, we eventually find a room at the top, with a floating image of the blue star. Touching the hologram transports us to an alternate room, where Hero meets a girl in a crystal.
My name is Lucia. I have come from the Blue Star on an urgent mission. Your world is in grave danger. I must see Althena immediately. Take me to her.
Do you think she's friendly? She looks like she could be some sort of goddess or something. What are we gonna do, Hero? Ruby to Hero!
She's the most beautiful girl I've ever seen.
She introduces herself as Lucia, and informs Hero that she must speak with Althena immediately. Hero obviously doesn't have the clout to go have a conversation with the goddess, even if that was possible after the first game, but he offers to help nonetheless. Her being the most beautiful girl he's ever seen probably didn't hurt the chances of her getting his help either. That and her being a first-class ticket to him getting a grand adventure like he's always wanted. Well, as we travel back down through the tower, we're attacked by the same monsters we've been fighting this whole time, although I will note that this specific group of enemies is the toughest we've seen so far, and I doubt I'd actually survive against all 5 Crystal Knights with only Hero and Gwyn. Fortunately, we also get Lucia to help us, although we don't get to control her in combat. Instead, she casts Plasma Rain and destroys every single enemy in one go. Hot damn, she's powerful. And you know what? I'm not above exploiting that power to full clear the entire top area of the Blue Spire. The experience I get from that will be very helpful, especially when we get back to the bridge with the Althena statue and Lucia gets Zophar'd. What does that mean? Well, yeah, turns out Zophar is the reason for Lucia's arrival, and he wastes no time to show exactly how evil he is by getting rid of my easy mode. And here I thought this playthrough would be a breeze. I'll also note on a great bit of ludonarrative resonance here with Lucia. It's a small one, but trying to heal at the Althena statue won't do anything to help Lucia regain her strength. After a full game of that statue being the ultimate sanctuary, it's interesting for the power of Althena to be left this impotent in the presence of Zophar's curse. This, combined with how powerful we've already seen Lucia to be, immediately sets Zophar up as an incredibly powerful and intimidating threat. Will he match up with Galleon as one of the best villains in gaming? Well, he'd be off to a good start if he hadn't finished off cursing Lucia with this gross, rapey line.
Was it good for you?
Yeah, maybe he'll stick the landing, but that line kinda sucks, and it gets more and more gross as the themes of Zophar start to become clearer. Through the next door, we get our first boss. Again, while Silver Star Story took its time to slow burn players into meeting NPCs and engaging with combat before offering the first boss fight after several hours of exploration, Eternal Blue continues to throw players right into the deep end with the Guardian. Not exactly as interesting a name as Saline Slimer, but this guy absolutely nails what he needs to do. While this isn't the toughest challenge we'll ever find, this is great at testing if players have really learned their lesson on the need for proper positioning in boss fights, as well as introducing the ability for bosses to copy players by pumping up their own stats. Yeah, Guardian can increase his strength, and if he does, he will one-shot Hero and Gwyn. So make sure to have Gwyn take a turn to cast Shattered Sword at least once every time Guardian boosts himself. A few Fractured Armors will also do a lot to make the fight go faster as well, with Hero naturally casting Annabelle's Sword until the boss goes down. Well, that was a tough fight, but we made it through. Good thing he was only one. Ah, nuts. Okay, guess we should probably grind up in the Blue Spire until we're strong enough to... Huh? We're not loading our save? Oh, look, it's Leo! Firing a bunch of Kamehamehas out of the Destiny. Whew! Thank goodness he was here. Oh, right, he's here to kill someone. Well, since all we found up on the Blue Spire was Lucia, we don't exactly feel comfortable telling him the truth, instead sending him on a wild goose chase claiming that the Destroyer cursed Lucia and is up in the Spire. Then, Leo drops the bomb that he knows the Destroyer's name, and it is indeed Lucia. She definitely has the strength to be a Destroyer, but Hero trusts her for some reason. curious if he'd still trust her even if she wasn't beautiful. Not important now, what is important is heading back to Gwyn's place where Gwyn delivers us some bad news. Turns out, he doesn't have the strength to cure Lucia herself. Instead, we'll need to head to Larpa, a nearby town across the lake, in order to find a man named Ronfar. He's a priest of the Chosen, the current prominent religion of Lunar, dedicated to Althena. Gwyn used to be friends with his father and hopes that he'll be able to help us cure Lucia's curse. So Hero and Ruby take Lucia in Gwyn's only boat across the lake and head to Larpa. Oh yeah, we take Gwyn's only way of getting supplies. We'll never take it back to him. He'll be dead within the week. Heading to Larpa isn't exactly a grand adventure. We cross the lake on Gwyn's boat, and there's nowhere else to land aside from the port that leads to Larpa. I suppose this is a good time to really get into detail about the linearity of the Lunar series. If you've been following along for now, you may have noticed that both of these games have a pretty consistent design philosophy on traveling the overworld. Players are given direction in whatever town they've started their new quest in and finished the previous. They go out to the world map, walk in one of few directions, and head into the single new location that will actually allow forward progression. This is an illusion of openness and player choice, as well as the ability to backtrack for the sake of gathering up secret items, usually bromides, but it's exactly that, an illusion. While this might sound like a critique, I don't really consider it to be the worst. Not every game is going for open world, and the regular progression of the game is balanced with this design in mind. This is also very much in line with contemporaries at the time. Like, if you really think about some of the best Final Fantasies, my faves of 10 and 7 included, or even Chrono Trigger, these are also entirely linear adventures with minor moments to jump off the beaten trail for small optional quests. But you're never going to get to Cosmo Canyon before finishing up Junon or Gold Saucer. It's pretty much the same for Lunar, except I'll admit that even the complete versions of each game very rarely bother with extra superfluous side missions until the very end. Now, as I've been commenting on the linearity of Lunar, Hero and Ruby have been switchbacking all across Larpa, looking for this Ronfar character. All we've found so far, though, is this person with a character portrait who says he doesn't know where the guy is, and a locked house on top of a hill. Heading into the Sanctuary of Althena, where you'd normally expect to find a priest, we find that Ronfar is apparently a drunk who hasn't been in the church for years. So yeah, turns out it's the one guy with the character portrait. Who'd have guessed? Certainly me. Knowing that it is Ronfar now, though, does little to help us, as he's being a bit of a stick in the mud about the whole "we need a priest" thing. That is, until Lucia faints in the bar. Seeing her in those dire straits, Ronfar drops his act and carries Lucia back to his home, while Hero follows closely behind. And yes, that was his house. Looks like someone with the initials LM is looking for him. An old friend, perhaps, but it doesn't concern us. Well, as a matter of fact, it does concern us. Because LM is none other than Lord Leo. Not sure what the M stands for. Seriously, we never find out. But turns out that he's an old friend of Ronfar's, and now everyone knows that he's looking for Hero, and that Lucia in her red cape is in fact the destroyer he's looking for. Having only met Ronfar a few minutes ago, we don't know if we can trust him. So, we sneak attack the two, killing them in Ronfar's home and make it look like a lover's spat gone wrong as we escape. Or we put a little faith in our new friend and he lies to his old friend for us. Guess he saw something in our eyes and decided he was fine with putting his faith in us. Hero has that trustworthy of a face, it would seem. Still, healing Lucia isn't going to be an easy task. We'll need to head to the sanctuary so Ronfar can pray at the statue of Althena in order to make his healing magic work properly. Unfortunately for us, Leo mentioned that he'd be waiting in that very sanctuary, so we can't exactly go waltzing in through the front door. Also, the priests there still aren't too fond of Ronfar. This means that in order to get inside of the sanctuary, we'll need to head through the cave behind Ronfar's house that will eventually lead us in through the back. Not even really much of a dungeon, but we get our first glimpse of how Ronfar behaves in combat. He's mostly a healer with a moderately strong regular attack using a mace, and some combat magic that relies heavily on his dice rolling. This can make him extremely powerful, especially in the early game. Well, if you get high rolls. But also very unreliable as a major source of damage, since you never know if he's going to roll well or not. Once we're inside of the sanctuary, we can spy on Leo, who speaks to himself about his resolve to rid the world of the Destroyer. And we can find the statue in the middle of the building. Here we get a decent showcase of who Ronfar is. He seems to have a backstory of having attempted to heal someone named Mari, someone who Leo had mentioned earlier as his little sister. But none of Ronfar's attempts worked. She's alive, and the other characters are aware, but there's still a negativity to the state that she's currently in, one that hangs over both Ronfar and Leo. Resolved to not lose another patient to a similar illness, Ronfar puts all of his energy into helping Lucia recover. After a few prayers, it finally works. Not enough to have her pop up at full strength, but her breathing steadies and the tension that's been building around us settles. We spend that night at Ronfar's place, letting Lucia take the bed while the others sleep on the floor. In the morning, we wake up after Lucia, but before Ronfar, deciding to head out and look for our lovely lady in red. Talking to people around LARPA, it would seem that Lucia has been making her way around town, and has left a very positive impression on the people. Mostly of people fascinated by seeing such a beautiful woman come to their tiny slice of Lunar, including this weird dude who drew a bromide of her. That's the first bromide of Eternal Blue, by the way. I'll note that this one starts a vibe of these pictures in this game being much less steamy than Silver Star Story, which is to say that they are much less perverted and objectifying of the female cast of this game versus the previous. A welcome change, although don't worry, there are still plenty of tantalizing FMVs and bromides to find by the end. But Game Arts has at least reined in some of the on-the-nose perversion for many more tasteful shots that emphasize the brilliant character designs and colorful outfits, rather than us seeing these characters with most of those outfits partially or fully removed. Aside from the creepy guy outside, we also find a new mother and her baby. She tells us about how Lucia showed up earlier and saw the baby, being unaware of what a lullaby was. This is the start of a theme for Lucia, both in struggling to take on the role of motherhood herself, but with not being able to stop the child from crying, as well as her own association with her own mother, and possibly the closest thing she has to a father figure. But more on that later. For now, we find Lucia at the pier of LARPA, where sand ships prepare to transport materials to and from the city, after thanking us for healing her, then commenting on the beauty of this world and the impressive nature of humanity to toil together in community. This is all before she decides to leave us behind, deciding that she needs to journey to the holy city of Pentagoulia, the location she's been told Althena can be found, by herself, because keeping Hero along would only prove to slow her down. Though she does hesitate briefly, she still leaves without us, hoping to find a ship to Pentagoulia from the nearby town of Dalton. Hero struggles to say goodbye, but accepts her answer and prepares to head back to his simple life with Gwyn. That is, until Ronfar arrives and realizes that there is a huge problem with where Lucia has decided to go. Turns out, Dalton is a major outpost for the Chosen, and the next place where Leo will be restocking before continuing his chase of the Destroyer. Oh, and in the process of telling us our error, Ronfar decides to use the R slur, instead of simply calling us an idiot or using any other socially acceptable term to question our intelligence. Okay, at this point we should talk about the Ronfar problem. And to clarify, this isn't entirely limited to Ronfar, as others will use the same word or other disrespectful words throughout the game. Hell, even the strategy guide for Silver Star Story said it periodically. But I know that a lot of folks watching these videos are roughly my age, and plenty of folks in our group of younger millennials might be more annoyed that I'm even bringing this up as a problem, or that I'm calling this word that many of us used so prolifically a decade or so ago the R slur, instead of saying it as comfortably as I would have when I first played this game. See, back in the 90s and 2000s, this word, along with many other terms related to marginalized people, could easily be said without consequence. It was an edgy thing to say, and in the case of a lot of comedy at the time, pulling out any of these derogatory terms were basically a cheat code for an instant laugh. These were peoples whose entire role in society was to be ridiculed. And for us normies, there was nothing wrong with kicking others while they were already down, as long as it was mildly funny, especially if it pushed the boundaries of civility. Nowadays, however, with the mass spread of information and voices from each of these marginalized groups now being elevated to a point where it cannot be ignored, there are consequences. And using derogatory terms so flippantly, even if we're simply finding that modern language has been replacing one term for another and turning other descriptors for these people into the new accepted insult that will likely become tomorrow's filter for people worth listening to, I would also like to note the difference between claiming that there were no consequences versus these things being okay to say. They were never okay. They always caused pain when spread into everyday language. Society is rather understanding that the consequences were being borne on the people that we were making fun of. And the least we can do now is learn to give up 1 or 2 words in order to help others feel welcomed around us. Because the alternative is to continue to allow these groups of people to not be belittled, but dehumanized, made lesser, and proven through our lack of regard that this is what we think of other humans, simply because they were born different than us, normal folks. Now, the point of this whole soapbox moment is not to shame you, the viewer, if you once used that language regularly, or if you continue to use it today, but to explain why Ronfahr and other characters might say things that wouldn't exactly fly today. I will also say that along the main story, Ronfahr will use the R slur specifically 3 times. But he does also use negative language towards little people, occasionally has a negative view on LGBTQIA+ folks, and is a general womanizing asshole who views women as sexual objects to be used to satisfy his own desires, rather than people. In 2000, he would have been seen as a man's man, and the logical evolution of trying to up the ante on a character like Kyle from Silver Star Story. He was absolutely the funniest character, and one of my favorites when I first played the game in 2004. However, he is easily the part of Eternal Blue that has aged the worst, and is the single aspect of this game that I think is entirely inferior to the previous title. So, to get to the real point, I understand that these moments, even if they are few and far between, could be a deal breaker for some, and if that's the case, I understand not wanting to touch the game for now. I'll also note that while I mention all of this here, I'll be skipping over Ronfar's worst lines moving forward. But I do want my thoughts on the poor aging of parts of this game to be completely clear. Sorry if that came off as preachy, but I didn't want this aspect to simply go unsaid or to simply brush over the issue without fully addressing it. Okay, so moving on. At this point, Ronfahr joins the party and we make our way to Dalton. First, we have to go through the West Desert Pass. Really nothing worth talking about here. No boss and no significant items. Not that I've really been commenting on items for most of this story dive. Still, we're already in Dalton, and once we arrive, we find Lucia already caught by Althena's guard. Although it does seem like she's gotten a decent amount of her strength back, since she is able to easily fight off most of the soldiers that Leo throws at her. That is until Leo himself decides to step up into the fight. We're brought over to a battle screen, and Lucia is defeated with a single attack by Leo. While we aren't exactly sure how much of her power she has regained, seeing Lucia taken out this quickly really shows exactly how powerful Leo is. However, strong and dedicated to his oath to Althena as he might be, Leo still doesn't kill her outright, instead simply capturing her so that he can decide what to do after a brief interrogation. Something that he and his fellow Althena's guards mention goes against his direct order to kill the destroyer on sight. Well, naturally, that means we have to sneak onto the Destiny and engage in a stealth mission to save Lucia. And by stealth mission, I mean fight each of the guards one by one until we've reached her cell. As a side note, since there is an Althena statue in the Destiny and the enemies stay down after we beat them, you can go back and heal up between each fight. It's a bit more tedious, but it makes the assault on the Destiny very simple. On the note of the statue, a smaller detail of Dalton involves a goddess statue that has been shattered at the front of town. While the people of the area don't know who would do such a thing, it's implied that it was the Chosen who did it, since it would force people to come pay for a chance to pray at the statue in the sanctuary for 100 silver, instead of the one at the front of town for free. Fortunately, the one in the Destiny is also free. Once we make it to Lucia, we manage to free her and lock Leo away in the cell she was previously being kept in. Ronfahr goes back to ask for Leo to trust him, and the two make the new rift that has opened between them clear. We haven't really known Ronfahr for long, but you can feel that this is a harsh consequence of circumstance. These two refer to each other as brothers, and Ronfahr seemed to be in love with Leo's sister, almost making them legally brothers. So, to see duty and lies separate these two is heartbreaking. After running from Dalton, we've got a few more stops to make, now trying to get to Pentagoulia with Lucia together. Before we can get anywhere though, we need to shake off Leo and his boys. This requires us to head through a few different forests. First is the Starlight Forest, which is mostly unassuming, aside from the Star Tower, which we can't properly approach. Put a pin in that. Be prepared to leave that one for a while, by the way. Then we head into the Illusion Woods. This is another forest dungeon with movable bushes that block passage until the player reaches the appropriate moment in the story, like the similarly named Forest of Illusion in Silver Star Story. In this case, the necessary story key is for Ronfar to cheat the guy at the front of the woods in a game of dice, leveraging the man's gambling debts into letting us through these bushes. However, unlike the similar dungeon in the last game, we actually have to find more of these bushes, and open access to further progression, as well as a handful of chests and some hidden monsters. This is another great moment to mention another instance of ludonarrative resonance with Lucia. Her strength is starting to return to her after Ronfar healed her, but she still doesn't have access to the powerful magic she could cast at the beginning of the game. Even so, she still has access to some magic that is capable of killing enemies. However, her distance view of the others is still present, and she refuses to use her magic to help anyone but herself. In many fights, if she isn't attacked by enemies, she'll run away, and the only time she'll cast buffing, healing, or attacking magic is in retaliation to specifically being attacked herself. She'll only kill enemies that are a direct threat to her, not to Hero or Ronfar. She'll only heal herself when she's been hurt, not Hero or Ronfar. She'll only increase her own defenses when she doesn't see a way out of the fight, not Hero or Ronfar. Lucia is entirely self-centered and unconcerned with the rest of the party. It's something that is made obvious when the player isn't able to control her like everyone else, but is made even more clear by how she refuses to be helpful to anyone but herself. We'll be circling back on this soon, but it's another great way that Eternal Blue utilizes Lucia in order to tell a story through the gameplay. Once we get further into the Illusion Woods, we find a dead end, as it appears the path forward is being blocked by vines. Fortunately, we aren't the only ones to have found ourselves trapped here. Alongside our little group, we've also found a traveling caravan, and their dancer.
Thanks. Say, I haven't seen you here before. Are you visiting? Well, my name is Jean. I'm the star dancer.
Introducing Jean, the lead dancer of Gibbon's caravan. They are also on their way through the Illusion Woods as they head towards the North Carnival. Given that they have no allegiance to Althena's guard, having been harassed by Althena's Chosen for their nomadic nature, we're allowed to stay with them for the night. We even get to talk to Jean as she cools down at a cliff's edge to the west. While talking to her, we learn a little more about the caravan, and Lucia gets attacked by a strange vine with a Venus flytrap at the end. As everyone prepares to fight the strange monster off, Jean quickly jumps into action and uses some impressive karate to fight off the vine. She doesn't really want to talk about it though, asking us not to tell anyone what we saw. We, the audience, are also given a little bit of backstory for Jean, as she relives a flashback of her fighting off a mysterious man in a mask, part of her previous life as a member of the Shadow Dragon cult. This is all we'll learn about this for now, but the main points to note are that Jean has a troubled backstory, and struggles to embrace the source of her skills with martial arts, which has also fueled her current skills with dancing. The next morning, however, Ronfar greets the group and encourages us all to head off to the Althena Spring in the eastern part of the woods. If you remember the springs from the last game, it's the same situation. Natural hot springs that have had a shrine to Althena built around them, and separate their baths by sex. As we take Ronfar up on his offer, this sends Hero into the male bath while Lucia goes to the female bath. Ruby also decides to go with Hero to the male bath because she is obsessed with him, having been fully convinced that they are in love with each other, even as Hero continues to fall deeper and deeper in love with Lucia. Made even more obvious when Lucia decides that she's bored in the female bath by herself and tries to come join Hero and Ruby. Did you like that scene, by the way? Do you want to not like it? Because there's a very easy way to absolutely destroy whatever pleasure that could have brought you. The strategy guide for Eternal Blue calls this scene cleaned and jerked. Listen, the 2000s was a weird time. I'd honestly be surprised to find that anyone made it out of that era completely normal. We're all a little mad here. Anyway, let's get back to the fun stuff, and watch half the caravan get ripped underground by the flytrap vines we saw last night. Well, Maybe not like fun for everyone else, but it's at least a return to the best part of the gameplay. That being a boss fight. One that includes Jean as a new playable character. She hesitates at first, but Hero reaches her, assuring her that the source of her skills aren't important, because as long as she has the power to do something to save her friends, that's all that matters. I mean, he's kinda right, especially considering that Jean considers many of the caravan members as a surrogate family, with Gibbon specifically being the closest she has had to a father figure. So, second boss fight. How's it go? Plantella isn't too different from the terrible Truffler from Silver Star Story, actually. The monster is a plant-based creature that can paralyze party members and has a wide attack to hit the whole party at once. However, there has been one major update into Eternal Blue. Man, these games are hornier than I remembered. Also, it makes me wish this was an entirely different type of game. Although, preferably if it were, then maybe tone down the violence. You know what, let's go ahead and keep the violence and kill the hot plant monster. Problem solved. Speaking of problems, let's talk about Jean's voice lines during combat. Okay, at this point we should talk about the Jean you know what, no. We're not derailing this hard again. Jean is Romani, and the game uses that term you heard 1,000 times in Hunchback of Notre Dame that is now in a tenuous space between having been reclaimed by the people it was used to describe and being completely rejected by the Romani people, as a derogatory name that was thrust upon them without considering their thoughts. Similar to people of East and Southeast Asia when it comes to that train with the murder on it. So to keep this short, you won't be hearing much of Jean's in-battle voice lines from here on out. Cool? Moving on. Jean's attacks aren't even really relevant against Plantella. We'll be doing Raven Sword on repeat. Quick little anecdote time. The first time I played Eternal Blue, it was through a demo disc that came packaged with Vanguard Bandits, a mecha strategy game that was also localized by Working Design. Interestingly, Plantella was the end of that demo, which is to say, the demo was pretty substantial, with several hours of gameplay. I mean, we're only like a fifth of the way through my notes of the game, which is like a tenth of the way through the actual game. My notes are bad. Still, having already fallen in love with Silver Star Story, this demo got me fully on board with Lunar 2. And it would be years before I'd actually get my hands on it. So, with the demo finished and Plantella dead, we get Jean on our team. It seems like a temporary thing, but she wants to confront her past and learn martial arts. Since our journey is already taking us in the direction of Maribia, there's someone there she'd like to meet, so Jean becomes a party member for the time being. And we get a nice bromide of her. One of my favorites actually, because I love the artwork done to make this look like a classic carnival poster. Sick stuff. Our next trip is to the small town of Takar. There isn't much to note about the town itself, except for the fact that there is a large wall to the north that is currently closed off. Apparently, Althena's guard has closed off access to the north as an attempt to keep the Destroyer from continuing her journey to Pentagoulia. As we can see by our not progressing through the town, it's working, but an eavesdropping fortune teller seems to know a different way around the wall. Apparently by taking a mountain path to a mansion that is a part of some elaborate test in order to join the Magic Guild. Both areas are filled with some fairly unique enemies, some of which require magical damage in order to be defeated. It's like an elongated version of the Cave of Trials that led to Vane in Silver Star Story. However, if there is any enemy to focus on, it's this guy, Rufus. We first met him in the first game during Damon's Spire. They're the ones who needed to be killed with Alex and Kyle's special attacks. In this case, I'm only mentioning them because at this point my girlfriend started watching me play and thought these guys were adorable little goobers. Show of hands, who else thinks he's a goober? If you have your hand raised at this point, then I'll show you who I think is a goober. It's you. You're the goober. Put your hand down. Things get stranger in the abandoned mansion, however, as we find the various rejects from the Isle of Misfit Toys. A lot of these are also recycled from the first game, like Rufus, but most of the toys come from Might's Tower. Even as reused assets, however, they still fit the vibes of their current location. And in the case of the toys in the mansion, they actually fit the theme that is completed with the final boss of the area, the Magic Tester LX1. This guy is a solid challenge, by the way. Like, the Magic Tester is up on the level of the final fights from the last game. He's that tough to deal with. What really doesn't help is the fact that I have to rely mostly on magical damage, and most of our current party aren't exactly great with magic. Like, there's Hero's Boomerang and Tempest attacks, but he doesn't exactly have the best wisdom stat out of the group. Meanwhile, Rodfar's dice can do decent damage, but the magic tester does so much damage that he's mostly stuck healing every turn. It's a tough one, but we eventually managed to beat it, after a reset. Which, by the way, this thing is canonically killing us if we lose. As a reminder, this is supposedly all part of a test for joining the Magic Guild, and is how we meet Lamina.
Ta-da! Congratulations, you're a winner! My name is Lamina Alsa. You have now officially passed the entrance exam to the Magic Guild of Vane. Did I surprise you?
And yeah, it's neat to see what Mia's descendant looks like now, but how many bodies has she left broken and beaten in this mansion? Are those not really magic toys, but haunted ones, populated by the souls of Lamina's dead victims? If these games were any kind of popular, this would have been a circa 2013 game theory video. But no, Lunar had to be the most obscure treasure in the world, with what can only be described as a cult following. And hopefully by now, you're one of us! One of us. One of us. Well, after beating the magic tester, Lamina decides to join us on our adventure, although she seems more preoccupied with trying to get us to join the Magic Guild of Vane. Considering that we've done that whole song and dance before, we can probably guess how joining the Magic Guild will go. Also, Lamina is obsessed with money. Prepare for that, and her saying mega before random words to be her only character traits. That's not to say she doesn't have an arc, and hers is actually pretty fun, but every time her character portrait shows up, it'll be to say something about money. She's probably the most one-note character in the party. Even Ronfar has gambling and womanizing. One great example of that one-noteness comes right away as she negotiates charging us for the magic carpet ride she's about to take us on to get us down the side of this mountain. Turns out it's the only way down from the back entrance of the mansion, and she's too lazy to take us each one at a time, which naturally leads to us all falling to the ground anyway. She also loses the carpet, claiming that it was in her family for generations. However, considering the condition of the carpet itself, it's difficult to speak on the state of the Ausa family line. And it almost ended right there with that fall. But we make it fine and can continue on our way. All that to get past a wall. At least we got our 4th party member with that. Technically our 5th, depending on how you count Lucia, but once again, she isn't exactly a team player at the moment. Now that we've passed the Dakar barrier, we can head on to the next major location, the trading town of Nota. It's basically a giant bazaar split in half by a massive river and connected with an elevated bridge at the north end of town that's wide enough to let trade ships travel up and down river. There's a neat little storyline happening here, and we find that the mayor of East Noda is planning to marry off his daughter, Julia, to the mayor of West Noda. Meanwhile, Julia is using a rememberizer in order to relive a precious memory with someone named Kyle, notably not the mayor she is betrothed to. You might remember the rememberizer from how it helped us remember previously witnessed FMVs as remembered memories back in Silver Star Story, when Ramus gave it to us and told us to look back and remember our love for Luna and never forget what we're fighting for. Remember? Anyway, this one will be a pin for much later, but we'll get there, I promise. For now, as we attempt to cross the giant bridge from East Noda to West Noda, we're quickly stopped by Leo and the Destiny. Honestly, how many times are we really going to have to deal with this guy? Well, regardless, we need to find another way across the river, since our next destination is, well, we don't really have an interim destination. We're headed to Pentagoulia, but we really haven't described exactly how we'll get there. I mean, I know where we'll end up going. It's the port town of Azado. That's where we can ferry passage to Pentagoulia, which is basically Lunar's version of the Vatican, but out on its own private island. So yeah, though the game doesn't fully explain it, that is our eventual destination. Currently though, that starts with getting through Nota and heading on towards Zulan. In order to do that, however, we make the decision to visit Gibbon and his caravan. They've recently arrived at the Northern Carnival and have started their performances. While we're here, we prepare to take a flying machine called the Magic Arrow. It's really a big cannon rather than a flying machine, but that's splitting hairs. What's more important is that we've finally decided that it is time to change Lucia's clothes. Considering that everywhere we go, Leo tends to find her by asking around for a woman in a red cloak, and the general aesthetic of her black garb, having that, how do I put this? 40s Hugo Boss look? Lucia has been pretty easy to track down. So the caravan offers to lend her a new outfit to wear for the remainder of the game. I wait my damnedest to not interfere with their attempts to find a new outfit for her. Hero's a good boy and would never peep. And he waits for 2 full hours before finally approaching the changing tent because the game wouldn't move forward without it. Ronfar, on the other hand, he wastes no time trying to be a creepy sex pest and peeping in on the girls getting changed. We go through a few options. Personally, I think the second one was fire, although maybe lose the mustache, but after playing around with her new look, she finally ends on this look. If the demure bit was still a trend, I'd have gone for it, but instead of attempting to old man my way through dead memes, I'll go ahead and call it cute. She's taking on the striking colors and patterns that signify that this is a Lunar outfit, and the wide neck on her blouse and higher shorts makes her less withheld. You know, as her clothes open up to reveal more of herself, so does her mind and her heart to the rest of the world and the group. However, we don't really have time to appreciate the new duds, as we already need to make our trip on the Magic Arrow. Turns out, Leo's here, and he doesn't intend to leave until he's captured Lucia. Fortunately for us, Gibbon has been able to talk Leo out of giving a thorough enough search to find us, but the White Knight is nothing if not passionate. And he, of course, nearly catches us the second we get in the Magic Arrow. He doesn't stop us fully, but he does manage to send us in the wrong direction. As we're flying, Lucia does worry about whether or not Gibbon will be okay. It's a small moment, and Jean assures us that he'll be fine, but it's worth noting because it shows some character growth. She actually cares about someone else's well-being. Oh, but don't worry about combat getting easier, because that growth won't be passing into her being any more helpful on that end. We've now landed in the Mystic Ruins. It's an odd little place, and it starts with an FMV of familiar scenes.
That was a record of my best work.
Who's there? That's the voice of Galleon.
Fortunately, I now have a chance to surpass it. The world will once again be mine on a delicious half shell. And you can't stop me, Lucia.
Yep, Galleon's back, and it would appear that the story of the first game has become a legend on par with that of Dyne and the Four Heroes. What is he doing here? Not much, but he does so enjoy goading would-be heroes, and he even seems to know who Lucia is, and vice versa. However, before a fight can break out with our previous big bad, he leaves and we're given the task of navigating our way out of the tower. This dungeon has a bit of a puzzle where paying attention to the direction of each moving platform will either bring players to various items through to the end of the dungeon, or if you make a mistake, to enemies waiting in ambush. At the bottom of the tower, we find something very familiar. It would appear that Galleon has constructed a new fairy garden in the Mystic Ruins, with all of the fairies speaking again to his goodness. In fact, while much of the same sentiment about having been saved remains from the Silver Star story, none mention being prisoner, or any kind of maliciousness from Galleon or anyone else. This place seems to be truly at peace in a way that the fairies in the Grindery never really were. Once we've left the Mystic Ruins, we can start heading back to Noto. However, the same problem as before appears to persist. Leo and his dragon ship destiny are still hot on our trails and find us in the middle of a canyon. Trapped in the open with nowhere to run or hide, the party resolves that what they are doing is the right thing, and that they'd rather die than give Lucia up to Althena's guard. Well, all except for Lemina, who appears to be the only one with a brain cell between the bunch, bringing up the very logical idea that at least being captured isn't dead, and they could always try to figure a way out of it afterwards. You know, while they're still alive. Fortunately for us, though, we don't really have to worry about getting blasted to hell by the Destiny's main guns. Instead, we get rescued by some purple Deus Ex Machina lightning that zaps Leo until he's left a smoldering heap on the bow of the Destiny. Ronfar notes that it'll take more than that to kill Leo, but Althena's guard retreats anyway, with the other soldiers too afraid of what Lucia the Destroyer might do with their white knight out of commission. As we sit and wonder what could have done that, Lucia sees a man in the distance. Galleon. Did he save us? The plot thickens, it would seem. Back in Nota, we're finally able to cross, even being able to shop at some of the stores filled with better equipment over in West Nota. We also find the mayor, who makes gross remarks about how he intends to take Julia, the East Mayor's daughter we met before, as a trophy, and how the political joining will give him wealth and power. A real scumbag, to be honest. This Kyle guy, who can be found griping in the corner about the upcoming wedding, seems like a much better match. The next area is a grim location. For one, the town of Zulan appears to be suffering through a raging blizzard. One that the townsfolk seem to be convinced is not of natural make, and is causing people to shut themselves inside and become sick. In the mayor's house, we find a baby, the mayor's own granddaughter, is one of these sufferers, and her only hope is a special plant called snowsprout grass that grows up on the mountain. Both of the child's parents have already left to go scale the mountain and find the grass, but neither has returned in quite some time. We elect to go help, but this proves to be a request too far for Lucia. Regardless of the baby dying or the town in imminent peril, she decides that her mission cannot be derailed again. While it's understandable that to her, wasting time to save a single child is not worth possibly allowing Zophar to return and seeing every single human die as a result, Hero still might have hoped that everything they'd been through together would earn some trust in keeping the group together. So, while we swear to help the child and stop the blizzard, Lucia leaves us behind once again. It's as if nothing has changed since LARPA, even as the entire crew, minus Lemina, were willing to die to keep Lucia safe back in Nota. Up on the mountain, we fight some pretty tough monsters. What's worse, many of them are hiding behind walls of ice, which Ruby can melt in order to give us passage through the frozen caves. So it's similar to the Blue Dragon Shrine in Silver Star Story. Basically, it's a guessing game for which ice wall will be a path forward, which ones might have hidden items behind them, and which will have enemies. Fortunately, for our purposes here, the MP resource management is kind of on the back burner. I mean, there's no way of knowing ahead of time, but we'll get a full heal before the boss. So there's no need to hold back against the enemies here. Cast magic to your heart's content and rip these guys to pieces. Once we reach the top of the mountain, the monster responsible for causing this blizzard creates an avalanche to wipe us all out together. Our only saving grace is that all the monster can manage is to throw a loose snow avalanche at us, so it mostly sweeps us away without dealing critical damage. Now, if that had been a slab or gliding avalanche, then that would have been the equivalent of being smacked in the face by the side of a freaking mountain, probably killing us instantly. So we'll thank our lucky stars, and the voice that seems to be calling out to us in the darkness. Hey, it's Lucia. Either she's back, or we've died and Hero is in heaven. Well, it's still cold as balls out here, so I'm going with the she's back hypothesis. Lucia even heals us back to full as we wake up. As we talk to her, gathering up the other party members on the way, she tells us what it was like when she left. How a hollow pain appeared in her heart, and how every step she took away from Zulan, the pain only grew stronger, and the emptiness grew wider. The others try to teach her that these emotions she's feeling are loss and anxiety. She was worried about us, and the warmth that she describes filling that void now that she sees us all okay is relief. Even if she might not understand what it means, Lucia cares, and that is what brought her back. And now, it's time to fight the missing link. The fight itself is a bit easier than the Magic Tester XL1, especially since we're finally up to a 5-person team now. Yeah, so as a final showcase of ludonarrative resonance with Lucia, now that she has come to terms with the emotional attachment she's built for the team, she is willing to actually participate in battles again. She'll now attack without being prompted to, she'll heal and buff allies instead of only herself, and she won't run away without the others in tow. I really love the design here and how her emotional growth is shown very directly in her gameplay. While we still don't get to control her, we can now rely on her a lot more to be an active member of combat. willing to risk herself and apply her magic to help the team succeed. Although, most of her heals and defense buffs tend to go to Hero. I wonder why. With Lucia's help, we beat the missing link and stopped the blizzard it had been creating. We also managed to find Maria, the mayor's daughter and the baby's mother. She's also holding on to the snowsprout grass we need to cure the baby. However, as we prepare to bring her down the mountain, it would appear that Maria has lost her memory, and doesn't remember being a mother or having a husband. The mayor does confirm Maria's identity though, and a short scene plays out where she continues to reject the previous life she can't remember. After asking to travel with us, or even electing to travel alone if we won't take her, the baby's cries bring her back where she sings a lullaby and soothes the child to sleep. Still not fully remembering her previous life, Maria decides to stay and wait for her white knight to come sweep her off her feet, choosing to take care of the baby until its actual mother arrives. Lucia comments again on the lullaby and continues to contemplate on the relationship between mother and child. After leaving Zulan, our next destination is a familiar one. We're back in Maribia, although the locale has been a bit truncated. There's no Black Rose Street or pier, and Mel's mansion has been replaced with a dojo. In fact, that dojo is what brings Jean to the city in the first place. So she runs off that way as soon as we arrive. Meanwhile, in the rest of town, we can visit Ramus's shop. It's been slightly altered over the years, but the place definitely still has the same atmosphere. Hell, it even has the same shop owner, Ramus. Yeah, it turns out every generation of the family names their firstborn son Ramus, who then takes over the shop when the previous generation retires. Our current Ramus finds his shop in dire straits, however, as his grandfather gambled and partied the family fortune away in his youth. This Ramus now intends to rebuild the reputation and profitability of his shop, and appears to have a bit of a crush on Lamina. I mean, they're both obsessed with money, so at least they've got that in common. There's also 3 more bromides in Maribia. 2 are of Lamina, and they're in Ramus's shop. 1 comes from Ramus's creepy grandfather, who... Yeah, let's grab that Phoebophile pin back out. You're disgusting, old man. I mean, the picture isn't too steamy, but still, this is a teenager, and you're literally old enough to be her grandfather. Go ogle some bunny girls or something. Let's go see what Jean is doing over in the dojo. Well, as we arrive, we meet Master Lun. He does that cliche karate master thing of fighting off like 10 of his students all at once, calling them all weaklings and telling them to try harder. While we're here though, Jean wants to tell Lun about the threat of the Shadow Dragon cult, the people we saw try to kill her in that flashback a while ago. However, Lun doesn't seem to recognize them or their deadly martial arts, and he's apparently familiar with every martial art in the world. He does give us a lead to Tabin's Peak though, as it would seem that the description Jean gives of an evil cult that kidnaps and indoctrinates children to turn them into killing machines is similar to rumors he's heard in that area, with children attacking travelers on the road and causing problems for people around Maribia. As we head out to investigate Tabin's Peak, we leave one familiar locale only to find a familiar face. Is that Null flying up into the forest? Well, Ruby goes to see if she's found another baby dragon like herself, only to start getting manhandled by a man with hair that looks like Null, and an outfit that looks like Alex's, and a sword that's wrapped up like Kyle's. This dude is like a mashup of Silver Star Story memories. Who is he anyway?
My name is Null. What are you doing on my property? I don't welcome trespassers, so you'd better have a good story.
Oh, guess he calls himself Null. Since when has Null been a human? Maybe we'll get some answers as we head up Tabin's Peak. A couple things to note as we start heading up this dungeon. Aside from the fact that Ronfar is terrible with kids and they keep wailing on us with their vicious little traps the whole way up. While the place kind of resembles a mountain, it also has a mostly metal facade with rusted steel sheets peeling away at various points to reveal pipes and machinery underneath. Honestly, there's something familiar about all of this. But no time to think about that, since we've now been captured by the kids and thrown into a jail cell. Sometime later, Hero wakes up, seemingly after everyone else, and the children of Tabin's Peak all appear to have put everyone to work. Ronfar is cooking, Lamina is cleaning, and Jean dances to entertain the kids. She specifically notes that these kids can't possibly be part of the Shadow Dragon cult, since they all seem so happy, even when fighting. The kids at the cult were always cold, with any amount of joy having been beaten out of them. And I thought my childhood was rough. We're given a bit of freedom to roam around before we need to talk to Null and be given our own task. However, before we get there, we find a balcony that starts to put this whole area into perspective. This is, or was, Galleon's secret fairy garden. It's a neat reveal that explains the name Tabin's Peak, and all of the truth behind all of the rusted metal pieces everywhere. Tabin was the inventor who built the grindery for Galleon, and this is his mountain, the Dead Grindery, left here to become overgrown and meld into the scenery after Galleon was defeated. This is honestly one of my favorite designed locations in Eternal Blue, mostly because of the way that it shows the history from Silver Star Story and recontextualizes it for this new world that is maybe hundreds of years later. This seems like as good a time as any, actually, to mention that Eternal Blue takes place 1,000 years after Silver Star Story. I've been hard-pressed to find exactly where in-game, or in any other extended material, this specific 1,000-year gap is mentioned, but I have it on good authority, that being Lunar Net again, that this is indeed the case. Granted, given that 1,000 years have passed, that begs the question, what the hell is Null doing here? Well, Lucia has a similar question, although she asks it in a vague way to keep Hero, and the player, in the dark about certain things. She asks why Null is the only one here, alluding that she's not asking about Tabin's Peak or the children, who are dubbed the Dragon Kids. Null stalls and pushes the question aside when Hero shows up, although he does seem to have knowledge of Lucia and her role as Princess of the Blue Star. The conversation starts to get heated, and it almost sounds like we're going to learn some plot-relevant stuff. But first, the Dragon Kids get attacked, over in the balcony that used to be the fairy garden. It's the real Shadow Dragon cult, and they're here to kidnap a bunch of Null's kids. Naturally, with us being the most recent variable to change before the attack, and with Jean admitting to having been part of the Shadow Dragon cult before escaping, Null doesn't trust us, and demands that we return the kids. Seeing as how we don't know anything either, we can't exactly do anything to get the Dragon Kids back. So Null gives us some information on where they believe the cult to be using as a base, and then keeps Lucia as collateral until we go and get them back. All things considered, this feels like a win-win for Null, since he clearly had something he wanted to talk about with Lucia that she wasn't comfortable discussing in front of humans. Turns out, we're heading back to the sewers of Maribia, which has an entrance in Ramus's shop and in Lund's dojo, both locations that we remember giving access to the sewers back in Silver Star Story. It's little things, but I do enjoy that even though the games are set a millennium apart, there is some consistency across the two. Not only does it help to keep the sequels feeling like they exist in the same world, but it also shows the care put into development by Game Arts. And I appreciate that the attention to detail was paid. Back in the Maribia sewers, the location hasn't really changed much. The puzzle here is basically the same as it was before. Press buttons in the only order available, and often get sucked into a ton of extra fights. Another note of continuity is that I find the spirit bandana in the sewers. Back in Silver Star Story, I found this for Nash and Damon's Spire, and it gave a defense bonus, plus a small wisdom boost, which improved his magic damage. So it is interesting to note that the same armor piece offers the same benefit of the wisdom boost for Ronfar in this game. Again, small details, but it goes to show that Game Arts didn't throw everything out and start over, instead iterating and improving on the previous game in real time. But more important is that we've found the Shadow Dragon cult and the children they've captured. We even find the masked man from Jean's flashback. He sends some of his students to fight us, but we do well to fight them off. Like, they're stronger than normal enemies, but not enough to really be a problem. After we're done wiping the floor with these guys, Jean attacks the leader and even manages to knock his mask off, which lets us see the top of his head, and we also heard his voice before. Man, he sounds familiar, but I can't quite place why. Not important. What is important is that we rescued the kids and they said they'll meet us back at Tabin's Peak. We can get there through this convenient exit out of the sewers that leads directly into Lund's dojo. And Lund's not here. It would appear that he's been requested to Pentagoulia by the goddess. Okay, well, time to head back to Tabin's Peak, I guess. After proving ourselves to him, Null gives us the White Dragon Wings, which now have the ability to warp us out of dungeons instead of helping us backtrack to previously visited towns. He also names us a friend of the Dragon Kids, and we pick Lucia up. She's been learning how to sing a lullaby to the baby they've got here. The other kids beg her to stay, but on top of having our own things to do, Null says we're too old and need to leave anyway. Yeah, turns out Null has decided to play Peter Pan up here, in his special little tower where time stands still. Or more specifically, he forces anyone who does grow up to leave, whether they want to or not. It winds up working out, actually. We meet some older folks who mention having lived as dragon kids and living fulfilling lives later on. But that time in Tabin's Peak is where all of their best memories lie. So yeah, sounds like Null is doing some good for the orphans of Lunar, making sure that no kid across the world is forgotten, even when they have no one to turn to. With Tabin's Peak finished, we finally make it to Vane. And we left a pin in Vane back at the end of Lunar 1. Mia's last words in that game are how she'll work tirelessly to get Vane flying in the sky again, and rebuild the Magic Guild. Well, given how desperate Lamina is to get anyone to join the Magic Guild, and that we now see Vane growing into the mountainside, it would appear that Mia and Nash failed to really regrow their home. Kind of a depressing realization here, not gonna lie. Well, anyway, as we arrive to Vane, we're blocked off from entering, because of some goons sent by Borgin, the leader of a competing magic guild. Turns out he's kind of annexed Vane because he wants to speak with Lamina's mother. We'll get to that, but for now, we need to find another way into Vane, which all we have to do for that is to get around the front gate. So, anyone remember the last game? Because yeah, we're going on another history lesson of Silver Star Story. Because in order to get into Vane, we need to go through the Cave of Trial. Now, not much has really changed in the cave, like some tunnels have collapsed, probably as a result of the initial crash into the ground and abandonment of the trial. However, we now don't have to worry about the no item rule, and there is no boss at the end. What we do find at the end instead is an item chest, which Lamina won't allow us to take. Inside of Vane, we meet the man himself, Borgin. He appears to be talking to Lamina's mother, Miria. However, the conversation quickly goes south, and while it starts with Borgin inviting Miria to Neovane, he's really laying it on thick, trying to schmooze the woman. It quickly shifts to him kidnapping her, and then warping away himself. Yep, we've got Lamina's lead villain for the game, similar to how Jean gets her own personal villain of the masked man with the Shadow Dragon cult. The pressure of the moment breaks Lamina, who quickly runs away to cry by herself. Ruby also won't let me steal anything while Lamina is out of the party. Well, guess it's time for someone to go talk to Lamina and give her a good pep talk to take the fight to Borgin and Neovane. Which, of course, falls on Hero. Because he's goodest boy, but also because he's kind of the only one in the group that isn't afraid of Lamina. Like, it's at this point that the game fully acknowledges the fact that Lamina kind of stuck herself into the group, and we've more or less been traveling with her out of convenience. As made obvious by the way that she treats us like a cash cow that will bring attention and money to the Magic Guild. And also the fact that she was the only one who wasn't willing to die to protect Lucia from Leo earlier. Not that she didn't make a fine point, but her allegiances have certainly been in question for some time. However, with Hero rallying her to come with them to Pentagoulia and look for a chance to stop Borgin, she starts to realize exactly how self-centered she's been. And with that, not only is she a real part of the group now, but she also lets us take all of the chests in Vane, as long as they are perceived as useful towards the mission of saving her mother. I'll tell you which one is the most useful. It's this Gorgon plush here. The game calls it an Ausa family heirloom, and I think we all know whose it is. But it also has the benefit of having one of the biggest increases to Lamina's wisdom out of any accessory in the game. So we're taking it. Well, now that we've got some of our villains established, we need to continue on to Pentagoulia, again maintaining our heading towards Izado. To get there, we need to head through the Sluice Forest, a wooded area with a river that runs through the end and can only be passed when the sluice has been opened and the waters run low. Since we don't have full control over the water levels here, we need to wait out the night, hoping that whoever is in control will lower the water and let us through in the morning. This night holds the somber air of being the end of our journey together, as we're only a single step away from Pentagoulia now. And from there, everyone else has their own reasons to split off. Jean to talk to Lun about the masked man, Lamina to confront Borgin, and Lucia to finally have an audience with Althena. At that point, the ties that bind will loosen, and we'll all start heading out on our own way. Even later that night, we get a key interaction with Lucia. While everyone else is asleep, Lucia heads into the water and bathes by herself. Meanwhile, Hero also can't sleep and approaches without much thought. However, upon seeing him, Lucia freaks out, screams, and jumps into the water, telling him to leave as she doesn't want to be seen naked. I'll go ahead and dive into it a little here, that while Lucia doesn't have the most interesting characterization in either of these games, she does have the best growth. And this is one of the more on-the-nose moments of that growth. Because, She was completely unfazed before about being seen naked by Hero, back in the Illusion Woods. But now, in the Sluice Forest, she's embarrassed to be caught skinny dipping. She started to learn things from humans. Concepts of shame, or the need to hide her nudity, here obviously, but we've also seen her learn compassion for her friends, understand the anxiety of seeing people she cares about in danger, or the joy of traveling safely with loved ones. It's been a slow-going process, but that growth is great to see happen in real time. Something to think about the next morning as we find that the water has been lowered and we can make our way to Azado. We'll be in this town for quite a while, because as it turns out, the final leg on the trip to Pentagoulia is rather complicated. First, we need to check out the sanctuary, where Ronfar says he knows a guy who can get us on a boat to Pentagoulia. I feel like I'm saying unfortunately a lot, but yeah, we're at the but-so moment. So, we're here to meet Ronfar's contact, but he doesn't work at the sanctuary anymore. So, we have to go find this man in his home where he is enjoying an early retirement that was forced onto him around the same time the giant statue of Althena was erected above the sanctuary. To note, the second we saw that statue, the entire party clocked it as feeling evil, especially the fire burning inside of its hands. When we finally do meet Ronfar's contact, it's a man named Balse, and he used to be the head priest at the sanctuary, but as he tells it, some recent activity among the Chosen has forced his retirement. His grandson reluctantly lets us talk to him, as the child appears to be rather paranoid about anyone who might be working against the Chosen. He's become a bit indoctrinated since the turmoil began. Turns out, Azado has been getting accosted by hellfire in the evening. For this reason, there has been a curfew enacted, and dissenters, like our friend Balse here, are being ousted from the Chosen. Some possibly even disappeared or burned in this unholy fire. What's worse is that the person controlling the fire appears to be none other than Maori. The villain at work here is Maori. I said it's but let me explain. So, remember when we first got Ronfar and he was in doubt about being able to cure Zophar's curse on Lucia? And how he seemed to have failed before with Leo's sister? You know, the love of Ronfar's life? Yeah, that's Maori. We haven't talked about her in a while. But it's time for a Ronfar heavy chapter, as he now has to face the conflict of what he did to Maori the last time he saw her. Specifically, the state that he left her in after curing the curse on her several years ago. Different versions of the game actually give different accounts of time, by the way, and the English Eternal Blue Complete leaves it kind of vague, but it's somewhere in the ballpark of 2 to 4 years. Anyway, we get a quick hint that Maori is involved with the Hellfire somehow, and then Balse tells us that we can leave for Pentagoulia tonight. He'll see us on a ship to head there, and we can lay low in his house until nightfall. When night does come, we head out, and he tells us to find the biggest ship in port. That's the one that will take us. 3 guesses on the name of that ship, because if it ain't the Hispaniola, it's most certainly the Destiny. Like, you guys have been on this ship before. It's extremely unique. We've never seen anything like it. How exactly did we not clock it for the flagship of Althena's Guard from port? Hell, we should have been able to see the damn thing from the city streets. The thing can kill mountains. We've seen it. Well, after some cartoon smoke fighting, we're captured, and it would appear that Leo is ready to finally execute the Destroyer. Until, of course, unholy flames start to rain down on Azado, threatening to destroy the town and kill the townsfolk. It takes some doing, but we manage to convince Leo that we aren't behind the flames, and he allows us to come with him to discover the source of this attack on the town. Although he does force us to leave the women behind as collateral. I'd call him sexist, but I'm a little too excited that we're going to get another certified bro moment! As we head into Azado, we find Balse nearly dead. Ronfar manages to heal his wounds, but we also find out that the current attack has been caused by the man's grandson, Porum. Turns out, he ratted us out to the Chosen, and not long after telling the Sanctuary that the Destroyer was in his home, the fires started to rain down. Like, it's the Chosen doing this, don't get me wrong, but he still bears some responsibility for having fallen too far in line with the indoctrination. But have no fear. The heroes are here to clean up the messes of those who have chosen to put their lot in with the obviously corrupt religion. Once we actually get into the sanctuary, the priests all mutter around about how the fires will burn the evil away from Azado. Going up into the deeper reach of the sanctuary, climbing up the interior of the statue as we go, we are attacked by monsters until we reach the top and the flames inside of the statue's hands come to life and attack us. Time for us to go up against the Flame Fang. This is an odd fight, and might have gone better if we'd had Lamina with us to cast magic that it would be weak against. However, having Leo there means that we have 2 DPS tanks, and keeping Runfar means that he can keep us healed up during the fight. The boss itself is pretty strong, and has some AoEs that can turn the tide of combat pretty quickly. So using an item or two to maintain our health does become necessary. Otherwise, we add Leo's Flashblade to Hero's Telltale Sword and maintain high damage, and the fight goes pretty quickly. Like, it gets touch and go, but we still snake out our win. With our victory, we earn a semblance of trust from Leo, who struggles to understand the discrepancy between his orders from Althena and the truth of Lucia and her companions. So far, Lucia hasn't destroyed anything, and even her companions like Hero and his own friend Ronfar appear to be acting with kindness and courage. It's a lot for him to take in, and he decides to release her from her bonds, even if he still plans to take us to Pentagoulia. However, not all is rosy, as Mori appears to insist that Lucia be put down, and if Leo can't properly follow orders, then she'll simply have to kill her and him. It takes some doing, but we talk her out of it, especially as Leo swears to bring Lucia to the goddess directly, so that she can answer to Althena's accusations. The plea works, and Mari sends a flirty glance at Ronfar, but not exactly in a way he'd like. Probably because she's not quite submissive enough for him. Now, with the danger past, we're on our way to Pentagoulia, and we're finally on Disc 2, baby! Which is about the halfway point. There's a third disc as well, by the way, but it's only like 1 dungeon plus some extras. It really only exists because of this game's lean FMV. Still, now that we're on Disc 2, let's get another FMV. How about one where Lucia is conflicted about her mission finally coming to an end?
After everything we've been through, the end is finally in sight. Once we're there, you can meet with the goddess Althena and your mission will be complete. But why do you seem so sad?
You don't understand anything. I came from the Blue Star to find Althena. That's my only mission. Zophar must not be allowed to return to full power. His evil will destroy this world. Hero, the only hope for blocking his power at this point is to seek help from Althena. Once that is accomplished, my mission here will finally be complete. But then, I can't stop thinking about what will happen if... Oh, Hero, you can't possibly understand. Just leave me alone.
She appears to be struggling with something that she isn't opening up to Hero about. And it might have something to do with whatever it was that she wouldn't talk to Null about in front of humans. Something to keep in mind while we finally arrive to Pentagoulia. And when we do finally get there...
Welcome to Pentagoulia. I'm impressed with your cunning and resolve. Unfortunately, the sands have nearly run from the hourglass.
That's the voice of Galleon.
Well, it would appear that Galleon has arrived to greet us, and now acknowledges that he's been watching over us this whole time, something we saw when he drove Leo and the Destiny off earlier. Makes it pretty unclear exactly what he's planning. And then, we're told that Galleon is currently known as the Dragon Master. Whoa, hold on, excuse me? How dare you stand where he stood and disgrace that name? Let me at him! I'll kill him right now! I'll do it with my bare hands! That a feeble, vile motherfucker! Ahem. So I'm being told that my response to seeing Galleon named the Dragon Master may have been a little intense. And I've been requested to tone it down a notch. It's okay. I can handle this. Also, I've taken him off the screen and our friends have decided to leave to meet their respective reasons for coming here. Meanwhile, we're heading to go talk to Althena. Leo tells us to behave ourselves, but Lucia senses something has gone wrong. The woman who appears before us, claiming to be Althena, isn't the real Althena. I mean, the black hair should have been a dead giveaway. We know that Althena has blue hair. like Lucia, or someone else. I can't quite remember. It feels like it's been a while. Like 1,000 years. Anyway, Lucia tries to murder the fake Althena at the first opportunity. However, Galleon stops us, and we are immediately captured as a result. We do get to fight Galleon, but like the last game, the first fight against him is one that can't be won. So naturally, he knocks Hero out, although it looks like we did manage to get a few good licks on him before going down. After our confrontation with Galleon, we're shoved into a cell in the White Dragon Tower, one of the 4 towers that make up the outer ridges of Pentagoulia. There's a White Dragon, Blue Dragon, Red Dragon, and Black Dragon Tower, all controlled by Althena's 4 heroes. Not that it really matters now, since we're trapped here in this electrical cell. That is, until someone arrives to free us. But who could this knight in white clothes with a red cape and blue hair possibly be? I couldn't guess. Not when he has that mask on. Alright, time to meet Mystere. He's here to help us escape from the White Dragon Tower, and he's definitely not anyone we know. Because, you know, we don't know anyone who wears a mask like that. Although I will say, he must have learned to fight from the same master as Leo, since he uses all the same attacks. Also, as we head out of the White Dragon Tower, I have to point out the bop that plays down here at the first floor. It's such a jazzy jam. I absolutely love it. Like, it doesn't fit the vibes of the area, or the character that it's supposed to represent, Leo. Although it does strangely work well with this Mystere person. Is he the real person that the White Dragon Tower is meant to embody? Leo, you monster! Stealing this kind superhero's place as one of the 4 heroes. We'll have to do something about him if we find him. For now, we need to gather up our party, starting with Ronfar in the Red Dragon Tower. Sidebar, I'm definitely supposed to go find Lamina first, since the Black Dragon Tower is way easier. And the enemies in the Red Dragon Tower are weak to her magic. But I wanted to get the healer quickly. It was a bit of a mistake. Still, we find Rodfar, and he tells us about the conversation he had with Mari. Turns out, she's become completely evil, because she's currently being taken over by a corrupted spirit. Ronfar assumes that it may have something to do with a potion that he'd given her when she was too sick for him to cure her years ago. But it hardly matters now. She's evil and will only accept him at her side if he'll swear allegiance to Zophar. However, it may not be too late, as he is able to briefly reach out to the real Maori underneath that evil spirit. But it doesn't last long, and he was eventually put in jail at the top of the Red Dragon Tower. Next up, we head into the Black Dragon Tower and find Lamina. Turns out she tried to confront Borgin, but that obviously backfired. He didn't exactly take well to her calling him a fat toad or requesting her mother be set free. Instead, he trapped her in the cell at the top of the tower and claims that he'll leave her there until she is willing to accept him as her stepfather. Finally, we head to the Blue Dragon Tower, where we find Jean. She had gone to show the mask to Lun, but it would appear that their conversation didn't go as well as she might have hoped. This is because, in a cruel twist of fate, Lun reveals that he was the Masked Man and the leader of the Shadow Dragon cult, capturing children and creating a cult of assassins to work directly for Althena. He offers to let her join him again, but she refuses and is sent to the jail cell as a result, offering her one final threat in the form of an invitation to a martial arts tournament he'll be hosting soon. That's right, we're gonna be getting a tournament arc! Hey, show of hands if you'd already guessed who the Masked Man was. I honestly don't know why you still keep raising your hand. I still can't see it. Also, for the 4 people actually playing along with that bit, thank you, this whole journey was specifically for you. Anyway, now that we've got the whole gang together, it's time for us to go find Lucia. But Mystere decides that he needs to leave now. We're sorry to see him go, but we do manage to find Leo around the corner, and he decides to join us. I wonder if he knows Mystere. They must have passed by each other when Leo came up the tower. He doesn't say anything about it though, and joins us to go save Lucia. Heading back through the area beneath the towers, we find a secret passage behind the goddess statue we've been using to heal up between each tower. From there, it isn't a long trip to find Galleon and the fake Althena goading about their evilness to the captured Lucia. Galleon commenting on how Zophar promised him revenge for what happened in Lunar 1, and the fake Althena confirming that she's doing this for the sake of being promised eternal youth and beauty.
The true purpose of Althena's cult is to aid Zophar in his return to power, and once he is restored, my revenge will be complete.
I won't let you do that.
Big words from such a small lady.
That's the voice of Galleon.
Meanwhile, Leo finds this all difficult to stomach, and needs to head out in order to better understand the truth behind this fake Althena and the Chosen that he's dedicated his life to. With Leo gone, we can get Lucia to take up the 5th position in our party. Awesome! We're back to basically 4 players, plus our wild card. At least she's actually useful in combat at this point. Hint, hint, Ruby. Hint, hint. Also, she's able to follow the feeling of Althena's power in order to find the 5th tower, obscured by the false lake in the center of Pentagulia. Turns out, it's the Goddess Tower, which I suppose must have survived falling into the ocean and exploding 1,000 years ago. See, and the others were worried that Alex and Luna would die in that. It didn't even do much to the tower itself. However, even as we're prepared to enter the Goddess Tower, there's a barrier on it, being held up by the 4 heroes of this fake Althena: Mori, Borgin, Lun, and Leo. Althena and 3 of her 4 arrive, prepared to kill our group now, but Galleon seems to be lagging behind everyone else. In fact, Galleon being late appears to give us the time we need for the White Dragon Wings to activate and take us back to Tabin's Peak. Null appears to have been expecting us, which makes sense considering he's probably the one who activated the wings in the first place. And now, it's lore drop time. Null spends some time spelling out what the gameplay loop is going to be for the remainder of this disc. First, he reveals that he is the White Dragon, confirming that he is in fact the same Null that we knew in Lunar 1. I know it's been pretty obvious, but it hasn't actually been made certain until now, technically. He also tells us that he's had his powers sealed and stolen by Galleon, who he claims is even stronger than he was in Silver Star Story. And now, one of the 4 heroes holds onto his dragon aura, the secret to Null's power. The same has also been done to the other 3 dragons, including Ruby. In order to enter the Goddess Tower, we'll need all 4 of the dragon auras, since it is their power that is currently forming the barrier that blocked our entrance before. The first of these auras we need to find is Null's, which is being held by Leo. It should be fine, since he seems to be on our side now. And lucky us, he's parked the Destiny right outside of Tabin's Peak. Like, right there. It practically jump-scared me. Naturally, with Leo being the man bound by honor that he is, even as he questions the corrupted religion that he's dedicated himself to, the White Knight demands that Hero face him in battle if we want the White Dragon aura. It's a one-on-one fight, the first one we've had in this game, actually. But similar to the ones in Silver Star Story, one-on-one fights aren't exactly difficult, and are instead more impactful for narrative purposes than they are for the actual combat. So we slam Leo with a handful of Mask of the Red Swords, and the fight is won. When all is said and done, we get the White Dragon aura, and Leo entrusts the Destiny to us. We'll need it if we want to find the White Dragon Cave, in order to fully release Null's powers. And I'd like to say now that I absolutely love the fact that we get to pilot the Destiny for the remainder of the game. For one, that means that we get to return to any previously visited location, but we also get to keep a goddess statue traveling around the world with us. Also, the Destiny is an awesome ship, and feels so much better to use to explore the world map over regular walking, or even the instant teleportation available with the White Dragon Wings in Lunar 1. It's way more interesting and makes the world feel more interconnected when we can quickly drive around from town to town or dungeon to dungeon. That being said, the forward progress of the game is still extremely linear, made obvious by the fact that we can now head up north to the White Dragon Cave, but we can't head any further into the secondary part of the map, because there are giant icebergs that block our path. So even if we now have free motion across the world, we still need to address each new dragon cave and find the next dragon's aura in the order as it has been set. This starts with the White Dragon Cave. So, this place has seen some upgrades since Silver Star Story. For one, the ice breaking puzzle is back, but now there are more enemy interactions that can break them, such as these crystals that can shatter the ice with their projectiles. There are also more stopgaps along the cave that changes our pathing and forces us to engage with this puzzle even more. Honestly, moments like this, and one coming up much later, make me wish that more dungeons did have more puzzles, especially ones that make better use of enemy placement and movement patterns. Maybe by the time Lunar 3 rolls around, it'll have taken some notes on dungeon crafting. At the end of the cave, we find the White Fiend, a false white dragon made by Zophar as a final safeguard against us heroes, freeing the power of Althena's dragons. This thing is a hideous creature, with some Cronenberg-esque body horror designs to it. I mean, look at all the extra useless arms reaching out at nothing. It's awesome as a concept for how Zophar twists the image of the dragons, and is also absolutely disgusting to look at. And here I am, looking at it for even longer, because this thing is probably the hardest boss we've fought so far. It is massively powerful, can boost its own attack with a buff and a field effect that enhances its specific element. The whole situation can get pretty rough pretty quick. Expect that to be the norm for the Dragon Caves, by the way. Once we kill the Fiend, we're let into Null's chamber, where Hero throws the dragon aura into a crystal. Thank goodness he's got a mean left hook, or that thing would have been gone forever. We'd be spelunking down into the crevice while Null's yelling down on us, did you find it yet? I really need my powers back, guys. We're looking! Would it have killed you to make this place more walkable? Anyway, with Hero's impressive aim, we free Null's powers from his crystal and get the big reveal. Null is indeed a dragon, and he looks exactly how he did at the end of Lunar 1. Damn, if he still looks this good after 1,000 years, how old was Quark? Questions for later. The right now of it is that Null has shown us the path forward for freeing the next few dragons. We'll be aura farming through the remaining 3 of the 4 heroes, diving into the respective Dragon's Cave, and then throwing the dragon auras at the crystals. Rinse and repeat until we get into the Goddess Tower and get Althena's help in defeating Zophar. The real Althena. Although, I still feel like I'm forgetting something there. It keeps nagging at the back of my mind, but I can't quite pick it out. Whatever, I'm sure it's not important. What is important is that Null and Ruby flirt fight for a second. Looks like Null has picked up more from Kyle aside from wrapping his sword up. And she even seems to see him in a more pleasant light by the end. Do you hear wedding bells? Or am I only being hopeful that Ruby will stop her weird fascination with Hero, even though he's been clearly falling in love with Lucia this entire time? It could be both. Now that we're on the gameplay loop for this disc, it's time to look for the next dragon aura and cave. In this case, that means heading past those icebergs that were previously blocking our way, and heading to the town of Horum. Once we arrive here, we can start Jean's personal sub-story. First, we meet with Wong Li, the leader of the Blue Dragon Fist, and the previous instructor to Master Lun. While Wong Li is an honorable teacher and runs an honorable dojo, Lun took his teachings and twisted them to focus through dark emotions for the sake of power. So it turns out that as long as Jean resolves to fight with the power of light, she already knows the Blue Dragon Fist, as it is simply the light side of the coin for the Shadow Dragon Fist that she'd been taught as part of the cult. As long as she then promises to fight this way, Wong Li then offers to give us an invitation to the tournament that Lun is currently holding in the Zen Zone. We also learn that he's already wiped the floor with every single instructor of Horum during the last tournament, which is to say, Lun is absolutely the best martial artist in the world. But hey, as long as we don't try to fight him one-on-one, that shouldn't be a problem.
Once I tried to bury the past, but it will not be buried. The knowledge haunts me. I will deny it no more. And so it has come to this. I must now embrace what I once despised. The time has come to put aside the mask I have chosen to wear. I'm finished running away. This is my destiny.
Alright, it's time for that tournament arc. Pew 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 pew! I didn't want to pay for sound effects. Pew 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 pew! So, what's up with the fights here? Who are we going to get connected to? And root to see who goes further. And then have to contest with 2 characters we love, having to fight each other for the sake of taking on the ultimate villain. Oh, none of that? We fight basically 2 groups of dudes and then the Assassin Bros? Well, there is some stuff that happens between there. For one, these fights are actually pretty tricky, partially because we lose Lucia and Lamina from the team. but also because we're up against groups of 3 fighters, with some of these groups essentially being mini boss fights in themselves, especially these wolfmen and the assassins. However, with those guys down, we can now fight Lun, and as long as we triple team the old man, this should be fine. And Jean is fighting him alone. You know, there's proving a point and then there's dying over pride. And here I thought we got rid of that all the way back in the fight in the Weird Woods when we shirked Lake's offer to help. Whatever, let's get through this. Well, again, one-on-one fights are rarely about difficulty and more about narrative impact. That being said, this is one of 2 potentially very difficult examples of these types of fights. The next one will be one of the last things we talk about, so don't even bother to put a pin in it. That's way down the line. Still, we can tip the scales in our favor. For one, the healing ring goes hard here, as the extra few HP at the start of each turn can give us more opportunities to get some damage in with Jean's new Blue Dragon Palm attack. This will be a staple of boss fights in the future, by the way, essentially replacing Kyle's role with Power Slash from Lunar 1. The result here is that we get through the fight and show Lun that his method was never going to make him the strongest martial artist. Then Lun has a complete heel turn, but to the side of good this time. Yeah, having fought with love for her friends in her heart, Jean managed to shed that light on Lun during their confrontation. As a result, he realizes the error of his ways, seeing that shutting himself off from his emotions didn't make him any stronger. Or at least, it wouldn't be able to bring him to the pinnacle of strength as leaning on those very emotions has done for Jean. In the end, Jean also gets the chance to do something she'd never thought she could get in the first place. She allows herself to forgive Lun for his wicked ways, and both are able to move forward and grow far beyond where they would have if she hadn't. Then, Lun hands over the Blue Dragon Aura, resolving that his taking of it upsets the balance of the world and his own heart. With the Blue Dragon Aura in hand, we get to head up north to the Blue Dragon Cave. No more Festival in Lighten, and also no more teleporting pool puzzle. So it's basically a cave, full stop. Yeah, a lot less interesting, but I'd say that considering the trade-off was Lighten Cave for Lun's tournament and Jean's story arc concluding, this was a worthy trade-off. Also, one improvement from Silver Star Story's version of this place comes in the form of a boss that we now find at the end, the Blue Fiend. Yep, it's another body horror version of the associated dragon, and at this point, you may have started to notice the pattern. We'll be finding these fiends in pretty much every dragon cave. And you know what? This guy is also a brutally difficult boss, something I'll be saying about all 4 fiends by the end. If the one-on-one fights that got us the auras so far were overly easy, the fiend encounters more than make up for it. Again, a lot of that difficulty comes from the boss being able to boost up its own attack and defense, as well as altering the elemental quality of the battlefield in order to further improve their attacks. Lamina is clutch in these cases, by the way, as she can dispel the damage stat boosts on the bosses, and bring them out of the damage range of one-shotting us with each attack. This one doesn't get a win on me, but it's certainly far from a clean victory without any trouble. Once through the boss, we follow the previous pattern and huck the Blue Dragon Aura at the associated crystal. Interestingly, this seems to still be the same dragon as in Silver Star Story, complete with being a bit overly talkative. However, when he recognizes Lucia, he starts to consider the weight of her presence, and she reminds him not to talk about such things in front of humans. Considering that even the Blue Dragon takes this seriously, there's something pretty intense that these two are hiding from us. Possibly related to whatever it was that Lucia was struggling with back on the Destiny, when we were first heading to Pentagoulia. With the vagueness of Lucia's conversation with the Blue Dragon behind us, we need to head out to find the next Dragon Aura, which brings us to Neovane. Yeah, turns out while Lamina hasn't been able to rise Vane from the ground again, Borgin has managed the task with his new Dark City Neovane. Worse than that, he can also deploy force fields on demand, and Neovane does this to hold the Destiny in place, stopping us from using the ship to travel until we can get up there and beat Borgin's teeth in, which I very much want to do. First, let's head to the only place we have available, the Zabak Mines. As you might have guessed, it's another enemy-filled maze, although I do love the little guys in here. Look at these bombas in their various forms: baby, boy, big, and elder. Oh, and they can absolutely explode in your face and kill the whole party. So take out the ones with the lit fuses first, every time. On the other side of the mines, we find Zabek. Who'da thunk it? A town built in the shadow of Neovane. The children here study their magical abilities because anyone who passes the test of magical acumen is allowed into Neovane and becomes a major status symbol of this society. Otherwise, they're sent back down to Zabek to work in the mines, gathering black dragon crystals in order to keep Neovane aloft. It all has a bit of a Midgar and Corel vibe, with Borgin and his magic guild acting as this region's version of Shinra. This includes the fact that the people of Zabek even know that they're deteriorating their land by constantly digging through those mines. Either way, our ticket up to Neovane is to head to a transmission spring here in Zabek, which will take us up to their magic guild test. Turns out Neovane has really simplified this test, as instead of needing to head through a cave to prove your acumen, we instead step on a platform and it sorts us by magical ability. Funny enough, the Magic Guild apparently doesn't consider Ronfar's healing magic to be magic, since it's powered by prayers to Althena. Ironically, I've had a lightning crest on him for a while, and he's been casting magic all the time. He also has the second highest wisdom on the team, right behind Lamina, obviously. Well, in order to continue, we need a way into the guild mansion at the north of Neovane, and there appears to be a secret entrance from somewhere in the Neo Trial Cave. It's similar to regular Vane's Cave of Trial, but Neo. As in, this is where the fascists throw the undeserving, usually expecting them to die, or gathering up the most capable of them to send down to toil away in the Zabek mines. Either way, not a nice place to be checking out. We do manage to find Ronfar and Jean when we head down here, and we even come across Borgin's secret entrance. The cave itself has no boss, and the monsters aren't as notable as the Bombas, except for the fact that they seem to only be weak to magical attacks. Hence why most folks sent down here without magical acumen are stuck forever. They can't even touch these monsters. We, on the other hand, have little trouble and make it to the true boss of the area, Borgin himself. For once, we actually fight the holder of one of the dragon auras as a team. Borgin is actually a rough fight, as he can pop up a shield and dish out some AoE damage that can really do a number on the team. Definitely glad to have picked up Ronfar and Jean though, as the healing and additional DPS make this fight go a lot quicker. The pro tip here is to note which of the dragon heads above Borgin is active, but noticing those idle animations of bosses between rounds is the key to every fight. Still, we pummel him for a while and he eventually goes down, falling from his floating throne. At least I think it's a throne. The way they talk about him, he wouldn't exactly be the type to stand around on like a floating disc all day. Because fat guy is fat. I've left a lot of the jokes for him out, by the way, because they're all that single one. With the fight done, we take the Black Dragon Aura and go and check on Lamina's mother. Turns out Borgin has been a bit of a gentleman to Miria, offering her gifts and hoping to woo her for her affection, never forcing anything untoward on her until she chooses to be with him. It's a bit up in the air where she stands on him though. Obviously, she doesn't like the fascist way he runs the Magic Guild, but she also never fully distances herself from him. Still, with one last-ditch effort to regain control, Neovane starts to fall to the ground, and Borgin pleads that only he knows how to use the Black Dragon Aura to keep the city aloft. If we don't hand it back over, then the whole place will slam into the ground, killing everyone. However, his final grasp for power is in vain. Told you I had one more. As Lucia uses the power of the Black Dragon to set the city peacefully on the ground, saving everyone in the process, but completing our act of stripping Borgin of all of his power. Lamina then gives Borgin a pep talk, rallying him to work together with her and Miria to rebuild the real Vane, the right way, without requiring tests for the Magic Guild, and by working to spread knowledge to all who wish to have it, not only those who have any magical abilities. Like Lund before, Borgin has his heel turn moment, and the third of the four heroes is brought to the side of good. Although for him, it's clearly so that he can stay close to Miria. Still, he gives us the key to the Black Dragon Cave and tells us that we can find it in Zabek Mines. We'd already found the door earlier, but couldn't get through until we had the key. So we take the path and start to head into the third dungeon of this area. Yeah, if Horum in the Blue Dragon Cave felt like it was lax on dungeons, Neovane more than makes up for it. This dungeon even has a somewhat unique twist in that there are poison puddles everywhere that will quickly drain our health, all to culminate in the toughest of the fiends. the Black Fiend. It's also my favorite designed one. The vibe here is a little less Cronenberg and a little more Giger, but that leads to a very insectoid type enemy that looks like a stick bug mixed with a beetle. That does also make it look a bit spidery, so any of you out there that have severe arachnophobia, I'll let you know when you're good to look at the screen again. For now, let's talk about the boss that had the most kills on me of any boss in the game. In this case, 3. So keeping in line with this being part of the magic area, the Black Fiend is highly resistant to physical damage, which means the hero will be a lot better off casting Cross Boomerang, which is actually a wind spell. And Jean is basically useless in combat against this guy. She'll be spending a lot more time dipping into our item reserves to keep us alive, rather than dishing out damage. Meanwhile, Lamina and Ronfar are kind of on DPS duty, but they still need to periodically make use of their support roles. The result is a long, arduous fight, dealing very little damage and spending several turns playing catch-up when he decides to smack the crap out of us. And we're out of the arachnophobia mode, by the way, so you Spider-Verse folks can open your eyes again. On a separate note, the Black Dragon has lost a lot of his green. Guess he's out of that Billie Eilish phase. Although, I do think I quickly heard him turn off Pink Pony Club when we came in. He also talks about the weight of Lucia's presence, but we remain vague and move on to our next destination. Time to find the final dragon aura. Our next destination is the small town of Rakuli. We find Leo here fairly quickly, and it would appear that this place has significance to both him and Ronfar. Turns out, they grew up here, alongside Leo's little sister, Mauri. It's here that we finally get a deeper understanding of what happened to her. A mysterious illness spread through the village, and everyone who contracted it died. Everyone except for Mauri. However, she only survived because of a mysterious antidote that was given to Ronfar by a passing stranger. Turns out, this mystery antidote was actually Zophar's blood. That is why Mauri is suffering under the evil that currently affects her. It's Zophar's curse, taking over her mind and making her an extension of himself. Now, we can see from the people around town and from the nearby sanctuary, Mauri appears to be forcing others to drink more of Zophar's blood, spreading his influence even further. We see the result of this being that many of the people that she's already cleansed in this way speak of eradicating the world of the unworthy. This has led Leo to resolve to do what must be done in regards of Mauri. Of course, for him, that means heading into the Sarek Palace where she currently resides, and killing her. For us, however, we have Lucia to tell us that she might be able to fix the issue as long as we can get something that holds some of Althena's power. And wouldn't you know it, there is apparently a treasure exactly like that in the Sarek Palace. So naturally, we rush there to quickly slaughter a bunch of priests. Or maybe some monsters instead. The hell are monsters doing in a giant sanctuary? You know what? This isn't the first time we've seen something like this. In fact, one of these Althena worshipping sites we saw that was related to Mauri had more of them. Well, once we get past the monsters, which are very easy to run by, we find the Althena's aura. After finding it, Lucia casts a spell and sends the power of Althena throughout the palace. Back out in the opening area filled with priests, we can already see the effects, as many of them have gone from wanting to spill the blood of the innocent to questioning what they're even doing here. This turn continues as we find Mauri, with Leo already confronting her, and not willing to listen to her or us as we tell him that we've banished Zophar's presence. Turns out, he's not entirely wrong though, as Mauri is still under the influence of Zophar, since she'd been cursed by him for much longer than the others in the palace. That doesn't mean we're out of options, however, as Lucia offers to send Ronfar into Mauri's mind in order to break Zophar's curse on her once and for all. In the meantime, the rest of us, Leo included, have to fight Mauri's id. It's a pretty simple fight. While playing as Ronfar, we confront the different parts of Mauri and find the version of her that is real and accept her. Meanwhile, the rest of the team will have to fight off individual monster heads, one at a time. The trick here for the battle party is to attack the flashing one that represents the part of Mauri that Ronfar is currently talking to. Then, as Ronfar, we get a flashback to when Mauri was young, and he made a promise to always protect her. Once the battle team fights a final version of the id, we get the rest of the flashback and Mauri is cured from Zophar's influence. Leo pouts, seemingly upset to not get to murder his sister. I think he's jealous that she gets Ronfar after all of this. Or he might possibly be conflicted to find that his convictions that he holds so steadfast to continue to prove him to be narrow-minded and blinded by a sense of duty that continues to make him a lesser man to others like Hiro and Ronfar. Sounds like he might need a confidence boost. Maybe he should go chat with Mystere. That guy always brings up the vibes. With so far gone, Mari gives us the Red Dragon aura, and we head into the Red Dragon cave. As we head inside, Null continues to encourage Ruby that it's time for her to grow up. In some cases, he instead yells at her that it's time for her to let go of her childishness, but he also tries to explain to her that she has a duty as a dragon with a nearly immortal lifespan, one that will cause her to outlive Hiro 100 times over. Essentially cluing in that she'll need to be able to let go of her childish affection for him if she wants to save the world. Ruby struggles with this as we make our way through the Red Dragon Cave, and once we throw the aura at the crystal, we're given the unfortunate news that if she doesn't accept the power of the Red Dragon and grow up, then the released energy will kill us all. No pressure. Well, naturally, Ruby accepts her place as the Red Dragon in the last second, even accepting that one day she'll have to watch Hiro die, but that she'll hold the memories of this adventure with her forever. Also, even though we see her full-size dragon form, she decides that she enjoys the flying cat look, since she can ride on Hiro's shoulder this way. Her and Null also do the yell flirting thing. Cute, I guess? That's what you get with that tsundere, after all. We've also skipped over the fight with the Red Fiend for the sake of getting the story beats in a more fluid order. While the Black Fiend was my personal favorite design, the Red Fiend is my girlfriend's favorite. Because it's a fire puppy. Because, say it with me folks, all dogs are puppies. However, our favorites aside, the Red Fiend also manages to get 3 more kills on me. To note, these are the most deaths I faced against a single boss across both games while recording for this video. Seriously, these guys are that hard. What finally got me over the hump was finally equipping the White Dragon crest to Lamina. We've gotten a new crest for releasing the power of each dragon on this aura quest so far, and equipping them unlocks the associated dragon spell from Silver Star Story. So, focusing some of my efforts on making sure that Lamina could give us a solid White Dragon Protect throughout the fight, as well as shoring up Hiro and Ronfar's fire defenses, since they wound up taking the brunt of the boss's fire breath attack, meant that we finally had the survivability to actually take this guy down. Seriously, this one was a handful, and even with all of the defense boosting, I barely survived by the skin of my teeth. I also want to talk about the journey to release the dragons from Eternal Blue. It's very similar to the quest to becoming Dragon Master, but also very different. In both games, it's a series of one-off storylines that moves from a preliminary dungeon to gain access to the Dragon Cave, then moving on to the next Dragon Cave. There's a formula that both games follow, and while I certainly enjoy when Silver Star Story takes its detours on that formula, like Damon's Spire, or Lake dragging an unconscious Alex up through Might's Tower, I think that the rework of the formula in Eternal Blue is much better. Specifically how this game develops up the 4 heroes, makes each one a personal villain to a single member of the cast, and then having each of their storylines confronting their own personal traumas, and coming out of their fights with their respective villains better for the experience. Like Jean's whole storyline with the Blue Dragon Fist Dojo, and overcoming the evil of Lun and his Shadow Dragon cult. This is partially because the narrative also plays directly into gameplay, by giving us a new DPS fighter once Jean makes the transition from Romani Dancer Jean into Blue Dragon Fighter Karate Master Jean. However, I also really enjoy the storyline and the character of Jean, and how she's grown since she first joined us, now embracing the weapon that she was molded into, but using that for good rather than for the evil that it was intended. You know, it's a fun story. We can't control the traumas that are forced on us, but we can control what they turn us into. And Jean's strength makes her into such a hero that she can even reach Lun's cold heart. I also don't want to gloss over how quick all of these sections are though. Even in this Jean example, we arrive at Horum, one cutscene later, Jean is now a Blue Dragon Fist Master, then we head over to the Zen Zone, do 3 fights, then Jean beats Lun and his heel turn is immediate. Still, the second disc is the part of the story where I think Eternal Blue excels over its predecessor, because each individual party member is given a lot more stakes and agency throughout the narrative. In Silver Star Story, most of the party has reason to want to fight either Zenobia or Galleon, but they don't get their own personal villains with their own unique growths to traverse through. The point is, it's a great narrative design and sometimes lands short, but overall improves on the same section from the previous game. Outside of the Red Dragon Cave, the skies go dark and the atmosphere goes cold. As an ominous voice fills our head, the difficult truth peers into view. Zophar's return has begun. So we hurry to Pentagoulia, wasting no time, now that the seal of the Goddess Tower should be broken since the power of the 4 dragons has been freed. Oh, and I also decided to visit Maori and Rakuli to see if she has any special dialogue. Her and Ronfar basically make googly eyes at each other, fully in the honeymoon phase, and completely, unabashedly in love. Put a pin in that. Well, once we arrive to Pentagoulia, we get one of the coolest FMVs across both games. Weren't there people there? Like, that was a city, right? I mean, I know there are enemies, but weren't they indoctrinated by Zophar? Shouldn't we be trying to save them? Okay, him we're definitely going to kill. Although it looks like we might still be totally powerless to actually fight him. Granted, it seems like Lucia is willing to use her power to protect us, rather than fighting outright. Amused by her convictions, Galleon allows us to make our final approach on the Goddess Tower. When we arrive to Pentagoulia, we see the full effects of Zophar's stranglehold on the city. Most of the people appear to have been turned into monsters. So, I guess that dragon assault had no casualties. At least none that matter. Yay! We're still heroes! We only killed Zophar's nameless, faceless victims. Why don't I still feel like a hero? Now, we can also make our final assault on the Goddess Tower, which actually starts with a redux of the Fortress of Althena from the Silver Star story. There have been a few walks down memory lane already, especially with the whole Dragon Aura quest mirroring the Dragon Master quest. However, this one has almost a somber feeling to it, as the Fortress of Althena and Goddess Tower seem to have only become more infested with monsters and warped over time. This eventually leads to us finding the mural from early in the game. This time with Lucia explaining exactly what happened the last time Zophar rose to power on the Blue Star. He corrupted people into monsters, possibly even being the source of all monsters in the world even now. And in the final conflict with him, it would appear that he set off a massive, destructive force that left the Blue Star uninhabitable. We also get the clarity that the Fortress of Althena was a spaceship, used to usher people from the Blue Star to Lunar. And Lucia was left to wait for the old world to be restored. A quick aside from an interview with Kai Shigema, included in the Lunar 1 and 2 art book, when asked about the relationship between Lunar and the Blue Star, he explains that Lunar is essentially an energy generator, gathering magical power as humanity lives their lives there, and sending it back to help repair the damage caused on the Blue Star by Zophar's fight with Althena. It's hard to say exactly what will happen to Lunar and the people there once the Blue Star is capable of supporting life again, but I suppose it's fine to be left vague. Either to let us come up with our own conclusions, or maybe it can be covered more intently if there ever is a Lunar 3. It's happening! I swear. Anyway, at the top of the tower, we find the fake Althena as she stares into the sky, pleading with Zophar for the eternal beauty and everlasting life that she was promised. And this is when she finally learns the extremely obvious lesson that anyone else in the world could have immediately intuited from the reverb on his voice and laugh alone.
Yes, my sweet. The curtain lies among your finest performance. Rise up now and destroy the opposers.
Zophar lies. The boss fight against the creature that Zophar makes of the fake Althena is pretty sick though. Also, quick note, we've already got an old man named Gwyn, and now we're seeing Najka? How much of Lunar 2 is Dark Souls going to keep stealing from? This is another fight to watch out on how your characters are lined up. Basically, try not to keep anyone standing behind whoever is taking the tank role. As fake Althena, she never gets a name by the way, can blast a crazy powerful laser that can wipe out any of the squishier characters who'd be in the back anyway. However, a handful of blue dragon palms and House of Usher swords later, and the fake Althena meets exactly the fate that someone so obsessed with themselves to throw this entire city under the bus for their own sake deserves. Now, we get to make the final stretch. Lucia is about to finally find Althena at the top of the Goddess Tower, and instead, we meet Null. Turns out he's got one last reveal for us. Time for the dramatic irony to fully take effect. With a few tears from Null as he sees his old friend, even taking a minute to connect to Ruby, confirming that her fear of losing Hero does hold meaning for nearly immortal creatures like themselves, it's time for Lucia to meet the hologram of Luna. Right. Luna. That's why all this needing to find Althena stuff felt like it would never work. Now, faced with reality, the projection of Luna from 1,000 years ago attempts to reach out to Lucia's heart, knowing that the journey to get here would have required her to understand and grow with humanity. She explains how Althena has given up on her cycles of resurrection, and now will never return to the world, having chosen to live a final life as a human, in order to allow humanity to grow outside of her shadow. Now, Lucia too needs to hold that same faith in humanity, and combine powers in order to defeat Zophar for good. It doesn't go well. Yeah, so Lucia's fear of Zophar is too great for her to trust his destruction to humanity, even if she's grown close to Hero and the others. She can't shake off the horrors of what she witnessed the first time he rose to power. Her narrative has been a powerful one that showcases exactly what trauma can do to a person. We've seen it with the others too, with Ronfar having fallen into gambling after the trauma of cursing Mari, or Jean running away from her past traumas with Lun in the Shadow Dragon cult, and both of them needing to confront the source of that pain in order to grow and overcome it. However, with Lucia, her trauma is that of the Cataclysm himself. Zophar is a being of untold hate, anger, and power. She's seen what he does when left to his own devices. She's seen that so many humans are too weak to stand up to him, and instead are shaped by his very presence. And so, she does the only thing she can think to do. Call the power of Althena's magic to herself, all of the magic of Lunar, and fight the awakening god herself. Another fun little ludonarrative here, when Lucia takes the magic of Lunar for herself, our whole party loses our MP, and we can't even get it back from the goddess statues, even if we can still recover health from them. What follows is the cutscene that I think is the primary reason why Lunar 2 is on 3 discs instead of 2. But it is absolutely worth it. This is the Lean scene. Again, it really should be called the Mia scene, but since we checked out Grandia first on this channel, I'll let Lean get 1 win. She deserves 1, at least. Then, finally, Zophar makes his grand entrance, quickly showcasing his power by sweeping away the water that surrounded Pentagoulia to reveal the cratered lunar landscape below, all as he gathers up the fortress of Althena, disgusting sounds of undulating flesh resounding throughout the environment as he does, and eats it. and at the same time tossing the destiny off into the distance, where Ronfar decides...
Is everyone okay? Ronfar! What do you think you're doing?
I didn't think you'd notice.
Yeah. Remember that pin we put in about how Ronfar and Mari are so in love and googly-eyeing over each other? Ronfar's a pig. Lucia stands firm in the face of her abuser and prepares to use all of Althena's power to kill Zophar, once and for all. However, Zophar sheds some light on exactly what that power will do.
Unleashing Althena's power on me will reduce this world to ash, just like the blue star.
Althena didn't do that. You're lying!
Turns out, the last time Althena used this power to seal him away, that was the explosion that turned the blue star into a cold, dead world. So while Zophar's presence was responsible for the destruction of the blue star, the actual act was conducted by Althena's own hands. Meaning that if Lucia does the same, she'll be condemning Lunar to the same fate, possibly wiping out humans for the sake of killing Zophar. Lucia does indeed confirm this all to be the case, and it seems like it's the vague worry that she's held this whole time and refused to talk about in front of humans.
Zophar, it was the only way to stop you from destroying everything! You're evil. It had permeated every corner of the blue star.
However, Lucia never gets the chance to use it, as Zophar threatens Hero and the others, which forces her to jump to their defense, and in doing so, get captured by Zophar herself.
Oh no! Lucia, no!
Hero!
Have fallen into place. My plan has worked perfectly. You are a weak fool, Lucia. Worrying about the fate of insignificant humans will cost you dearly.
Hero! Get away!
In the end, Zophar steals Lucia and the magic of Althena, while the others are swept away and Lucia uses the last of her power to send the destiny back to Vane. And with that, we're in Disc 3, baby! This one's short. A quick story segment in Vane, followed by the final dungeon, and then the endgame. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Once the third disc loads up, it's time to lick our wounds back in Vane. You might remember this as the same darkest hour moment that took place in Maribia for Silver Star Story, complete with traversing what we thought would be the final dungeon, before it being revealed that Luna wasn't what we were expecting, only for the game to then kick us down off our high horse in preparation for the real final dungeon. I'll talk on this more towards the conclusion, but this might be the key to Eternal Blue being the perceivably better game because it iterates on and improves the gameplay and storytelling of its predecessor, while I still continue to love Silver Star's story more because it set the template and all iteration on the foundation it laid still feels like imitation rather than innovation. Still, we're here in Vane and we can talk to all of our friends, even though we've been kicked to the curb and don't have access to the magic that once made us powerful enough to face off against foes. The growth that our teammates have found hasn't faltered. Jean trains with Lun, ready to take the fight back to Zophar. Ronfar and Mari work together to rally the people of Vane, while also offering sanctuary to those who can't fight in the Grand Library. Lamina even attempts to call on her magic in the Cave of Trial. Everyone is ripped and raring to go. Everyone except for Hero, who needs a little help. Maybe Leo showing up could do exactly that. It certainly helps, especially as Leo voices his intention to join the party in their fight against Zophar. However, with Lucia gone, even Leo swearing his sword to the group's side isn't quite enough to get Hero out of his funk. Leo still goes to gather the others and prepare for the final fight all the same.
My. Looks like the hero doesn't pass muster in our little morality play. How delightful.
That's the voice of Galleon.
Come to kick me while I'm down, jackass? Yes, that is exactly what he's here for. So yeah, we've got Galleon here, chastising Hero and poking at his insecurities and the knowledge that the only reason Lucia was captured was because she was distracted by needing to keep him safe. It's a harsh bit of blame that cuts deep, but it also confirms the love growing between Lucia and Hero, so it's not all bad. Regardless, Galleon keeps goading until the rest of the party arrives, and the others rally Hero reluctantly into fighting. Seeing as how we still don't have our MP, there's no way for us to actually win this fight, as we can't possibly do enough damage to take Galleon down. We'd also quickly run through our remaining healing items trying to survive, and those cost money this time. Stupid Ramus, the 100th or whatever. So yeah, it's another scripted loss against Galleon. How many times is it going to make us lose against Galleon in this series? We're already past the Doofenshmirtz meme. Well, even after being defeated, we don't relent, shouting our resolve against Galleon even after he's already completed wiping the floor with us. A quick reminder that Galleon is supposedly stronger now than he was back in Lunar 1. However, no matter how strong he is, we will not back down. And the power of humanity flows through us to rejuvenate our magic. Which means, it's time for a real fight. Yeah, the game likes to say that this Galleon is stronger than he was before, but he's definitely a lot easier. Especially because he doesn't double cast full party damaging magic that immediately blasts the whole team to death. Instead, he's mostly a sword fighter with a handful of AoE attacks that can cause some struggles if the party members get too close to each other. Otherwise, we take down Galleon and prove ourselves to be even greater heroes than those of 1,000 years ago. Perhaps even strong enough to take on Zophar and win. As we beat Galleon down, Hero realizes that he was never here to kill us, only to test us. Turns out, the reason Galleon has never killed us before this fight is because he'd already switched sides. Not quite to the degree of working with Null and they were secretly buds kind of stuff, but that he'd only been following Zophar's orders so long as it allowed him to coax us into being strong enough to defeat him in the first place. Apparently, having been revived 1,000 years after his original demise, only to see that humanity had flourished this whole time, was enough to open Galleon's eyes that Dyne and Althena's choice was correct. So, Galleon gives Hero his sword and sends us on our way to go defeat Zophar. With everyone finally confident in our ability to take on the big bad, Hero takes the sword and we drive the Destiny out toward Zophar's keep. Galleon soliloquies.
Are you watching in secret, Dyne? These children shine with your light. your friends. The final test lies before you.
That's the voice of Galleon.
Looks like Zophar has been busy building himself a castle on the remnants of where Pentagoulia once was. As we arrive, this is also the only experience grind I'll ever have to do for this entire playthrough. Seriously, this is one of my favorite parts of this game. It's 90s RPG that almost entirely centers its dungeons to be around combat, rather than puzzles. And yet grinding isn't a major part of the game. In fact, this part isn't even necessary. I'm only bothering because it'll make the final boss a little bit easier. We're looking to hit level 50, so Hero can learn Triple Sword. This will replace Amontillado Sword in any boss fights. As for the rest of the dungeon, the major things to look out for are that we're redoing the go press buttons in the only order possible thing, but not much in the way of notable puzzles. The visual design is interesting as well, with a lot of organic visuals and the final areas feeling like we've wandered into another dimension and through outer space. Cool stuff, but I'm not sure how much I prefer this one over the Goddess Tower in Althena's Fortress. Also, I'll point out these Fiend Gates, which I swear are an acknowledgement that everyone who played Lunar 1 used Dragon Grief on the Ultra Fiends, sending them to an alternate dimension. And now they're peering back into this one through these giant mirrors. Once again, screw them. Avoid if possible. Finally though, we get our final approach on Zophar. I already had a note myself on Zophar having a very feminine design, and the fact that he's totally Ken-dolled down there. Is really what this is all about? You didn't have a penis and decided to take it out on the rest of the world? Well, I'll also note that while I was playing, my girlfriend noticed something else about that femininity. He almost looks like he's taking on aspects of Althena, only warped by his evil and seemingly plastered over his true form. The feminine figure for one, but also the long blue hair having turned pale and lost its vibrance that it had when worn by the original Althena, Luna, or even Lucia. His face is even somewhat reminiscent of the goddess statues we've been healing at for 2 full games. I really enjoy this read, as if Zophar has given up his own individual appearance, becoming a dull, imperfect reflection of Althena after having coveted her power for so long. Either way, we're in the first major phase of the fight, and we need to prepare for the toughest encounter across both games. Honestly, this is one of the toughest RPG bosses I've ever fought in any turn-based game. And this used to be the only genre I would play. You know, before playing Halo with my friends took over my life in high school, and Monster Hunter Wilds is taking it over now. That game ruled, by the way. Not sure if I'll ever get a chance to talk about it on this channel, but hot damn, Monster Hunter Wilds has been a blast. The first phase is easy enough, by the way. We can bolster up for a bit, then Jean, Hero, and Leo get to endlessly beat him down, while Ronfar keeps us alive. It's very nice to have Leo here as an extra DPS tank. Then we get shifted over into the second phase, which takes place in 2 sections. At first, we can't really do anything as we have to survive an onslaught of Lucia's attacks while she's puppeted by Zophar. However, seeing us come and fight starts to reach Lucia's heart over the next 5 turns, and she eventually breaks free, heals our whole party, and starts the second phase in earnest.
I've known this all along, and yet now it becomes clear. The real power of this world lies in the human spirit. I believe, Hero. I finally believe.
Your belief in each other is grievously misguided. The time has come to wipe your miserable souls from existence. You don't have a prayer.
Hero!
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 Hero! Hero!
Time to roll the bones.
Mega showdown time! This fight will be ours.
If we only believe.
In the power that lies within us.
Hero, it's true. Humanity's power is the key. So far, you are blind to the truth. This world is one of light and hope. You have no place here. Your power can never extinguish the light within the hearts and minds of every single human. The power to love, trust, and hope will always conquer the lure of evil. finally believe that.
You're speaking in circles, sweet Lucia. You know in your heart that I'll never be defeated.
Ronfar, Jean, Lamina, Leo, Ruby, and Hero. The time has come. Believe in yourself and take back this world for humanity. I believe in you. Never give up.
So far, it's time to die.
Yes, and you will be the first to go.
Now, don't let that full heal fool you. This phase is the part that I'd say is the toughest boss in the entire game. Also, a quick note on how the design has shifted into this phase. I really enjoy the way that the design elicits the most iconic bosses from Final Fantasy, being somewhat of a fusion between Chaos and Kefka. Square had obviously been a huge influence on game arts up until this point, and I love seeing their version of this world breaker god of destruction type villain. Oh, and the cool designs don't stop there. What does stop for a second is my enjoyment of this damn fight. Because do you remember why I'd done that grinding earlier? To get Hero high enough to use Triple Sword. Yeah, that winds up not being a big part of this fight, because Zophar keeps endlessly murdering Hero before he can get the stupid attack off. I'll note that I might not be taking this fight completely optimally, as I ignore Zophar's 4 hands. This means that he gets to pummel me with damage for the entire fight. Fortunately, giving the White Dragon Crest to Lamina means that she can copy the same White Dragon Protect spam from the Galleon fight in Silver Star Story. Yeah, this fight is actually where I first came up with this strategy. I'm also sure that tons of guides also suggest it, since it is obviously so optimal. And it turns out to work for both final fights. So, with Lamina keeping everyone protected from a huge chunk of Zophar's possible damage output, we managed to whittle him down with Blue Dragon Palms, Flash Swords, and the occasional Triple Sword between Hero's frequent deaths. Another note, since dying in this fight means that we have to reload a save, not simply reset the phase, this dude being this tough and having that 5-turn phase with Lucia's dialogue can potentially make this kind of insufferable. I'm both lucky and coming at this with experience here, so be prepared for some resets if you want to take this on yourself. Otherwise, we head from here to the final phase, which isn't really all that difficult. Once again, we get a full heal, and all we really need to do is have Hero use Triple Sword twice in order to defeat the final form of Zophar. However, doing the final fight against what could possibly be Zophar's true form, with only Hero and Lucia working together to take him down, is a wonderful narrative encounter. Kind of like Cloud heading through the live stream for his final bout against Sephiroth in Final Fantasy VII. It's not meant to be a difficult fight, but a cool piece of ludo-narrative. I like it. For one more comment on design, this version of Zophar has had a lot of those Althena-esque attributes stripped away, and at its core, he almost appears like a dragon. I have a read on this dragon-like design, but I'll preface it that this read is heavily influenced by my own background as being raised in an American Christian family and community. Essentially, you could see Althena, Zophar, and Lucia as an allegory for God, Satan, and Jesus, respectively, with Althena taking on the role of the omniscient creator, Zophar being one of the creator's strongest creations, in this case being the most powerful of Althena's dragons as opposed to the most beautiful of angels, and Lucia being the child of Althena, destined to suffer for the sake of saving humanity from that fallen angel/dragon. I won't pretend that all of this is a one-to-one, nor do I really believe that they were intentionally written this way, especially since the interview in the art book from earlier also describes these three as being similarly powerful creatures, with not even Althena being described entirely as a god. Still, the read is there to at least make the connection, especially with religion being a heavy fixture of this game's narrative, with Pentagoulia and the Chosen being a warped, evil version of Catholicism and the Vatican. With that read behind us, though, we can move on to the happy ending. We kill Zophar, and now we get to head out with the Destiny back to retire with Lucia at Grandpa Gwyn's place. Although, Lucia continues to be vague about something, for some reason, and asks if we can visit the Blue Spire again, the place where we first met. Some tense, early dungeon exploring later, and Lucia's vague talk becomes obvious. She's too dedicated to her role, needing to go watch over the Blue Star, and with tears in her eyes, she heads back to conclude her mission, holding Hero in her heart into the ongoing future.
Hero, I must go back. The Blue Star needs me. Goodbye, Hero. I'll always love you.
Wait!
Roll credits. Yep, remember that fake-out sad ending I kept pretending for Silver Star Story? That is in fact the actual way that this game ends. Complete with credits rolling once Lucia leaves, and her and Hero are separated forever. That is, until we're given the chance to create a save that will let us into the epilogue. Alright, epilogue. What's that entail? Well, in the PlayStation version of Eternal Blue, this means that we get 3 new dungeons, plus an additional 4 optional dungeons. I love this part, for 2 reasons. 1, Silver Star Story didn't have enough optional content. I love side quests and submissions. I'm a very extrinsic player, and I have the most fun when I have a goal in mind. So games giving me extra goals means that I get to keep playing the game for longer, and keep having fun, without having to come up with my own goals and eventually getting bored. In that case, having 4 optional dungeons, plus a secret ending hidden behind the 3 other ones, means that I get to keep playing for what turned out in this playthrough to be 7 extra hours. I definitely thought this would be a quick one-off, and I gave up a full night of sleep to get through the epilogue. Should have saved it for the morning. The second thing I love about the epilogue is that we finally get some extra time with Leo. Remember, in the base game, he joins our party for exactly 3 dungeons: Azado, Pentagoulia, and Zophar's Keep. That's 3 out of the 25 total dungeons, and I'm being picky about what I consider a dungeon to come up with that number. So, getting an extra 7 super difficult dungeons with Leo in the party, that's a huge boon to give players after beating Zophar. Although, actually picking up Leo and the other party members is optional at this point. It's certainly suggested, as these dungeons are harder than anything else we've struggled through so far, but these final 7 can be done solo. I kept a backup save, by the way. Let me know if you want to see me attempt that solo run. I've also got a challenge run idea for Silver Star Story that could be fun. Don't expect them soon. I've been diving so deep into these games for months that I need some distance once this video actually is done. Which it almost is, I swear. First, we'll gather up the party, starting with Ronfar and Rakuli, who's living out his life with Mari. They get all googly-eyed and everything. If only she knew that Ronfar copped a feel on Jean after the events of Sarek Palace. Second is Jean, who has returned to the caravan, deciding that now that she's finished her quest to confront Lun and beat Zophar, she can continue her life as a dancer without her past weighing her down. So, totally cool of us to make her put on her fighter gi again and go fight our way to... what's our goal again? We'll get there. Third, we can find Lamina in Vane, still trying to bring the Magic Guild to its ancient heights. Finally is Leo, who for some reason is up on the Mystic Ruins. Why? I don't know. How was I supposed to know he'd be there? I don't know. He did get a cool new cape though, blue instead of red. It's like he's a new man. We can also visit Null, and he'll give Hero Althena's sword, as in the dragon-hilted sword of the Dragon Master. Turns out, Null has been looking for someone who he could deem worthy to pass Alex's sword down to for the last 1,000 years. He didn't even deem himself worthy to wield it, hence it being wrapped up when we see it on his back. With everyone together, we head to the first optional dungeon, and let me tell you, I got the whole party together, but I really only needed Jean, since most of the fights consist of...
Taste my anger!
Yeah, prepare to hear...
Taste my anger!
A lot throughout these dungeons, as that is the optimal way through the game, including here in Brave Labyrinth. We're here first because it has a great puzzle in the form of needing to direct these unique sword enemies over the sword symbols on the ground in order to open the door in the back. Every other puzzle is basically about guessing the right button or path, otherwise we'll get stabbed in the butt with spikes, or we'll get stuck in a fight with these hot succubus ladies. Why do they have jiggle physics? If whoever created this design and the Plantella from before would go nuts on a different kind of game, this would be a great spot to shove in an ad for a VPN, one that specifies on keeping your search history private. For now though, we get a decent boss fight against Hero's Talisman. The talisman itself doesn't attack much, but it will periodically summon these blue fire guardian things, called sword arms and fist arms, in order to get the job of killing us done. I'd suggest killing at least some of the arms as you go, because this fight was entirely scuffed because I decided to go only for the talisman from the start. Definitely got very close to death here, but the reward was totally worth it, because we got an accessory called the Hero's Talisman. Even looks like the boss. And equipping it to Lamina means that she can cast a spell that will boost everyone's attack for the cost of 1 MP. This will be very useful moving forward. Next up is Dragon's Nest. No boss, no puzzle, only...
Taste my anger!
Forever. At the end, we find the Gale Crest, some armor, and Leo's strongest weapon, the Nameless Sword. Moving on. We do get a boss in the next dungeon, Lionhead, which the game taunted us with back when we first did Neovein and the Black Dragon stuff. Although I will say that this might be the longest and toughest dungeon in this list. I'll be honest, I was pretty worried when I reached the Devil Eye, because I had used most of my Starlights to even get here. And he's strong against my normal Boss Melter attacks, like Blue Dragon Palm and Triple Sword. So it comes down to the much weaker single target magic attacks to take care of this guy. Which means everyone except for Jean is useful, but she at least gets to be useful either replenishing everyone's MP, or doling out heals while Ronfar is busy attacking. This also winds up being surprisingly easy, since the boss decides to bully Leo for the whole fight, and his accessory makes him resistant to most of the Devil Eye's attacks. And our reward for finishing Lionhead is... an extra healing ring, a terrible fist for Jean, and Hero's Bromide. This is actually the last of these I've picked up. We got a ton in the post-game, and I really like them. Like this Galleon one, where we get to see him enjoying his fairy garden, or the Maori one, where she appears to be a huge fan of Mystere, who also got a bromide of his own. I'm glad for the callback. I wish we could have figured out what happened to that guy, though. He disappeared in Pentagoulia, and we never saw him again. Oh, I also love this one of Jean with the giant beer. I'd love a tankard like that for myself, if I'm being completely honest. Finally, on the optional dungeons is the Lost Labyrinth, which is the shortest of the 4, mostly because I know the correct way to go. Otherwise, there's nothing to note. Die, die, die! Sorry. Got a little heated there again. And we get a pretty neat boss fight. It's an easy one, but it at least tries to pit us against a similar party dynamic, with each of these enemies taking on a different role. We've got a healing guy, who we kill first, then a magical DPS guy, who we kill second, and finally a tank who doesn't do great damage, but can soak up a lot of hits, who we kill last, because he's basically useless without his buds backing him up. For killing them, we're rewarded with Alex's Ocarina, which has the same function as before, to let us listen to all of the music in the game on demand. I also tried taking this to Null to see if he had any special dialogue for it. He does not. I don't understand. I don't understand why. With that done, we can finally head into the actual final dungeons, which actually starts by finishing up a storyline I pointed out hours ago. Heading to Nota, the town split in half by a river, we can find Julia getting ready to marry Romeo, the mayor of West Nota. However, if we head into West Nota ourselves, we can find Kyle in the bar and give him the courage to interrupt the wedding. Also, since we believe in true love, we help stop this political marriage by driving the Destiny under the bridge, where Julia jumps down and we escape to a happy ending for the couple that actually loves each other. As a reward, we're even given a Rememberizer crystal. It's like the mirror one from Silver Star Story, and will let us rewatch any cutscenes we've seen already. However, we need to return to the location where we originally saw the FMV in order to select it from the list. But we did see her saying that she could rewatch precious memories over and over. So Hero, what do you want to see? Teenagers. Anyway, this leads us to where we need to go in order to get to the Blue Star. Yeah, that's the task for the epilogue, by the way. We're trying to reunite with Lucia, and Gwyn has started to send us on our way. We need 2 more Dragon Eye Jewels. We already know where to find one. It's in the Dragon Ruins that we started the game in. Hero only took 1 after all. This time, we head in the right way and fight our way to the top, rather than dropping down from the rope. However, instead of creating a trap that makes grabbing the jewels difficult, we instead fight the Spirit Guardian. White Dragon Protect works on pretty much all of his attacks, to the point that Ronfar almost has nothing to do for most of the fight. We can also lure him into using an attack that doesn't deal damage, but instead gathers all of us together by sending Ronfar to wait in the corner. Then we get the kill and go get the other Dragon Eye Jewel. The second jewel, however, takes a little more doing. The hint that Gwyn gives us is that he picked up the jewel he had in Nota, which leads us to get the Rememberizer, which then leads us to look for FMVs, which then takes us to the Sluice Forest, where the water has now been lowered enough to let us into the secret dungeon under the water. Interesting note, this dungeon won't be accessible until we have the Rememberizer, meaning that is actually the intended method for us to run into the dungeon, looking for an FMV where Lucia was naked. Perverts to the end, huh, Game Arts? Well, this is the Water Ruins. It's basically the Maribia sewers, but prettier, and with way better stuff inside. Oh, and a much harder boss fight. In this case, we get the Water Guardian. He's a lot like the Spirit Guardian, but water flavored. And similar to the Spirit Guardian, he's easier than all of the optional bosses in the epilogue, and more White Dragon Protect spam absolutely destroys him. As our reward, we get the final Dragon Eye Jewel. For this one, I'm not entirely sure what the hint is supposed to be. I mean, we can talk to Miria in Vane, and she'll kind of give us a hint, but it's hard to say. Otherwise, the only place we've been before that we haven't been able to access is the strange tower in the Starlight Forest, from all the way back in the beginning of Disc 1. Like, we passed this in the demo, before even getting Jean in our party. This is the Star Tower, home of the Star Dragon. The dungeon itself is more of the same.
Taste my anger!
The boss, however, is certainly unique. Not the Star Dragon himself, but the Star Guardian. Turns out, no one is supposed to be able to pass this point yet. And the Star Dragon is prepared to kill us to keep the Blue Star safe until the given time when humanity will eventually return to repopulate the world once it has been recovered. For this fight, Hero has to fight the Star Guardian one-on-one. This one can actually be very difficult, but with the right accessories, namely a healing ring and the Spirit Talisman, the accessory that made Leo such a great tank against the Devil Eye, we get through the fight without too much trouble. I only need to eat 1 passion fruit and use 1 silverlight in order to make it through the end. And now, we finally get the true ending. After saying goodbye to our party members,
Hero, the time is now at hand for us to part ways, but this time we do so as friends. I shall wander this land in search of my true destiny, while you seek yours with Lucia on the Blue Star. Well, good luck.
Until now, I thought I was the biggest gambler on Lunar, but it's you. I don't know what lies ahead of you on this journey, but I'm sure you'll manage to win it all in the end. So I'm betting it all on you. Well, that's my pep talk. See you, Chief.
Hero, this is so very dangerous. I wish you could stay here with me, but I guess that wouldn't really be fair to Lucia or you. But then, your leaving really isn't fair to me either.
Some of what Ruby says is really true, you know, Hero. But then I'm sure you'll make it back to Lucia just fine. I have faith that you can do what you dream. So get out of here before I cry. Go, I mean it. Oh, I'm really mega bad at saying goodbye like this. But this isn't like a final forever goodbye, is it? You're just going out to pick up a friend. Oh, who am I kidding? Hurry back, Hero.
We get to walk into a crystal that looks like the one from the Blue Spire. And it takes us I'm going to hope the best for them, and assume that they'll be immortal because of their connections to the crystals or something. Because otherwise, Hero dies in a few days after starving to death on this dead world, and Lucia crawls back into the crystal, wallowing at even more painful loss. But no, the implication is that they'll work together to revitalize the Blue Star, and lead humanity once they've made this world habitable for them again. Not sure how, but that's the actual implication. Happy ending! Yay! So as for my final spoilery thoughts on the Lunar 2 story, I love it. It gets a lot darker at moments than Silver Star story, but still has a nice, bright, and happy ending. I also enjoy the themes that are being told through these characters, especially with Lucia. Another read I got from her relationship with Althena and Zophar is that of a daughter suffering as a result of growing up in an environment of both abuse and neglect. This is why Lucia has little personality at first, and why the topic of motherhood is brought on her over and over. For one, she is destined to act as mother to humanity on the Blue Star once the revival is complete, and so she needed to learn to be a good mother among humans along her journey. However, this also implies that Althena was a neglectful mother as Lucia was growing up. That's why she doesn't even know what a lullaby is, let alone the way that it can calm a wailing child. Although I will note that some of this motherhood theming does come with the archaic concept of that being the primary use of a woman in society, hammered in thoroughly with encounters like Maria, who, without her memories, is still drawn to her natural tendencies to be a mother, even if she doesn't remember the child being hers. It's a nice moment, showing the bond between mother and child that extends beyond the direct connection of personal memory, but it definitely has a lot of underpinning of that being the highest goal for a woman to reach. On the flip side is the abuse of Zophar. Lucia is so shaken by it that her need to overcome that abuse and stop Zophar from abusing others leads her to grow distant with others, even if it hurts her to create that distance. And even as she knows what the power of humanity is, as she knows that she can trust Hero and the others to help her defeat Zophar, she still struggles to attach herself to those connections. Her fear of her abuser, Zophar, is so great that it affects every decision she makes and dominates her entire life. It isn't until she can move past that trauma that she is able to truly trust Hero and the others, and they are able to finally defeat Zophar. It's a major point of Lunar 2 that makes the story feel better on its head, because Lunar 1 simply doesn't have as striking of themes, outside of adventure, destiny, and fighting against authoritative fascism. However, I'm torn on which one I think is better. I know that I prefer the whole Dragon Caves questline in Eternal Blue, because of each character getting their own individual villain to fight against. That being said, I think that the characters are better used and shown throughout most of Silver Star's story. We can really see this comparison with Lucia and Luna. While Lucia goes through a lot more growth, which makes for a more interesting plot and narrative, Luna is simply the more interesting character from start to finish. In this case, while I tend to say that Lunar 2 is simply better than Lunar 1, it's a lot of give and take in both ways. And after having really dived into both games throughout making this video, my love for Silver Star's story feels less nostalgia driven and more about preferring those characters. In terms of those characters that I prefer, it's also worth noting the villains of both games, the lead villains. The way I see it, Galleon makes for a much better villain than Zophar. While Zophar's stakes are higher, and while he's definitely the more powerful enemy, Galleon has a much closer personal relationship with the protagonist, and therefore with the player. Not only does his goal consistently put him directly against Alex's quest for becoming the Dragon Master, but we also see Galleon multiple times, and he goads us very directly. Every time Zophar shows up, he shows up to goad Lucia, the character that we don't control in any way at all. So there's a disconnect between us and this all-powerful being that we're supposed to be so afraid of. Whereas for Galleon, he's very personal. It's easier for the player to feel that animosity towards Galleon the way that Lucia feels an animosity towards Zophar. And I think that might be what creates a better vibe in Silver Star's story as we're hunting Galleon down and trying to stop him. Whereas for Zophar, we might as well be trying to stop a natural phenomenon, a weather crisis, or a volcano from exploding. His presence isn't exactly that of personality, but of danger, raw and destructive. Again, it makes for great stakes, but as a character, Zophar makes for a worse narrative. Although that's not to say that Galleon isn't very well used in Eternal Blue, where he gets a redemption arc that actually succeeds in a lot of ways. He's still him, but we can see the ways that time has softened his heart from Silver Star's story. And so Galleon across both games will always be a superior fixture than Zophar. As far as the gameplay goes, though, the character party and the builds available with the crests makes Eternal Blue a more fun game to play. I'll also say that I love a good endgame, so the epilogue is exactly what I'd wanted to see at the end of the base Silver Star story. So like, if I want to chill out with a great story, I'll always go for Lunar 1, but Lunar 2 has the better and longer gameplay. Like, of the 60 hours of gameplay that went into making this video, 2/3 of that is in the second game. That being said, if I really do want to jump back into the series, there's no reason to not simply play through both in order. Oh, and I've also waited until now to talk about my favorite part of both games, the outtakes.
Hey, even cowgirls get the blues. No, not saying it. I don't want any outtakes in this game. Because when I went into the office last time, I was so embarrassed because everybody in the office hated me and knew what a dork I was.
I bet you were whittling away the whole day, not just the day. I missed the whole. I said the day.
Then we can get a hugely fantastic diamond from its lair worth thousands and thousands of Damn, I had a good one too and I got caught.
Oh, then my coming out party can finally Zophar granted it. And now I can't read. Tell me, Lucia. Why do I keep calling her Lucia? Because it's spelled Lucia, that's why. Lucia.
Hold on a minute, I'm laughing. Erase this, I don't want any outtakes.
We won't be sitting here through all of these, but my goodness, we need more of these in modern games. Like, we've all seen that video of Merle Dandridge and Troy Baker singing out the final scene of The Last of Us. That stuff should be on the disc. I want to hear people mucking up their lines. It's fantastic. Seeing as how the new remaster has new voice actors, then they'd better have new outtakes for me to laugh at too. This was awesome back in the day. But now, let's call those spoiler-free folks back in for my final words on the series, although this'll be pretty brief. So, Lunar Silver Star Story Complete is still my favorite game ever. There is certainly a level of nostalgia that holds it there, and in my own mind, it exists in that space where life was simpler in middle and high school. Similarly, Lunar 2 Eternal Blue Complete is a perfect follow-up to the original. It iterates enough on the original formula to feel fresh, while still having enough of that original foundation in order to put the two together as a completed set. And while I'll always hold out hope for something resembling a Lunar 3 to eventually come out, especially with the recent resurgence of old-school RPGs with retro throwbacks like Sea of Stars and Octopath Traveler, and with remasters like the Lunar 1 and 2 remaster, or the positive reception of some old Square titles like Live Alive and the Saga series, I still understand that the Lunar series as it is likely finished. It's a product of a different time in game development, when pushing the envelope was cramming FMVs into the otherwise interactive interface. And it shows that age at times, with stale jokes, referential humor, and occasionally some problematic language and subject matter that wouldn't fly today. This was also a time when every new RPG, especially those coming out of Japan, were trying to make a name for themselves outside of being a Final Fantasy clone. Something that I think Lunar excels at, with how much character position on the battlefield actually matters, and the way that each game crafts the party composition to make sure that each character has some utility from basic cannon fodder encounters to the bombastic boss fights. Still, the Lunar series is a strange set of games, with so many remakes in its repertoire, with each one changing from one console to the next. It's a series where two people can think they've played the same games, only to find that there are some drastic differences between the ones they recognize. As for myself, I'll always hold the PlayStation remakes as my preferred versions of the two games, and would suggest them to anyone that is able to get their hands on them. I promise you, this is 60 hours well spent, and an adventure that you'll never forget. Hey, it's that time again. The end of the video where I invite folks to come check out the Patreon, link in the description, and make good on the rewards for those currently pledged. Patreon members get early access to new content and their names written in the credits at the end of videos. And those who pledge $5 or more get their names read out loud, like our DevBox designers, Genghis Braun, and our DevBox developers, Azul. Thanks for your support, and thanks for watching.
La 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 la.